Thank you for listening to River Ferry, a wild western action adventure. Hit the subscribe button above, and don't forget to check the description for 10 books you can download for free. Now saddle up. You've got a ferry to catch. Chapter 1. The sun, a molten coin in the vast bleached sky, beat down upon the muddy banks of the Red River. Its merciless rays cast dancing reflections across the turbid waters, creating a dazzling spectacle that belied the harshness of the frontier land. Pappy Doyle, his face a road map of wrinkles etched by sun and time, spat a stream of tobacco juice into the swirling current. The dark liquid disappeared instantly into the murky depths, swallowed by the eternal flow. He leaned against the rough-hewn railing of the ferry, a rickety platform of thick planks lashed together with rope and iron, his gaze fixed on the far bank. His calloused hands, spotted with age and scarred from countless labors, gripped the worn wood with familiar ease. "Ain't seen a soul since that peddler with the gimcrack mirrors," he rasped, his voice a dry, grating sound like wind through a broken fence. The words seemed to scratch their way out of his throat, parched from years of dust and cheap tobacco. 2 days now, Rip. 2 days. Back in '63, at Shiloh, we wouldn't have gone 2 minutes without a Yankee peeking over the ridge. Now look at this. Empty as a preacher's promise. His faded blue eyes, still sharp despite their cloudy appearance, squinted against the glare, searching the barren landscape for any sign of movement. Rip Campbell, a man of few words and even fewer wasted movements, stood at the other end of the ferry, his lean frame silhouetted against the shimmering heat haze. His shadow stretched across the weathered planks, a dark specter against the bleached wood. He was a stark contrast to Pappy, young and wiry, with eyes that held the quiet intensity of a hawk surveying its prey. The set of his shoulders spoke of vigilance, a constant readiness born from years on the frontier. He adjusted the worn leather harness of the mule, a gaunt, patient beast that plodded in a circle within the crude treadmill at the ferry's center. His fingers worked deftly, tightening straps and checking buckles with practiced precision. "Reckon folks ain't in a hurry to cross, Pappy," Rip said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to rise from deep within his chest. The words hung in the still air, weighted with the wisdom of a man who had seen more than his years suggested. Maybe they heard about the river's mood. He cast a knowing glance at the deceptively placid surface of the water, aware of the treacherous currents that lurked beneath. Pappy snorted, a sound halfway between amusement and disdain. A cloud of dust rose from his threadbare shirt as he shifted his weight. "Mood? This river ain't got no mood but muddy. It's us that's got the mood, boy. Boredom. That's a mood worth fightin'. Back in the war, at Gettysburg, we—" The words flowed easily, the beginning of a tale he'd told 100 times before, each retelling more embellished than the last. He trailed off, his gaze drifting back to the far bank, his thoughts lost in the mists of memory. The river, a wide, sluggish ribbon of brown, stretched between the two shores, its surface rippled and churned by hidden currents. Occasionally, a piece of driftwood would bob to the surface, carried along by the relentless flow, a silent traveler on an endless journey. The air hung heavy and still, thick with the scent of damp earth and sun-baked grass. Insects buzzed lazily in the tall reeds that lined the banks, their monotonous drone a counterpoint to the soft lapping of water against the ferry's hull. The ferry, their livelihood and their prison, was a testament to their isolation. Its weathered planks bore the scars of countless crossings, the ropes frayed and stiff, the iron fittings rusted and pitted. Every inch of it told a story of frontier ingenuity and stubborn survival. The deck, worn smooth by the passage of countless feet, animals and wagon wheels, creaked with each slight movement, as if sighing under the weight of its burdens. The mule, a creature of infinite patience, plodded its endless circle, its hooves clattering on the worn wooden planks of the treadmill. Its dull coat, once brown but now bleached to a nondescript gray, was slick with sweat that glistened in the harsh sunlight. The gears creaked and groaned, a mournful symphony of age and toil, driving the large paddle wheels that churned the water, propelling the ferry across the river. Each rotation sent a cascade of droplets into the air, briefly catching the light before falling back into the muddy flow. Pappy had built the contraption himself, a marvel of frontier ingenuity, cobbled together from salvaged parts and sheer grit. The design had come to him during a fever dream, he claimed, a divine inspiration that had saved them from starvation in those lean years after the war. He claimed it was superior to any steamboat, a claim Rip never bothered to dispute. The truth of it didn't matter. What mattered was that it worked, that it kept them alive in this unforgiving land. It was their home, their livelihood, and their means of survival in this desolate corner of the territory. The small cabin at one end, barely large enough for 2 men to sleep in, provided their only shelter from the elements, its walls papered with faded wanted posters and tattered newspaper clippings from back east. "Remember that time we had that whole wagon train?" Pappy continued, his voice thick with nostalgia, his eyes taking on a distant gleam as he retreated into his memories. He chewed thoughtfully on his tobacco, the juice staining his grizzled beard. "Must have been 50 wagons, all lined up like ants. Took us all day and half the night to get 'em across. Paid us good, too. Real good. Enough to buy a whole barrel of that rot-gut whiskey from old Jebediah at the trading post." He chuckled, a wheezing sound that ended in a hacking cough. Rip nodded, his gaze scanning the horizon with the meticulous attention of a man accustomed to spotting danger from afar. The line where earth met sky wavered in the heat, creating illusions that could trick the unwary. He knew Pappy's stories by heart, each one a well-worn tale from a life lived on the edge of chaos. Pappy's Civil War exploits, real or imagined, were his favorite subject, a constant reminder of a time when life in his mind had been more exciting, more meaningful. Rip had learned to listen with half an ear, to nod at the right moments, to let the old man relive his glory days without interruption. The sun climbed higher, baking the riverbank, until the clay cracked and split like parched lips thirsting for water. The heat shimmered off the water, blurring the distant landscape into a wavering mirage that danced and shifted with hypnotic rhythm. The shadows grew shorter, offering no respite from the relentless sun. The only sounds were the creaking of the ferry, the rhythmic plodding of the mule, and the occasional splash of a fish jumping in the river, sending concentric ripples across the brown surface. "Ain't nothin' but heat and dust," Pappy muttered, wiping his brow with a grimy bandana that had once been red but was now an indeterminate shade of brown. Sweat trickled down his leathery face, carving paths through the dust that clung to his skin. "And the flies, Lord have mercy on the flies. They're thicker than blue bellies at a surrender." He swatted half-heartedly at the buzzing insects that swarmed around him, drawn by the salt of his sweat and the sweet scent of tobacco. Rip remained silent, his eyes fixed on the far bank, his posture betraying nothing of his thoughts. The breeze ruffled his dark hair, lifting it momentarily before letting it fall back against his tanned forehead. He had learned long ago that arguing with Pappy was a fool's errand. The old man lived in his memories, a world of battles and glory, and nothing Rip could say would bring him back to the present. So he watched and waited, as he had done for so many days before, in this endless rhythm of their shared existence. Then Rip saw it. A faint speck in the distance, a dark shape against the pale backdrop of the horizon. At first it might have been a mirage, a trick of the light on tired eyes, but it remained solid and growing. It grew larger, slowly, steadily, resolving itself into the unmistakable form of a wagon, drawn by a team of oxen. The sight sent a jolt of alertness through his body, a primal recognition of change in a world of stagnation. "Pappy," Rip said, his voice low and steady, cutting through the old man's rambling. He straightened up, his hand instinctively moving to rest on the worn grip of the revolver at his hip. "Wagon comin' from the north." Pappy squinted, his eyes struggling to focus on the distant shape, shading them with one gnarled hand. His posture changed, the weariness falling away as excitement took its place. "A wagon. Finally. Glory be, Rip, maybe we'll get some excitement after all." His voice held the eager anticipation of a child promised a treat. He straightened up, his old bones creaking like the timbers of the ferry, and spat another stream of tobacco juice into the river. The amber liquid arced through the air, catching the sunlight before disappearing into the murky depths. Looks like they're heading right for the crossing. Let's get this old girl ready, Rip. We got customers. He moved with renewed vigor, checking the ropes and testing the mechanisms, his earlier lethargy forgotten in the prospect of company and coin. The wagon, a sturdy canvas-covered vehicle weathered by miles of harsh travel, lumbered closer, its wheels kicking up clouds of dust that hung in the still air like signals of its approach. The oxen, massive beasts with curved horns and rolling gaits, pulled steadily, their heads bobbing with each step. Rip watched it approach, his senses alert, his eyes scanning the surrounding landscape for any sign of companions or followers. He had learned to trust his instincts in this wild and unforgiving land. And something about the way that wagon moved, something in the slow, deliberate pace, sent a ripple of unease through him. The hair on the back of his neck stood up, a warning as old as time. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he knew that this crossing, this day, would be different. The air seemed to hold its breath, as if the very land was waiting for what would come next. Chapter 2. Samuel McMasters reined in his oxen, the beasts sighing and shaking their heavy heads, their flanks lathered with sweat. The thick ropes of the harness creaked against their massive shoulders as they shifted their weight, grateful for the respite. Small clouds of dust rose from their hides as they swished their tails against the relentless assault of flies. He surveyed the wide, muddy expanse of the Red River, a frown etching deeper lines into his already weathered face. His calloused hands, scarred from years of hard labor, gripped the worn leather reins with practiced firmness. The midday sun glinted off the silver in his beard, once jet black but now peppered with age and worry. Beside him, his wife Martha, her face pale and drawn, gripped the wagon seat, her knuckles white with tension, her gaze fixed on the slow, swirling current. The faded blue of her cotton dress hung loosely on her thin frame, a testament to the hardships of their journey. Their daughter, Sandy, perched on the edge of the wagon, her eyes bright with a mixture of apprehension and a strange, restless curiosity. Her sunbonnet, once crisp and white, now hung limply around her neck, revealing blonde hair that the harsh prairie winds had tangled into a wild halo. "Well, Martha," Samuel said, his voice rough as river gravel, the words emerging from somewhere deep in his chest, "looks like we've found ourselves a crossing." He squinted against the glare reflecting off the water, his eyes narrowed to slits beneath the brim of his battered hat. The river stretched before them, a muddy barrier between past and future, its surface deceptively calm while hidden currents churned beneath. Martha nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line creased from years of silent endurance. Her hands, once soft and delicate, now bore the calluses and cracks of frontier life. She had long since learned that arguing with Samuel was a futile exercise. His mind was as unyielding as the granite hills of his native Vermont, and once he had set his course, nothing could sway him. She gazed at the river with trepidation, each crossing a gamble they couldn't afford to lose. Sandy, however, couldn't contain her impatience. The wooden seat beneath her creaked as she shifted, leaning forward to get a better view of the river. "Is it safe, Papa? It looks awfully wide." Her voice carried the lilt of youth, a stark contrast to the weariness that had settled over her parents. A light breeze ruffled the ribbons of her bonnet, the only splash of color in the drab surroundings. Samuel snorted, a sound halfway between amusement and disdain. "Safe? Girl, you'd think you'd never seen a river before. We've crossed worse, and we'll cross worse again." His dismissive tone cut through the air like a knife, sharp and unyielding. He spat into the dust, a gesture of defiance against the elements that constantly challenged them. The sunlight caught the edge of his profile, highlighting the stubborn set of his jaw, the determination etched into every line of his face. A flicker of annoyance crossed Sandy's face, a quick shadow that darkened her features before disappearing behind a mask of resignation. She bit her lower lip, holding back the retort that threatened to escape. She was tired of her father's constant pronouncements, his endless wanderlust that had dragged them across the vast, unforgiving plains. The memory of previous river crossings hung heavy in her mind. The terrifying rush of water, the strain of the oxen, the prayer on her mother's lips. She yearned for a place to call home, a place where she could put down roots and escape the endless cycle of dust and hardship. Her dreams were filled with visions of a white-painted house, with curtains at the windows and flowers in the yard, so different from the cramped confines of the wagon that had been their home for too many months. Samuel's argumentative nature had been the catalyst for their separation from the wagon train. The memory of that fateful day hung between them, unspoken but ever-present. He'd clashed with the wagon master over the best route, insisting on a shortcut that had ultimately proved treacherous. The trail had narrowed to a perilous path along a ridge, where one wagon had nearly toppled over the edge. The ensuing argument had been loud and bitter, voices raised against the backdrop of the vast prairie, culminating in Samuel's decision to strike out on his own. He'd always prided himself on his independence, his ability to carve his own path, but Martha worried his pride would be the undoing of them all. Each night, as they camped alone, vulnerable to the elements and whatever dangers lurked in the darkness, she silently questioned the wisdom of their isolation. Sandy remembered the heated exchanges, the way her father's voice had boomed across the camp, his face flushed with anger, veins standing out on his neck like cords. The other families had watched from a distance, their faces a mixture of sympathy and relief that it wasn't them facing the wagon master's wrath. She had watched, her heart sinking, as the other wagons had rolled on, leaving them behind, isolated and vulnerable. The cloud of dust raised by their departure had lingered long after they disappeared from view, a physical reminder of their abandonment. Now, as she gazed at the wide, daunting river, she couldn't help but wonder if her father's stubbornness had finally led them to a dead end. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, despite the heat of the day. "Look, Papa," she said, pointing to the far bank, her finger tracing a line through the shimmering heat haze. "There's a ferry." Relief colored her voice, a sudden lightening of the oppressive weight that had settled on her shoulders. The discovery felt like a gift, an unexpected reprieve from what had seemed an impossible obstacle. A rickety platform, propelled by a mule-driven treadmill, was moored to the opposite shore. The contraption looked precarious, a jumble of weathered planks and frayed ropes that somehow managed to form a functioning vessel. Two figures stood on the ferry, one old and grizzled, his stance suggesting years of hard-won experience, the other young and lean with the watchful stillness of a predator. The contrast between them was striking, like two different ages of man standing side by side. Samuel squinted, his eyes narrowing against the glare, the deep crow's feet at their corners deepening. "A ferry, eh? Well, that'll save us some trouble. Let's see what they want for passage." His tone suggested skepticism, as if he already anticipated being cheated. He adjusted his position on the seat, the leather creaking beneath him, and loosened the bandana around his neck. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, leaving a clean trail through the dust on his skin. He urged the oxen forward with a flick of the reins and a low, commanding word. The beasts lumbered into motion, their massive shoulders rolling beneath their yokes. The wagon lumbered down the muddy bank towards the water's edge, the wheels cutting deep ruts into the soft earth. Each movement sent a shower of dampness into the air, the scent of wet clay rising to mingle with the ever-present dust. As they approached, the two figures on the ferry became clearer. The old man, Happy Doyle, spat a stream of tobacco juice into the river and waved a hand in greeting, his arm making a wide, welcoming arc through the air. The younger man, Rip, stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the approaching wagon, his posture suggesting a tension that belied his outward calm. Samuel halted the oxen a few feet from the water's edge, the animals snorting and stamping in the mud. Their sides heaved with exertion, their breath coming in heavy gusts. He raised his voice to carry across the water, the sound echoing slightly against the far bank. "Hey there. You runnin' a ferry?" The question, though simple, carried an undercurrent of challenge, a hint of the negotiation to come. Pappy nodded, his voice raspy, like dried leaves skittering across hard-packed earth. "That we are, stranger. Pappy Doyle, at your service. And this here's Rip." He gestured toward his companion, who acknowledged the introduction with the barest inclination of his head. The sun caught the edge of a knife at Rip's belt, a brief flash of deadly brilliance. "Samuel McMasters," Samuel replied, lifting his chin slightly, a gesture that conveyed both greeting and assessment. "And this is my wife Martha, and my daughter Sandy. We need to cross." The statement was matter-of-fact, devoid of pleading or urgency, though all three felt the pressing need to reach the other side before the day waned further. "Well, Mr. McMasters," Pappy said, his eyes twinkling with a shrewd light that suggested he'd sized up countless travelers before, "we can certainly accommodate you. But crossin' ain't free, you know. It'll cost you $1 for the wagon, and 50 cents for each head of stock." He hooked his thumbs into the frayed edges of his suspenders, rocking slightly on his heels, his posture suggesting the immovability of his terms. Samuel's brow furrowed, deep lines appearing between his eyes like furrows in a well-plowed field. $1. That's steep." The words came out clipped and harsh, his jaw tightening visibly. The muscles in his neck corded with tension, a physical manifestation of his instant resistance to what he perceived as exploitation. "Steep?" Pappy chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that seemed to emerge from somewhere deep in his chest. He spat again, the amber stream arcing gracefully before disappearing into the murky waters. "Son, you're lucky we ain't chargin' double. This river ain't exactly a mill pond, and it takes a powerful lot of work to keep this ferry runnin'." He gestured to the complex arrangement of ropes and pulleys, the creaking treadmill where the mule plodded its endless circle. "We're the only crossin' for 20 miles in either direction, and that's a fact." Martha, sensing the tension building like a thunderhead on the horizon, placed a hand on Samuel's arm. Her touch was light but firm, a silent communication born of years of partnership. "Samuel, it's a fair price. We need to cross." Her voice was soft, but carried a steel that matched her husband's, though expressed in a different form. Her gaze held his, steady and unwavering, a reminder of the stakes involved in their journey. Samuel hesitated, his gaze shifting from Pappy to the river, measuring the width of the water against the weight of his purse. The set of his shoulders betrayed his inner conflict, pride warring with practicality. He knew Martha was right, but he hated the feeling of being taken advantage of, a sentiment that had driven many of his decisions throughout their journey west. Finally, he nodded, a sharp, decisive movement. All right. $1, it is." The concession clearly cost him, each word forced out against his natural inclination to argue. Sandy watched the exchange with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, a familiar dance she'd witnessed countless times. Her father's haggling was a familiar ritual, a constant source of both pride and embarrassment. She'd seen him bargain over everything from wagon wheels to cornmeal, his determination to get the best deal a point of personal honor. She knew he was a good man, a hard worker, but his stubbornness often got the better of him, clouding his judgment when clear thinking was most needed. She wished he could be more like the young man on the ferry, quiet and composed, with eyes that held a depth of understanding beyond mere words. There was something in his stillness that attracted her, a sense of contained strength that contrasted sharply with her father's volatile nature. As the ferry prepared to receive them, the old man calling out instructions while the younger one began to maneuver the craft toward their side of the river, Martha looked at Sandy, a silent communication passing between them. The glance held years of shared experiences, of quiet understandings forged in the crucible of frontier life. Martha's thin frame and pale skin belied an inner strength, a resilience forged in the fires of hardship. Her hands, though rough and chapped, moved with grace as she adjusted her bonnet, a small gesture of dignity in the face of their uncertain circumstances. She'd followed Samuel across the country, enduring the trials of the trail with quiet fortitude, her complaints few and her support unwavering. Sandy knew her mother was the true anchor of their family, the silent force that held them together when all else threatened to pull them apart. In that shared look was both understanding and encouragement, a reminder that whatever lay across the river, they would face it together, as they had faced everything else on their long journey into the unknown. Chapter 3. The creaking of the ferry's ancient gears filled the air as Rip guided the platform towards the riverbank, the mule's steady plodding a counterpoint to the rhythmic splash of the paddle wheels. The sound echoed across the water, a mechanical symphony that broke the oppressive silence of the afternoon. Each turn of the gears sent a shudder through the weathered planks, a reminder of the fragility of this man-made conveyance against the power of the river. Samuel McMasters, his face set in a grim line, urged his oxen onto the ferry, the beast's hooves thudding heavily on the worn planks. The animals moved reluctantly, their massive bodies tense with instinctive wariness of the unnatural footing beneath them. Their breath came in great steaming clouds despite the heat, nostrils flared wide with apprehension. Martha, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, sat beside Samuel, her gaze fixed on the swirling water. Her knuckles were white with tension, her lips moving in silent prayer as they had done at every river crossing. The current below seemed to whisper promises and threats in equal measure, its surface deceptively calm while hidden depths churned with unseen power. Sandy, perched on the edge of the wagon, watched Rip with a quiet intensity, her eyes tracing the lines of his lean, sun-bronzed face. There was something compelling about his economy of movement, the careful precision with which he worked the ferry's mechanisms. Pappy Doyle, ever the raconteur, leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on Samuel. His weathered hands, spotted with age and scarred from countless labors, worked a piece of whittling wood with absent precision. The knife in his fingers flashed occasionally in the sunlight as tiny curls of wood fell to the deck, carried away by the gentle breeze that ruffled the surface of the river. "So, Mr. McMasters, where are you headin'?" he asked, his voice raspy as if the dust of the trail had permanently settled in his throat. "West," Samuel replied, his tone curt, the word clipped short like a door being firmly shut. His jaw tightened momentarily, a muscle working beneath the stubble that shadowed his cheeks. Like everyone else. He adjusted his position on the wagon seat, the leather creaking beneath his substantial weight. His eyes, sharp and assessing, never stopped scanning his surroundings, a habit born of hard experience. "West is a mighty big place," Pappy chuckled, a sound like dried leaves rustling. He spat a stream of tobacco juice over the side, the amber liquid disappearing instantly into the muddy current. "Got any particular destination in mind?" His question seemed casual, but his eyes held a shrewd light that suggested he was measuring the man before him, weighing his worth in some internal calculation. "Just looking for a place to settle," Samuel said, his eyes scanning the surrounding landscape as if searching for some sign, some indication that this might be the place they had been seeking through endless miles of hardship. The rich green of the trees along the riverbank stood in stark contrast to the dusty browns and faded yellows of the plains they had crossed. "A place where a man can make a decent livin'." His calloused hand absently stroked his beard, the gesture thoughtful despite the gruffness of his tone. "Decent livin' ain't easy to come by these days," Pappy said, his gaze drifting towards the river where a piece of driftwood bobbed on the surface, carried relentlessly downstream by the current. The wood spun slowly, caught in an eddy before continuing its journey, much like the human passengers temporarily aboard his ferry. "Especially with the trouble stirrin' up in these parts." His voice took on a darker tone, heavy with foreboding. "Trouble?" Samuel asked, his brow furrowing, creating deep furrows that spoke of a lifetime of concerns. Interest flickered in his eyes, momentarily replacing the perpetual wariness. What kind of trouble? His hand moved unconsciously to the rifle nestled beside him on the wagon seat, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Rip, whose own hand drifted closer to the knife at his belt. "Indians," Pappy said, his voice dropping to a low growl, the word laden with all the weight of frontier prejudice and fear. His eyes narrowed as he peered into the distance, as if expecting to see war parties materializing from the tree line. "Pawnee mostly. They're restless, and they ain't happy about all the settlers moving into their territory." He made a sweeping gesture that encompassed the surrounding land, his arm describing an arc that seemed to claim everything within sight. Samuel snorted, a sound of derision that caused Martha to glance at him with concern. "Indians ain't nothing to worry about. I've seen my share of redskins, and they ain't got the stomach for a real fight." His voice rose with confidence born of ignorance, each word a challenge thrown into the quiet afternoon. He straightened his back, his posture suggesting he was a man unaccustomed to backing down from any confrontation, human or natural. Rip, who had been silent until now, spoke up, his voice low and steady as the current beneath them. There was a measured quality to his words, each one chosen with deliberate care. "Don't underestimate them, Mr. McMasters. They know this land better than any of us, and they fight for what's theirs." His eyes, dark and knowing, held a wisdom that belied his years. The sun caught the edge of his profile, highlighting the strong line of his jaw, the quiet determination in his stance. Samuel turned to Rip, his eyes narrowing with sudden suspicion. The change in his demeanor was immediate, like a storm cloud passing over the sun. "You sound like you know something about Indians." The accusation hung in the air between them, charged with unspoken implications. His hand moved closer to his rifle, fingers twitching slightly with readiness. "I've lived among them," Rip said, his gaze meeting Samuel's without flinching. The admission was simple, devoid of apology or explanation. "I know their ways." There was a dignity in his stance, a certainty that needed no validation from others. The revelation seemed to hang in the air, altering the dynamics on the small ferry as surely as if a physical weight had been added to one side. A tense silence fell over the ferry, broken only by the creaking of the gears and the splash of the paddle wheels. The mule continued its circular trudge, unaware of the human drama unfolding behind it. Each creak and groan of the timber seemed magnified in the stillness, punctuating the unspoken hostility that had suddenly manifested. Sandy, sensing the undercurrent of hostility, shifted uncomfortably. She tugged at her bonnet strings, a nervous habit she had developed during their long journey. She had noticed the subtle tension between Pappy and Samuel, a lingering animosity that seemed to stem from some unspoken history. It reminded her of the countless evenings around campfires with the wagon train, where old grudges and past conflicts would surface like submerged logs in a river, dangerous and difficult to navigate. As the ferry moved into the middle of the river, where the current was strongest and the shore seemed suddenly far away, Sandy found herself drawn to Rip's quiet strength. She watched as he expertly guided the ferry, his movements fluid and efficient, each adjustment of rope and rudder calculated to maintain their course against the persistent push of the water. There was a sense of calm about him, a quiet confidence that set him apart from the other men she had met on their journey westward. Unlike the boisterous trappers and brash soldiers they had encountered, Rip possessed a stillness that seemed to center him, anchoring him in the moment while her father always strained toward some unseen future. "You've lived with the Indians?" she asked, her voice soft, barely audible above the water's constant murmur. Her question hung between them, a tentative bridge across the divide of strangers. Rip nodded, his gaze fixed on the far bank, measuring distance and current with practiced eyes. His hands never stopped their work, adjusting lines and checking tensions even as he spoke. "For a time. I learned their language, their customs." His words were few but laden with meaning, each one suggesting stories untold, experiences that had shaped him into the man who stood before her now. What were they like? Sandy asked, her curiosity piqued, her eyes bright with genuine interest. She leaned forward slightly, the wagon creaking beneath her shifted weight. Unlike her father, whose assumptions about redskins were firmly entrenched, Sandy possessed an openness, a willingness to see beyond the frontier tales of savagery and threat. Like any people, Rip said, his voice taking on a gentler tone, though his eyes never left the work at hand. A ghost of a smile touched his lips, softening the hard lines of his face. Some good, some bad. They have their own way of life, their own traditions. He paused, as if weighing whether to continue, then added, they understand the land in ways we're only beginning to learn. Sandy nodded, her eyes filled with a longing for adventure, for a life beyond the endless monotony of the wagon trail. The wind caught a strand of her hair, lifting it momentarily before letting it fall back against her cheek. I've always wanted to see more of the world, she said, her voice barely a whisper, a confession not meant for her parents' ears. But Papa, he just keeps moving. The last words held a weight of resignation, the acceptance of a pattern that seemed unlikely to change. Her gaze drifted to the distant shore, as if she could see beyond it to all the places she would never visit, all the lives she would never live. Rip's gaze softened, meeting hers briefly before returning to the task at hand. Sometimes, moving is the only way to survive. His words were simple, but carried the wisdom of experience, of lessons learned through hardship. The ferry lurched slightly as it hit a stronger current, and his hands moved swiftly to correct their course, muscles flexing beneath the rolled sleeves of his shirt. The movement was so smooth, so assured, that the wagon barely shifted on the deck. Martha, who had been listening to the conversation, leaned forward, her eyes filled with a quiet determination that had carried her through birthing pains and burial grounds, through dust storms and dry wells, through all the trials that had taken so many other women on the westward journey. Her worn calico dress, faded from countless washings in countless streams, rustled softly as she moved. She had endured countless hardships, her strength honed by the trials of the trail, her faith tested but never broken. She was a woman of few words, but her presence was a steadying force, a beacon of resilience in the face of adversity. In the shifting light of the afternoon sun, the lines around her eyes deepened, testament to years spent squinting against sun and wind and worry. Mr. Doyle, Martha said, her voice clear and steady, carrying easily across the ferry despite its softness. Her hands, no longer clasped in worry, now rested calmly in her lap, the wedding band on her finger worn thin with years. This land, is it good for farmin'? The question was practical, grounded in the immediate needs of survival rather than dreams of distant horizons. Pappy turned to her, his eyes twinkling with genuine warmth. He seemed to recognize in Martha a kindred spirit, someone who understood the value of roots and stability. The soil's rich, ma'am. And the river provides plenty of water. A man could make a decent livin' here, if he's willin' to work for it. His gnarled hand swept toward the eastern bank, indicating the lush vegetation that crowded down to the water's edge. Corn grows tall as a man's shoulder, and wheat thick enough to hide a dog. Rip added, looking at Samuel with a directness that challenged the older man's wanderlust. A man could build a fine cabin here and raise a good herd. There's good grazing land to the south. He pointed with his chin toward a distant rise where the land opened into a natural meadow, the grass there swaying in the afternoon breeze like a green ocean. Water's clean, and game is plentiful. A family could do worse than to settle in these parts. The words were offered neutrally, but there was a subtle emphasis on family that suggested he had taken the measure of the McMasters and understood the unspoken tensions that traveled with them. Martha smiled, a rare and beautiful sight that transformed her careworn face, smoothing away the lines etched by hardship and worry. It was a smile that reminded Sandy of earlier days, of a mother who had once had time for stories and songs, before the trail had claimed so much of her strength and spirit. She had found a glimmer of hope in this desolate land, a chance to finally put down roots, to create the home she had long dreamed of during endless nights in the cramped wagon. Samuel, however, remained skeptical, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, drawn by some invisible force to what lay beyond. He was a man driven by a restless spirit, a wanderer who could never stay in one place for long, always convinced that something better waited just over the next hill, beyond the next river. His eyes narrowed against the glare, searching for something that perhaps existed only in his own mind, some perfect place that would finally satisfy the hunger that drove him ever westward. But as he looked at Martha's hopeful face, he couldn't help but wonder if, just maybe, they had finally found a place to call home. The thought seemed to soften something in his expression, a brief vulnerability quickly masked by his habitual frown. The ferry continued its slow journey across the river, the creaking of its timbers a steady rhythm beneath their feet. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the deck, painting patterns that shifted and changed with the gentle rocking motion. On either shore, the land waited, patient and enduring, offering both promise and challenge to those who would claim it. Above, a hawk circled lazily on thermal currents, its sharp eyes missing nothing of the small human drama unfolding on the water below, its cry echoing across the vastness like a comment on the transience of human concerns against the eternal flow of the river. Chapter 4. Mid-river, the ferry's rhythmic churn and creak became a familiar, almost comforting drone. Sandy, her gaze tracing the muddy swirls of the Red River, noticed a subtle shift in Rip's posture. His lean frame, usually relaxed, tensed, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the water's surface downstream. The sun, now past its zenith, cast long shadows that danced and flickered on the river, obscuring the depths with a deceptive veil. The air hung heavy with moisture, carrying the scent of wet wood and river mud. Small insects hovered just above the water's surface, their tiny wings catching the sunlight in brief flashes of iridescence. A hawk circled overhead, its sharp cry piercing the afternoon stillness, momentarily drawing Sandy's attention skyward before her focus returned to Rip's sudden vigilance. Rip's hand, calloused and weathered, tightened on the long pole he used to guide the ferry. The wood was smooth from years of use, polished by his grip and the river's embrace. He didn't speak, but the subtle shift in his demeanor sent a ripple of unease through Sandy. She followed his gaze, her own eyes searching the river's surface, but saw nothing amiss. The water, a muddy brown, flowed sluggishly, carrying with it bits of driftwood and debris. Sandy's cotton dress clung to her skin in the humid air, her hair escaping its pins to curl around her face. She brushed it back with fingers that trembled slightly, though whether from the gentle vibration of the ferry or her growing sense of unease, she couldn't tell. The wooden planks beneath her feet were worn smooth, darkened with river water and years of passage. Beneath the surface, however, something moved. A dark, low-slung shape, barely visible, glided silently against the current. It was a bullboat, a crude vessel fashioned from buffalo hides, stretched over a willow frame, its design a testament to the ingenuity of the Plains Indians. It moved with an almost ethereal grace, its passage leaving barely a ripple on the water's surface. The hides, darkened and waterproofed with rendered fat, blended perfectly with the murky depths. Only the occasional glint of water, sliding off its curved surface, betrayed its presence to the keenest eyes. The willow frame creaked softly with each paddle stroke, a sound lost in the greater symphony of river noises, the splash of fish breaking the surface, the rustle of reeds along the bank, the distant call of water birds. At the stern of the bullboat, a figure knelt, his dark eyes fixed on the ferry. He was Cody, a half-breed, his reputation a tangled tapestry of whispered rumors and conflicting tales. Some called him a renegade, a man who straddled the divide between two worlds, belonging to neither. Others spoke of him as a skilled tracker, a man who could read the land like an open book. His face, etched with the harsh lines of the frontier, held an enigmatic quality, a blend of stoicism and cunning. The afternoon sun illuminated the high planes of his cheekbones, casting his eyes into shadow. A scar ran from his left temple to the corner of his mouth, a pale line against his copper skin. His black hair, longer than most white men wore theirs, was tied at the nape of his neck with a strip of rawhide. He wore buckskins that had seen better days, the leather darkened with use and stained with the red dust of the territory. Around his neck hung a medicine pouch, its contents known only to him. Cody's gaze lingered on the ferry, assessing the occupants with a practiced eye. He noted the McMaster's family, their faces etched with the weariness of the trail, their possessions piled high in their wagon. The canvas cover of their wagon was sun-bleached and patched in several places, testament to the long journey they had undertaken. The wheels were caked with mud, the spokes showing signs of stress from rough terrain. He saw Pappy Doyle, his weathered features a roadmap of hard-lived years, and Rip, his lean frame radiating a quiet vigilance. The old man, Pappy Doyle, sat with his back against a wooden crate, his hat pulled low over his eyes. But Cody knew better than to mistake his relaxed posture for inattention. The bulge under his worn vest betrayed the presence of a sidearm, and the way his gnarled hand rested near it spoke of decades of frontier wariness. His boots, cracked and mended many times over, bore the red dust of 100 trails. He had heard whispers of the ferry crossing, of the old man and his young companion, who eked out a living from the muddy river. He had also heard whispers of a family traveling alone, a family carrying a heavy burden. The rumors, fueled by the insatiable hunger for gold, had drawn him to this desolate stretch of the Red River. The whispers had reached him in a smoky saloon, 3 days' ride to the east, carried on the liquor-loosened tongues of men who spoke too loudly when they should have kept silent. Talk of a strong box, of government papers, of land deeds worth a small fortune, all supposedly in the possession of a family heading west. The rumors might have been dismissed as the ramblings of drunken men, but for the fact that 2 strangers had ridden out immediately after, their eyes cold with purpose, their horses pushed to a gallop despite the late hour. The bullboat, propelled by a silent paddle, glided closer, its approach masked by the river's murky depths. The paddle, carved from a single piece of hardwood, entered and left the water with barely a sound, guided by hands that had mastered the art of silent movement. Cody's eyes, sharp and perceptive, scanned the riverbanks, searching for any sign of movement. He knew the Pawnee were restless, their anger simmering beneath the surface like a dormant volcano. They were a proud people, fiercely protective of their ancestral lands, and the influx of settlers had ignited a spark of resentment that threatened to erupt into violence. The tension in the air was palpable, a living thing that wrapped around the ferry like an invisible shroud. Even the birds seemed to sense it, their calls growing silent as the afternoon wore on. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of water against the ferry's hull, and the occasional creak of the wagon as it shifted with the current. Samuel McMasters, oblivious to the approaching threat, shifted his weight on the wagon seat, his gaze fixed on the far bank. He was a tall man, his frame weathered by years of hard work and harder travel. His shirt, once white, now bore the stains of the trail, and his hands were rough with calluses. The reins lay loosely in his grip, the horses standing patient and still on the ferry's deck. He had dismissed Pappy's warnings about the Indians, convinced that his own experience and his trusty rifle were enough to handle any trouble. But Martha, her senses sharpened by years of living on the frontier, felt a prickle of unease. She glanced at Rip, noticing the tension in his posture, and then at Sandy, whose eyes were wide with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Martha's knuckles whitened as she gripped the edge of the wagon seat. Her bonnet cast her face in shadow, but the tightness around her mouth betrayed her concern. She had seen too much of frontier violence to dismiss any warning signs, no matter how subtle. Her skirt, dusty from the trail, rustled softly as she shifted closer to Samuel, drawing strength from his solid presence while her eyes continued to scan the river with growing alarm. A subtle shift in the river's current, a barely perceptible disturbance in the water's surface, caught Martha's attention. She followed the disturbance downstream, her eyes widening as she spotted the dark, low-slung shape gliding silently towards them. The water parted around the bullboat like a dark curtain, closing behind it without a ripple. She nudged Samuel, her voice a hushed whisper. "Samuel, look." Samuel followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the bullboat. The momentary confusion in his expression quickly gave way to understanding, then determination. He reached beneath the wagon seat, his hand closing around the cold steel of his rifle. The weapon, a Sharps carbine that had seen him through the war between the states, came up smoothly to his shoulder. The click of the rifle's hammer echoed across the water, shattering the stillness. Sandy, her heart pounding, watched as her father raised his rifle, his eyes fixed on the approaching bullboat. The tranquility of the river crossing had been shattered, replaced by a tense silence, broken only by the creaking of the ferry and the soft splash of the bullboat's paddle. The air crackled with anticipation, the unspoken knowledge that the peace of the river was about to be violently disrupted. Chapter 5. The rifle's sharp crack split the air, the sound echoing across the wide expanse of the Red River. Samuel McMasters, his jaw tight, aimed at the approaching bullboat, the smoke curling from the barrel of his weapon. The bullet kicked up a spray of muddy water just beside the vessel, a warning shot that reverberated across the stillness. Time seemed to slow as the report of the shot hung in the air. Birds erupted from the riverbank trees, their wings flapping frantically against the late afternoon sky. The river itself appeared to pause, the ripples from the bullet's impact spreading outward in perfect concentric circles, disturbing the otherwise smooth flow of the muddy waters. Samuel's face, weathered by years of frontier life, hardened with resolve, his eyes narrowed against the glare of sunlight reflecting off the water. Cody, in the bullboat's stern, reacted instantly. He dropped the paddle, his hand reaching for the rifle slung across his back. His movements were fluid, practiced, the result of years spent in a world where hesitation meant death. The bullboat bobbed slightly with his shift in weight, water lapping at its buffalo hide covering. The silence shattered, replaced by the staccato rhythm of gunfire. The air filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, the river's surface erupting in geysers of muddy water. Each shot echoed across the river, bouncing off the distant bluffs and returning as ghostly reminders of the violence unfolding. The sound carried for miles in the open country, a clarion call that would alert anyone within earshot that trouble had found its way to the Red River crossing. Flashes of gunpowder, igniting momentarily, illuminated the shadows beneath the ferry's canopy, casting stark, fleeting shadows across the terrified faces of the passengers. The Pawnee, hidden within the low-slung bullboat, raised their bows, the feathered arrows arcing through the air. They were swift and deadly, their points tipped with obsidian, honed to a razor's edge. The bowstrings thrummed with a sound like angry wasps, each release sending a deadly missile hurtling toward the ferry. One arrow struck the ferry's railing, the impact sending splinters of wood flying. Another grazed Rip's arm, a searing sting that drew a low growl from his throat. Blood seeped through the torn fabric of Rip's sleeve, staining the rough cotton a dark crimson. The wound burned like fire, but he pushed the pain aside, his frontier-hardened mind focusing on the more immediate threat of survival. Sweat beaded on his forehead, rolling down his temples and into his eyes, briefly blurring his vision before he roughly wiped it away with his uninjured arm. Martha McMasters, her face pale but resolute, huddled beside Samuel, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The gold wedding band on her finger caught the sunlight, a small beacon of normalcy in the chaotic scene. The knuckles of her clasped hands were white with tension, her nails digging into her own flesh. Sandy, her eyes wide with terror, clung to the wagon seat, her gaze fixed on the chaos unfolding on the river. Her breath came in short, sharp gasps that barely provided enough air, leaving her lightheaded and dizzy with fear. The oxen, startled by the gunfire, shifted nervously, their hooves clattering on the ferry's planks. Their massive bodies quivered with fright, nostrils flaring as they caught the scent of blood on the air. Rip, his face grim, moved with a speed born of experience. He grabbed a rifle from the ferry's rack, the the well-oiled mechanism sliding smoothly into his hands. The wood was worn smooth from years of handling, fitting into the crook of his arm like an old friend. His eyes scanning the river, searching for targets. The water's surface, disturbed by bullets and the current, made it difficult to distinguish the shapes within the bullboat, but Rip's experienced eye caught a flicker of movement. He fired, the report of his rifle a sharp counterpoint to the Pawnee's arrows. The rifle kicked against his shoulder, the familiar bruising pressure barely registering in his mind. A figure in the bullboat cried out, his body slumping forward. A dark stain spread across the water around the vessel, merging with the river's muddy flow. The bullboat, now close, rammed into the ferry, the impact sending a jolt through the platform. The sound of splintering wood competed with the ongoing gunfire as the ferry's edge cracked under the force of the collision. The entire structure shuddered like a wounded animal, listing dangerously to one side. The oxen, panicked, reared, their hooves striking the wagon's canvas cover. The heavy beast's bellows of fear added to the cacophony of battle. The wagon lurched, its wheels teetering on the edge of the ferry, the wood creaking ominously under the shifting weight. Martha, her grip failing, cried out as she was thrown from the wagon, plunging into the muddy river. Her scream cut short as the water closed over her head, the current pulling her downstream. Her skirts, suddenly waterlogged, dragged her downward, the fabric tangling around her legs like tentacles. The cold shock of the water drove the breath from her lungs, leaving her gasping and swallowing the river's muddy contents. Samuel, his face contorted with fear and rage, reached for her, his hand grasping only empty air. His fingers closed on nothing, his anguished cry carrying across the water. Martha! The name tore from his throat, raw with desperation. He attempted to stand, to dive after her, but the arrow in his shoulder sent waves of agony through his body, temporarily immobilizing him. Blood seeped from the wound, staining his shirt a deep crimson that spread outward in a slowly widening circle. Sandy screamed, her voice lost in the din of gunfire and the frantic cries of the oxen. The sound clawed its way out of her throat, leaving it raw and aching. Her eyes, wide with horror, followed her mother's disappearance, searching the muddy surface for any sign of life. She watched in horror as her mother disappeared beneath the churning water, the river's muddy surface swallowing her whole. Her fingers gripped the wooden seat so tightly that splinters embedded themselves in her soft skin, drawing pinpricks of blood that she didn't even feel. Rip, his injured arm throbbing with each heartbeat, acted without hesitation. His mind calculated the river's current, Martha's likely trajectory, and the fastest way to reach her, all in the span of a single heartbeat. He leapt from the ferry, diving into the river, his body cutting through the water with powerful strokes. The cold embrace of the river shocked his system, momentarily numbing the pain in his arm. He surfaced, water streaming from his hair and beard, his eyes searching for Martha, his gaze finding her struggling against the current. Her pale face bobbed just above the surface, her arms flailing weakly against the river's pull. The ferry, now listing dangerously, threatened to capsize. Water rushed across its tilted deck, soaking everything that wasn't already wet from the spray of bullets. The ropes securing the ferry to its guiding cable groaned under the strain, fibers beginning to snap one by one with sharp reports like miniature gunshots. The oxen, their panic reaching a fever pitch, strained against their harnesses, their hooves slipping on the wet planks. The leather straps cut into their massive shoulders as they pulled against their restraints, desperate to escape the sinking platform. Samuel, his rifle abandoned, fought to control the beasts, his voice hoarse with fear and pain. Blood loss was beginning to make him light-headed, black spots dancing at the edges of his vision. The Pawnee, their attack relentless, continued to fire arrows, their aim precise and deadly. The warriors' faces were set with grim determination, their bodies moving with the practiced precision of those born to battle. One arrow struck Samuel's shoulder, the impact sending a jolt of pain through his body. The arrowhead punched through muscle and scraped bone, lodging itself deep within his flesh. He staggered, his grip on the oxen's reins loosening. His knees buckled, threatening to send him sprawling onto the wet deck. Rip reached Martha, his hand grasping her arm, pulling her towards the surface. His fingers dug into her flesh, likely leaving bruises, but he couldn't afford gentleness now. She coughed, sputtering, her eyes wide with terror. Water streamed from her mouth and nose as she gasped for air, her lungs burning with the effort to expel the river she had swallowed. He pulled her towards the relative safety of the Farah's side, using his strength to keep them both afloat. The current fought him, trying to drag them both downstream, but his powerful legs kicked steadily, maintaining their position. The wagon, its weight shifted beyond the point of recovery, began to slide off the ferry, pulling the oxen with it. The wooden wheels, built for prairie trails, found no purchase on the slick, wet planks. The contents of the wagon, barrels, crates, and bundles containing all the McMaster's family owned, shifted and tumbled, some falling into the river with heavy splashes. The beasts, their hooves scrabbling for purchase, plunged into the river, their cries echoing across the water. Their massive bodies hit the surface with tremendous splashes, sending waves rippling outward. The ferry tilted sharply, its railing dipping below the surface, water pouring over the edge like a breached dam. Rip, his breath coming in ragged gasps, pulled Martha towards the overturned wagon, using its floating canvas as a makeshift raft. The wagon cover, stretched tight over its wooden frame, trapped enough air to provide temporary buoyancy. His muscles burned with exertion, the wound in his arm a constant throbbing reminder of their peril. He looked back at the ferry, its planks now awash, its fate uncertain. The structure that had carried travelers safely across the Red River for years was succumbing to the very waters it was designed to conquer. The bullboat, its occupants now silent, drifted downstream, disappearing into the murky shadows of the riverbank. A trail of dark, reddish water followed in its wake, testimony to Rip's accurate shooting. Sandy, clinging to the overturned wagon, watched in disbelief as her world collapsed around her. Her dress, soaked and heavy, clung to her body, the once cheerful calico now a sodden weight dragging at her limbs. Her hair, escaped from its neat arrangement, plastered itself to her face and neck in wet strands. Her father, wounded and disoriented, struggled to stay afloat, his face twisted with pain, one arm hanging useless at his side. Her mother, pale and shaken, clung to Rip's arm, her normally neat appearance transformed by the river into a bedraggled, trembling shell. The ferry, their lifeline, was sinking beneath the muddy waters of the Red River, taking with it any hope of an easy crossing. The river, once a barrier to be crossed, had become a scene of chaos and death, its muddy waters now tinged with red, carrying away their hopes along with their possessions. The afternoon sun, indifferent to the human drama unfolding beneath its gaze, continued its slow descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the water. Birds, disturbed by the violence, circled overhead, their cries a mournful counterpoint to the now fading sounds of battle. The river, eternal and uncaring, flowed on, carrying with it the evidence of the brief, violent clash that had disturbed its surface. But for the McMaster's family, clinging to the remnants of their wagon in the middle of the muddy Red River, the world had irrevocably changed, their journey westward interrupted by the harsh reality of frontier life. Chapter 6. The Red River, stained with mud and the residue of gunpowder, flowed sluggishly past the wreckage of the ferry crossing. Debris dotted the water's surface, splintered planks, scraps of canvas, and personal belongings now orphaned from their owners, all carried downstream by the relentless current. The overturned wagon, its canvas billowing like a ghostly sail, drifted slowly downstream, a grim testament to the violence that had erupted. Water dripped from its wooden frame, each droplet returning to the river with tiny ripples that spread and disappeared, much like the family's hopes for an uneventful crossing. Sandy, her clothes soaked and clinging to her skin, shivered in the afternoon sun, her gaze fixed on the lifeless expanse of water. Her cotton dress, once a cheerful blue with delicate white flowers, now hung heavy and dark, plastered against her slight frame. Her hair, escaped from its pins and ribbons, hung in wet ropes down her back, occasional drops of river water tracking down her neck and spine, causing fresh shivers. Despite the sun's warmth, a bone-deep chill had settled into her, born not just of wet clothes but of terror and loss. Around her neck, a silver locket, her mother's gift on her 16th birthday, still hung, the metal cold against her skin. Inside was a tiny daguerreotype of her family, taken in better times, a reminder of what they had been before the river had nearly claimed them all. Her fingers occasionally rose to touch it, seeking comfort in its familiar shape. Rip, his injured arm bound with a strip of torn cloth, helped Martha onto the muddy riverbank. The makeshift bandage, fashioned from a piece of his own shirt, was already staining red, the blood seeping through the rough cotton. Each movement sent fresh waves of pain through his arm, but he kept his face impassive, focusing instead on Martha's needs. She sat, her face ashen, her eyes vacant, staring at the river as if searching for something lost beneath its murky depths. Her skirts, heavy with river water, pooled around her like a deflated balloon, the once crisp fabric now limp and soiled beyond recovery. Martha's hands, usually busy with some household task, lay motionless in her lap, the knuckles scraped raw from her desperate grasping at the wagon as it slipped into the river. Small tremors occasionally passed through her body, aftershocks of terror that she couldn't suppress. The fine laugh lines around her eyes, earned through years of frontier happiness despite hardship, now seemed deeper, carved into her face by the recent trauma. Samuel McMasters, his shoulder bandaged with a makeshift dressing, paced restlessly, his gaze scanning the river, his lips moving silently. The shaft of the Pawnee arrow had been broken off, but the arrowhead remained embedded in his flesh, too dangerous to remove without proper tools and knowledge. Each step he took was deliberate, his jaw clenched against the pain that radiated from the wound with every heartbeat. His boots, still squelching with river water, left muddy imprints in the soft earth of the bank, a trail of his anxiety marked in dirt. The western sun caught in his graying beard, illuminating the droplets of water still clinging to the coarse hairs. His shirt, torn where the arrow had entered and now stiff with drying blood, flapped in the gentle breeze. His weathered face, usually confident and determined, now showed lines of worry and uncertainty. The attack had stripped away more than their possessions. It had taken his sense of security, his belief that he could protect his family from the dangers of the frontier. Pappy Doyle, his old bones aching, limped towards the wreckage, his face etched with a grim determination. The years had bent his back and whitened his hair, but they had not diminished the fierce spirit that had kept him alive through countless hardships. His clothes, soaked and muddy, hung on his thin frame like garments on a scarecrow, emphasizing his age and fragility. Yet his eyes remained sharp, missing nothing as he surveyed the scattered debris, the broken planks, the twisted metal, his gaze lingering on the remnants of the treadmill, its gears now silent and useless. His hands, gnarled with arthritis and years of hard labor, trembled slightly as he picked up a piece of the Ferris mechanism, turning it over with the reverence of an archaeologist examining a precious artifact. The iron was bent, rendered useless by the violence of the attack, much like the ferry itself, a functional object transformed into scrap by the whims of fate and the malice of men. "Well, Rip," he rasped, his voice hoarse, "looks like we've had ourselves a proper river baptism." The words came out rough, as if his throat were lined with sandpaper, years of tobacco and cheap whiskey having eroded his vocal cords to a gravelly remnant of what they once were. A humorless smile creased his leathery face, deepening the network of wrinkles that told the story of a hard life lived without complaint. Rip nodded, his gaze fixed on the far bank where the bullboat had disappeared into the shadows. The distant tree line, now tinged with the golden light of approaching sunset, seemed to hide countless dangers, unseen eyes watching their misfortune with calculating indifference. "They hit us hard, Pappy. They knew what they were doing." His voice was quiet but firm, the voice of a man accustomed to assessing situations accurately, without embellishment or unnecessary drama. A flock of birds, startled by some unseen movement in the underbrush, rose suddenly from the trees on the far bank, their wings beating frantically against the still air. Rip's hand instinctively moved toward his rifle, now lost to the river's depths, his body tensing for another attack that didn't come. The birds, mere shadows against the reddening sky, circled once before settling back into the trees, their brief alarm adding to the atmosphere of unease. "Pawnee," Pappy muttered, spitting a stream of tobacco juice into the mud. The amber liquid sizzled slightly as it hit the ground, adding its own peculiar scent to the already complex aroma of mud, gunpowder, and river water that hung in the air. "Those red devils ain't never been ones to back down from a fight." His words contained no malice, merely the resigned acknowledgement of a frontier reality, different peoples with different ways, often clashing over the same limited resources. He reached into his pocket, extracting a pouch of tobacco that had somehow remained relatively dry. With practiced movements, he pinched a small amount and tucked it into his cheek, the familiar ritual bringing a small measure of normalcy to the chaotic aftermath of violence. The tobacco's pungent scent briefly overwhelmed the other smells, sharp and acrid, yet strangely comforting in its familiarity. Samuel, his frustration mounting, turned to Pappy, his voice sharp. The pain and shock were giving way to anger, a more manageable emotion in the face of overwhelming loss. "We need to get our belongings back. My supplies, my tools, everything's gone." His voice cracked slightly on the last word, betraying the depth of his distress. Those supplies represented more than mere possessions. They were the means of rebuilding a life in the territories, the difference between survival and destitution. The late afternoon sunlight, caught in the water droplets still clinging to his hair, creating a momentary halo effect that contrasted sharply with his thunderous expression. In that instant, he looked both vulnerable and dangerous, a man pushed to the edge of his endurance but not yet ready to surrender to despair. "Your livestock, too," Pappy added, his gaze drifting towards the river. A distant splash, perhaps one of the oxen still struggling against the current, briefly drew his attention before disappearing. "Those oxen of yours are likely halfway to the Gulf by now." His matter-of-fact tone did nothing to soften the blow of his words, each one striking Samuel like a physical force, adding to the burden of loss already weighing on his shoulders. Samuel's face flushed with anger, the color rising from his neck to his cheeks in a tide of crimson that contrasted sharply with the pallor of shock that had preceded it. A vein pulsed visibly at his temple, beating in time with his quickened heart rate. "We can't just sit here and do nothing. We need to go after them." His hands clenched into fists at his sides, the knuckles whitening with the force of his grip, nails digging into his palms hard enough to leave crescent-shaped indentations. "Go after them," Pappy scoffed, the sound harsh and abrupt in the relative quiet that had fallen over the riverbank. "With what? We ain't got a boat, and we ain't got no horses. And even if we did, those Pawnee will be long gone by now." He gestured expansively at their surroundings, the muddy bank stretching in both directions, the river flowing relentlessly past, indifferent to their plight. "We're stuck here, Samuel, at least for now. Best make your peace with that." His words, though lacking in gentleness, carried the weight of frontier wisdom, knowing when to fight and when to accept one's circumstances, however temporarily. He had survived long enough to understand that pride was a luxury that could get a man killed in the territories, especially when outmatched and outgunned. Sandy, her voice trembling like a leaf in an autumn breeze, spoke up from where she sat next to her mother. "Papa, we can't leave Mama like this." Her words were soft but insistent, cutting through Samuel's anger like a knife through butter. Her gaze flicked between her father's flushed face and her mother's vacant stare, her young features settling into an expression of determination beyond her years. The contrast between mother and daughter was stark, Martha lost in the fog of shock, Sandy emerging from it with a newfound resilience. Despite her wet clothes and bedraggled appearance, there was a strength in her posture, a firmness in her tone that belied her youth and the trauma she had just experienced. In that moment, she seemed to age before their eyes, childhood receding in the face of necessity. Samuel's gaze softened as he looked at his wife, her face still etched with shock. The anger drained from him, replaced by concern and a deep abiding love that showed in the gentle way he approached her. He knelt beside her, the movement causing him to wince as pain shot through his injured shoulder. His hand gently touching her arm, his calloused fingers a stark contrast against the pale skin exposed where her sleeve had torn. "Martha, we'll get through this. We always do." His voice, previously harsh with anger, now took on a tender quality reserved only for her. It was the voice of shared history, of countless challenges faced and overcome together, of a bond forged through years of partnership on the unforgiving frontier. In that simple touch, and those few words lay the promise of all they had been to each other, and all they would continue to be, if they survived this latest trial. Martha didn't respond, her eyes fixed on the river, her mind lost in the trauma of the attack. Her gaze followed the water's flow, as if she could see beyond its surface to the belongings now claimed by its depths. The family Bible with generations of births and deaths recorded in fading ink, the quilt her mother had made for her wedding, the small wooden toy horse that had been her son's before the fever took him 3 winters past. These weren't just possessions. They were anchors to a past now adrift in the muddy currents of the Red River. Rip watched her, his heart aching for her loss. The pain in his arm was nothing compared to the pain he read in her distant gaze. He had seen the devastation that violence could inflict, the way it could shatter lives and leave behind a void that could never be filled. His own past held similar moments of rupture, instances where the world changed irrevocably in the space of a few heartbeats, leaving only the challenge of rebuilding from whatever remained. A fish jumped nearby, the splash momentarily breaking the surface tension of the water and the heavy silence that had fallen over the group. The sound seemed to startle Martha, who blinked rapidly as if awakening from a deep sleep. Her eyes, previously unfocused, briefly met Rip's before sliding away again, but that momentary connection held a flicker of awareness, a sign that she was beginning to emerge from the protective cocoon of shock. Chapter 7. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the riverbank. The light changed from the harsh brightness of afternoon to the softer golden hues of early evening, painting the scene in warm tones that belied the tragedy that had unfolded. The air grew cooler, and the mosquitoes began to swarm, their buzzing a constant irritating drone that added to the discomfort of wet clothes and injured bodies. The shadows stretched and deepened, transforming familiar objects into strange silhouettes, a reminder of how quickly the known could become unknown, safety could turn to danger. As darkness crept across the landscape, the vulnerability of their position became more apparent, stranded on an exposed riverbank with no shelter, no weapons, and no protection against whatever threats the night might bring. Pappy, his movements slow and deliberate, began to gather driftwood, his eyes searching for anything that could be salvaged. Each piece he collected was carefully assessed, for dryness, for size, for utility, before being added to the growing pile in his arms. His joints protested, each bend and straighten, accompanied by a soft grunt of discomfort, but he continued his task with the methodical persistence that had characterized his long life. "We'll need a fire," he said, his voice low. The statement was more than a practical observation. It was a declaration of intent, a refusal to surrender to despair. "And we'll need to find some shelter before nightfall." The wood in his arms was damp but not soaked through. With patience and skill, it could be coaxed into flame, providing both warmth and a psychological barrier against the encroaching darkness. Sandy, her gaze fixed on the wreckage of the ferry, spoke up, her voice filled with a quiet determination that caught everyone's attention. "I'm not going anywhere, Papa. Not yet." Her words hung in the air, unexpected and firm, a clear statement of intent rather than the emotional outburst of a frightened girl. The setting sun caught in her damp hair, creating a halo effect that emphasized the resolute tilt of her chin, the steady gaze that met her father's surprised look without wavering. In that moment, she seemed older than her years, a woman making a conscious choice rather than a child acquiescing to adult decisions. Samuel looked at her, his brow furrowed in confusion and concern. "What do you mean, Sandy?" His voice carried a mixture of emotions: parental authority, genuine puzzlement, and a touch of admiration for the strength he saw in his daughter's stance. "I want to stay here," she said, her voice steady as the river's flow. "I want to help rebuild the ferry. I want to help Pappy and Rip." Each statement was delivered with increasing conviction, her voice growing stronger with each word, as if the act of speaking her decision aloud reinforced her determination to see it through. She moved as she spoke, rising from her mother's side and walking toward the pile of salvaged wood Pappy had gathered. With purposeful movements, she began arranging the driest pieces for a fire, demonstrating both her practical skills and her commitment to the course of action she had just proposed. Her movements were decisive, her expression focused, as if the act of building a fire were the first step in rebuilding all that had been lost. Samuel's eyes widened in surprise, his head tilting slightly as he regarded his daughter with new eyes. This was not the frightened girl who had clung to the wagon during the attack, but a young woman making a considered decision in the face of adversity. "But Sandy, we need to move on. We can't stay here." His words lacked conviction, an automatic parental response rather than a well-thought-out argument. "Why not?" she asked, her voice challenging yet respectful. The question was not defiant, but genuinely inquiring, seeking logical reasons rather than rebelling against authority. "We have nowhere else to go. And besides," she added, her gaze meeting Rip's, a look passing between them that contained understanding beyond words, "someone needs to." The last phrase hung in the air, simple yet profound. It wasn't just about rebuilding a ferry. It was about maintaining a lifeline for others who would come this way, about refusing to let violence and destruction have the final word. It was about resilience in the face of setback, a quality essential for survival on the frontier. Rip, his eyes filled with a quiet admiration, nodded. The small movement sent a fresh wave of pain through his injured arm, but his expression remained steady, showing only approval and perhaps a hint of pride. He had seen the strength and resilience in Sandy, the way she had faced the chaos and violence with a courage that belied her youth. He knew that she was more than just a girl. She was a survivor, a force to be reckoned with, someone who could well become the heart and soul of the rebuilt crossing. In the fading light, her profile against the darkening sky reminded him of other strong women he had known. His own mother, who had raised 7 children alone after his father was killed in a mining accident. The Cherokee wife of a trapper who had saved an entire settlement during a smallpox outbreak. The young widow who had taken over her husband's blacksmith forge and outworked every man in the territory. Women who, when faced with impossible circumstances, simply refused to accept defeat. Pappy, his gaze fixed on the river, spoke up, his voice low and steady, carrying the weight of decades of frontier wisdom. "She's right, Samuel. We can't just abandon this place. This ferry crossing, it's been here for years. It's seen a lot of history. And it ain't about to give up now." His words, though directed at Samuel, were clearly meant for all of them, a reminder that they were part of something larger than themselves, a link in a chain that connected past to future. As he spoke, he continued arranging the wood for the fire, his gnarled hands moving with the automatic precision of a man who had built countless fires over a long lifetime. Each piece was placed with care, creating a structure that would catch easily and burn efficiently, providing maximum heat with minimal waste. A physical embodiment of the frontier ethos of making do with what was available. Samuel hesitated, his gaze shifting from Sandy to Martha, then back to the wreckage of the ferry. The decision before him was not a simple one. It involved not just the immediate future of his family, but their long-term prosperity, their dreams of a new life farther west, their very identity as pioneers pushing into new territories. He knew that his family was broken, their lives shattered by the violence of the attack. But he also knew that they had to find a way to move forward, to rebuild their lives from the ashes of destruction. The river, once a symbol of their journey westward, had become a symbol of their struggle to survive. Its flowing waters had nearly claimed them all, but had also deposited them on this shore together, alive if not unscathed. Perhaps there was meaning in that, a purpose to their continued presence at this crossing. Perhaps Sandy's instinct to stay and rebuild was not merely youthful impetuosity, but a genuine calling, a recognition of what needed to be done. As darkness settled fully upon the riverbank, Pappy struck flint to steel, sending sparks into the carefully arranged kindling. The tiny points of light briefly illuminated the faces gathered around. Martha's still distant but gradually returning presence, Samuel's conflicted determination, Sandy's youthful resolve, Rip's quiet strength, and Pappy's weathered stoicism. The spark caught. A small flame flickered into existence, growing stronger as it consumed the offerings placed before it. In the dancing firelight, their shadows stretched long across the mud of the riverbank, merging and separating in a complex dance that mirrored their interwoven fates. The flame, small but persistent, pushed back the darkness, creating a circle of light and warmth in the midst of desolation, a fitting metaphor for what they themselves might become in this place of destruction and potential rebirth. Chapter 8. The first tendrils of dawn, pale and hesitant, crept across the eastern horizon, painting the muddy banks of the Red River in hues of gray and ochre. The nascent light filtered through scattered wisps of morning fog that clung to the water's surface like ghostly specters. The air, still cool and damp, carried the scent of wet earth and river silt, mingled with the metallic tang of blood that lingered from yesterday's violence. Distant birdsong, tentative and sparse, punctuated the heavy silence that blanketed the encampment. Sandy, wrapped in a salvaged blanket frayed at the edges and stained with river water, stirred the embers of the previous night's fire with a broken branch. Her calloused fingers worked methodically, coaxing reluctant flames from the damp wood. Her eyes, heavy with exhaustion and rimmed with shadows, reflected the dancing firelight as she glanced periodically toward the river. The woolen blanket draped around her shoulders bore the faint pattern of flowers, now barely discernible beneath layers of dust and grime, a small reminder of the civilized world they had left behind. The remnants of the overturned wagon, half submerged in the river, stood as a stark reminder of the previous day's violence. Splintered wood protruded from the murky water like broken bones, the canvas cover torn and flapping weakly in the morning breeze. Nearby, Martha's children slept fitfully, huddled together beneath a makeshift lean-to, their young faces troubled even in slumber. Sandy watched them with a mixture of tenderness and worry, wondering what nightmares visited them after witnessing such brutality. Pappy Doyle, his old bones creaking like weather-worn timber, emerged from the makeshift shelter he had fashioned from salvaged canvas, his rheumy gaze scanning the surrounding landscape with the practiced vigilance of a man who had survived decades on the frontier. Deep lines etched his leathery face, each wrinkle a testament to hardships endured and overcome. His white beard, untrimmed for weeks, jutted from his chin like winter grass. He carried his rifle, its worn stock testament to years of use, the metal fittings polished to a soft gleam by the friction of countless journeys. His gnarled fingers, spotted with age but still strong, maintained a steady grip on the weapon. A bandolier of ammunition crossed his chest, each bullet meticulously counted and preserved. "Quiet morning," he murmured, his voice like gravel underfoot. "Too quiet for my liking." Samuel McMasters, his shoulder still bandaged with strips torn from his own shirt, sat beside Martha on an upturned crate salvaged from the river. Dark circles underscored his eyes, evidence of a sleepless night punctuated by pain. The wound, beneath the crude bandage, throbbed in time with his heartbeat, a constant reminder of his vulnerability. His gaze remained fixed on the river, its surface now glimmering with reflected dawn light, his expression a mixture of grief and grim determination. His right hand absently stroked the handle of the knife at his belt, thumb tracing the worn patterns carved into the bone. Martha leaned against him, her face drawn and pale, auburn hair falling in unkempt tangles around her face. She had spent the night alternating between tending to Samuel's wound and comforting the children as they woke crying from nightmares. Her fingers, red and chapped from river water and worry, twisted a frayed handkerchief, the last gift from her mother before they had departed for the frontier. Rip, his injured arm resting in a sling crafted from a torn shirt sleeve, moved with a quiet efficiency that belied his pain. His moccasin-clad feet made little sound as he checked the perimeter, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, searching for any sign of movement among the cottonwoods and scrub that lined the riverbank. The feather tied into his dark hair fluttered in the morning breeze, catching the first rays of sunlight. He had spent the night keeping watch, his senses honed by years of living on the frontier, listening to the language of the wilderness, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the whisper of wind through leaves, the subtle changes in the river's song. A shallow trench had been dug around their small encampment during the night, a meager defensive measure that spoke volumes about their expectations for the day to come. Stacked branches formed crude barricades at strategic points, offering minimal protection, but perhaps enough to buy precious seconds if, when trouble returned. The silence was broken by the soft crunch of footsteps on the riverbank, the sound distinct from the natural rhythms of the morning. Rip's hand instinctively tightened on the rifle at his side, his muscles tensing beneath his buckskin shirt. He turned, his gaze narrowing as he saw a lone figure approaching from the north, materializing from the misty shadows like an apparition. It was Cody, the half-breed, his face etched with weariness and something deeper, a conflict that seemed to emanate from his very being. His eyes, dark and penetrating, held a strange, unsettling intensity that seemed to pierce through pretense. His clothing, a curious blend of white man's attire and native garments, reflected his divided heritage. A necklace of bare claws rested against his chest, moving slightly with each breath. The knife at his belt bore intricate carvings, symbols of a tribe and traditions that few of the settlers would recognize. He approached slowly, deliberately, his footfalls measured, his hands held out in a gesture of peace that seemed both practiced and sincere. The rising sun cast his shadow long across the muddy ground, stretching toward the anxious group like a harbinger. He stopped a few feet from the fire, his gaze sweeping over the group, lingering on the wreckage of the ferry, assessing the improvised defenses with the eye of someone who understood their inadequacy. "I come in peace," he said, his voice low and steady, carrying an accent that hinted at his complex origins. "I mean you no harm." The words hung in the air, simple yet laden with unspoken complications. Pappy Doyle, his rifle raised to shoulder height with surprising steadiness for a man of his years, eyed him with undisguised suspicion. The early light gleamed off the barrel, emphasizing the implied threat. "You're the one who led the attack yesterday," he accused, voice sharp with certainty. Cody shook his head, a slow, deliberate motion. His long hair, braided at the temples but otherwise flowing free, caught the light. "I was there, yes. But I did not lead them. The Pawnee, they are angry. They seek revenge." His words carried the weight of inevitability, as if speaking of forces as natural and unstoppable as the river itself. "Revenge for what?" Samuel McMasters asked, his voice sharp with pain and indignation. He straightened his back, wincing as the movement pulled at his injured shoulder. "For us trying to cross the river. For daring to travel west." Bitterness etched each word, the frustration of a man who had sacrificed everything for a journey now imperiled. "For the encroachment," Cody said, his gaze shifting to Samuel, unflinching in the face of the settlers' anger. "For the wagons, for the settlements, for the taking of their land." His tone remained neutral, neither condemning nor justifying, simply stating facts as he understood them. "For promises broken by men you've never met. For treaties signed and ignored generations before you were born." Sandy, her curiosity piqued despite her wariness, spoke up. She pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders, as if gathering courage along with warmth. "Why are you telling us this?" Her voice carried a hint of her former life as a schoolteacher, clear and precise despite her exhaustion. "Because I know them," Cody said, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that might have been unsettling in other circumstances. "I know their ways, their thoughts. I understand their language, both spoken and unspoken." He gestured toward the river, toward the unseen wilderness beyond. "They will not stop until they have what they want. The attack yesterday was just the beginning, a warning, nothing more." "And what do they want?" Pappy asked, his voice raspy from age and the cool morning air, his rifle lowering slightly but remaining ready. "They want you gone," Cody said, his gaze sweeping over the group, taking in their makeshift camp, their meager possessions, the evidence of their determination to forge westward despite all obstacles. "They want this crossing closed. They want to send a message to those who follow." His hand made a cutting gesture, emphatic and final. A tense silence fell over the group, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the distant call of a mourning dove. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of wood smoke and fear. Rip watched Cody, his eyes searching for any sign of deception, any hint of the duplicity he had encountered too often in men who straddled two worlds. He knew that Cody was a man of many faces, a man who walked between two cultures, his loyalties always in question, his true allegiances perhaps unknown even to himself. "Why should we believe you?" Rip asked, his voice low and steady, matching Cody's calm demeanor. His good hand rested casually near his knife, a subtle reminder that trust was a luxury they could ill afford. "Because I have no reason to lie," Cody said, his gaze meeting Rip's, acknowledging the silent challenge. "I gain nothing by deception. I have seen what they are capable of when roused to war. They will return, and they will be stronger." His eyes reflected ancient knowledge, wisdom passed down through bloodlines older than any of their family histories. "Stronger?" Samuel McMasters scoffed, though a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. "They barely managed to overturn a ferry. We drove them back easily enough." His fingers unconsciously touched his bandaged shoulder, undermining his bravado. "They were testing you," Cody said, his voice flat, emotionless. "They wanted to see your strength, your resolve, your weapons. They counted your numbers and measured your courage." His gaze swept the improvised defenses, dismissing them with a slight shake of his head. "Next time, they will not hold back. Next time, they will come with purpose, with strategy born of centuries of warfare." Martha McMasters, her voice barely a whisper, spoke up, clutching Samuel's arm as if to draw strength from his presence. "What can we do?" The question carried the weight of maternal fear, concern not just for herself, but for the children who depended on their protection. "You can leave," Cody said, his gaze shifting to Martha, softening almost imperceptibly at the sight of her obvious distress. "You can turn back, go back to where you came from. At least until winter, when the warriors return to their winter camps and tempers cool with the first snows." "We have nowhere to go back to," Sandy said, her voice filled with a quiet determination that seemed at odds with her slender frame. She stood, letting the blanket fall from her shoulders, revealing the simple but sturdy clothing beneath. "Our homes are sold, our bridges burned. And we're not going to run." The firelight caught the stubborn set of her jaw, illuminating the strength that had carried her this far along the perilous journey. Cody nodded, his gaze lingering on Sandy, something akin to respect flickering in his eyes. "Then you must prepare. You must fortify this crossing properly, not with these," he gestured dismissively at the crude barricades. "You must post watches day and night. You must be ready for their return." His tone suggested he thought their efforts would likely prove futile, but he offered the advice nonetheless. "And you?" Pappy asked, his eyes narrowing with suspicion that decades on the frontier had honed to a fine edge. "What will you do? Where do your loyalties lie in this fight?" "I will watch," Cody said, his gaze drifting towards the river, where mist still clung to the surface like secrets reluctant to be revealed. "I will see what they do. And I will decide." The ambiguity of his answer hung in the air, neither promise nor threat, but a statement of his own complicated position. He turned and walked away, his movements fluid and purposeful, disappearing into the shadows of the riverbank with an ease that spoke of intimate familiarity with the wilderness. Within moments, he had vanished as completely as if the earth had swallowed him whole. Rip watched him go, his mind filled with questions that tumbled over one another like the river's currents. Was Cody a friend or an enemy? Was he a messenger or a spy? A peacemaker or an instigator? He knew that Cody's return had brought a new element of uncertainty to their already precarious situation. The threat of the Pawnee attack loomed large, a dark cloud hanging over the river crossing, casting shadows longer than those thrown by the rising sun. And Cody's presence, his enigmatic pronouncements, only served to deepen the mystery, to heighten the sense of danger that permeated the air like the morning mist. The river, once a symbol of their journey westward, of progress and promise, had become a battleground, a place where survival was a daily struggle against forces both seen and unseen. As the sun climbed higher, burning away the mist, Rip turned back to the camp, his mind already calculating what needed to be done. The day stretched before them, filled with potential dangers, but also with the opportunity to prepare, to strengthen their position. Whatever came next, they would face it together, their diverse backgrounds and skills united by a common purpose, to survive, to continue westward, to claim the future they had sacrificed so much to pursue. Chapter 9. The rising sun cast long, angular shadows across the ravaged riverbank, illuminating the grim task ahead. Tendrils of amber light spilled through the gaps in the eastern tree line, catching motes of dust that danced in the morning air. The wreckage of the ferry, a tangled mass of splintered wood and twisted metal, lay half submerged in the muddy water, a stark reminder of the previous day's assault. Jagged planks jutted from the river's surface like broken teeth, while torn ropes coiled like wounded serpents in the shallows. The occasional glint of a nail or metal fitting caught the sun's rays, tiny beacons amid the destruction. Samuel McMasters, his face etched with a grim determination, surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering on the scattered debris. Dried blood crusted the makeshift bandage on his shoulder, a dull ache throbbing beneath it with each heartbeat. His once pristine shirt, now stained with river mud and sweat, clung to his broad frame as he stood with hands on hips, mentally cataloging the devastation. "We'll need to salvage what we can," he declared, his voice rough from lack of sleep and the dust that hung in the air. "Every plank, every nail, it all counts." His military training surfaced in the methodical way he assessed their situation, breaking down the overwhelming task into manageable components. His eyes, bloodshot but alert, narrowed against the glare reflecting off the water. Pappy Doyle, his old bones protesting with every movement, nodded in agreement. The morning chill had settled into his joints, making each step a careful negotiation between pain and necessity. His weathered hands, spotted with age and crisscrossed with ancient scars, flexed instinctively as he mentally prepared for the labor ahead. He moved with a slow, deliberate pace, his eyes scanning the riverbank, searching for usable materials among the chaos of splintered wood and torn canvas. "We'll start with the uprights," he rasped, clearing his throat of the night's phlegm. "They're still mostly sound. And the paddle wheels," he pointed with a gnarled finger toward the dark shapes protruding from the muddy shallows. "If we can get 'em out of the mud, we might be able to patch 'em up." His frontier wisdom, born of decades surviving against impossible odds, lent weight to his assessment. He spat into the dirt, a habit formed over countless mornings facing daunting tasks. "Ain't the first time I've rebuilt something from nothing," he added, a hint of pride breaking through his gruff exterior. "Back in '43, had a cabin washed clean away in a flash flood. Rebuilt it stronger than before, with half the materials." He tugged at his suspenders, adjusting them over shoulders stooped from years of hard living. Course, I was 30 years younger then. Rip, his injured arm still in a sling fashioned from strips of Martha's petticoat, the white fabric now stained with dried blood and river grime, worked alongside them, his movements efficient and precise despite his handicap. The pain in his arm had settled into a dull, persistent throb that he acknowledged, but refused to surrender to. He had already begun to gather driftwood, stacking the sturdy pieces near the riverbank, separating them by size and potential use. His experienced eye could distinguish between wood that would bear weight and wood that would splinter under pressure. He moved with a quiet intensity, his moccasin-clad feet leaving barely a trace in the soft riverbank mud. His gaze constantly scanned the surrounding landscape, sweeping from the dense tree line to the river's far bank and back again, his senses alert for any sign of danger. The hawk feather tied into his dark hair fluttered occasionally in the morning breeze, the only part of him that moved with anything less than deliberate purpose. "Water's dropping," he observed, noting the exposed mud that had been submerged the previous day. "Makes salvage easier, but tracking too." His words, though few, carried the weight of frontier wisdom and an implicit warning. Lower water meant clearer prints, easier passage, for friend and foe alike. Sandy, her hands calloused and blistered from unaccustomed labor, helped to haul the salvaged planks, her determination fueled by a quiet resolve that belied her slender frame. The sleeves of her once fine blouse were rolled up past her elbows, exposing forearms now tanned and scratched from days of outdoor work. Her hair, once carefully arranged each morning, was tied back with a simple strip of cloth, practical rather than decorative. She had made her decision to stay, to help rebuild the ferry, and she was determined to see it through. Each plank she dragged from the muddy embrace of the river represented a small victory against the forces that sought to drive them back eastward. "My father would hardly recognize me now," she remarked to Martha with a wry smile, as she wiped sweat from her brow, leaving a streak of mud across her forehead. He thought keeping ledgers at his store was suitable work for a lady. Imagine what he'd say to this. She gestured to her mud-spattered skirts and work-roughened hands with a combination of rue and pride. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and river silt, mingled with the acrid tang of gunpowder that lingered from yesterday's violence. The copper smell of blood still clung to patches of ground where the wounded had lain, a grim reminder of the attack's toll. Overhead, turkey vultures circled lazily, their keen eyes searching for carrion, their patience endless. The rhythmic clang of hammers and the rasp of saws echoed across the river, a stark contrast to the silence that had prevailed before the attack. Each sound proclaimed their defiance, their refusal to abandon their position. "We'll need more nails," Martha called from where she sorted through salvaged supplies, her voice stronger than it had been the previous evening. She had found purpose in the practical tasks of reconstruction, a temporary refuge from her grief. Her fingers, still bearing the gold band of her marriage, moved with efficient precision as she separated bent nails from those still straight enough to use. "And this rope's waterlogged, but might dry useful." Samuel, his frustration mounting as the morning wore on, struggled to fit a salvaged plank into place. The wood, warped by its time in the river, refused to align with the supporting beam he had positioned. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down to sting his eyes as he fought with the uncooperative timber. "This blasted wood's warped," he muttered, his voice tight with anger, a vein pulsing at his temple. "It's no good." He threw the plank down, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. "Patience, Samuel," Pappy said, his voice calm as he approached, wiping his hands on a rag tucked into his belt. He bent, his knees cracking audibly, and examined the discarded plank. "We ain't buildin' a cathedral. We're buildin' a ferry. It just needs to float." He turned the plank over, examining the grain with experienced eyes. "See here. Cut this section away. Use the rest for bracing. Waste not, want not." The two men, so different in temperament and background, worked side by side, their shared goal forging an uneasy alliance. Samuel's military precision, his need for order and exactitude, clashed with Pappy's frontier pragmatism, his ability to improvise and adapt with limited resources. This tension simmered beneath the surface, occasionally erupting in terse exchanges, but ultimately channeled into productive, if not entirely harmonious, collaboration. In the cavalry, we had proper tools, proper materials, Samuel grumbled, as he struggled to straighten a bent nail with the back of his hatchet. Not this, making do with scraps. In the cavalry, you had suppliers and quartermasters, Pappy countered, not looking up from where he was fashioning a wooden peg to replace a missing bolt. Out here, you got what you can find, what you can make, what you can salvage. That's the difference between soldiers and survivors. There was no malice in his words, merely the statement of a truth he had lived by for decades. While they worked on the Ferris skeleton, Rip began to construct a crude barricade along the riverbank, using the salvaged planks and driftwood too damaged for the Ferris reconstruction. He positioned logs and branches to create natural-looking barriers that would funnel any attackers into predetermined zones, a technique he had learned from years of frontier warfare. He worked methodically, his movements fluid and efficient despite his injured arm, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding landscape. The knife at his belt, its blade worn thin from years of sharpening, served as both tool and potential weapon as he stripped bark and shaped wood to his purpose. He knew that the Pawnee could return at any moment, and he wanted to ensure that they were prepared. His mind calculated fields of fire, avenues of approach, potential weaknesses in their defensive perimeter. Each log and branch was placed with strategic purpose, creating what appeared to casual observation as random debris, but would serve as crucial cover in case of attack. "Angle that one more to the left," he instructed Sandy as she helped with the barricade. "Creates a natural channel. Funnels them where we want them." His words were few but precise, a lifetime of survival distilled into essential communication. Sandy, her gaze occasionally straying to Rip's lean frame as they worked side by side, felt a surge of admiration that surprised her with its intensity. She watched as he worked, his movements precise and deliberate, his strength evident in every swing of the hammer, every lift of a heavy log. The sinews in his forearm flexed beneath sun-darkened skin as he drove a sharpened stake into the ground. She had never met a man like him, a man of few words but unwavering action, a man whose entire being seemed attuned to the wilderness around them. It was more than mere physical admiration, though she could not deny that aspect, but a deeper respect for his competence, his quiet authority, his absolute certainty in a world that seemed increasingly chaotic. "You've done this before," she observed as she helped position a log according to his instructions. It wasn't a question. Rip nodded, a barely perceptible movement. "Creek War. Comanche raids near the Brazos. Settler disputes in the territories." Each phrase referenced years of experience, conflicts that had shaped the frontier and the man himself. Defense is about seeing the land as your ally, not just your battleground. As the sun climbed higher in the cloudless sky, the heat intensified, baking the riverbank and turning the muddy ground into a cracked, parched surface that split beneath their feet. The humidity rose with the temperature, creating a stifling blanket that made every movement an effort, every breath a conscious labor. Insects buzzed incessantly, attracted to sweat and blood alike, adding their torment to the day's challenges. Martha McMasters, her face pale and drawn beneath a sheen of perspiration, sat in the shade of a salvaged canvas tarp strung between two stunted cottonwoods. Her fingers worked automatically, mending torn clothing and sorting supplies, but her gaze remained fixed on the river. The gentle gurgle of water over stones seemed to mock the violence of the previous day, its continuity a stark contrast to the rupture in her own existence. She remained largely silent, her mind lost in the trauma of the attack, her eyes reflecting the emptiness of grief and shock. "You should drink something, Martha," Sandy said softly, approaching with a tin cup of water drawn from their dwindling supplies. "The heat will take you if you don't." Martha accepted the cup mechanically, her movements sluggish. "I keep seeing it," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the sound of hammering from the ferry construction. The arrows, the screaming, the water turning red. She sipped the tepid water, her gaze still fixed on some middle distance where horrors replayed endlessly. Will it ever stop? Sandy sat beside her, their shoulders touching in silent companionship. "Not stop," she said after a long moment. "But fade, perhaps. Like an old scar that only aches when the weather changes." She had no personal experience with such trauma, but she had seen grief enough in her life to know its patterns, its slow evolution from raw wound to bearable pain. The day wore on, the rhythm of their labor punctuated by the occasional sound of a bird call or the rustle of leaves in the nearby trees. The sun tracked relentlessly across the sky, offering no relief from its scrutiny. As they worked, they kept a constant watch, their eyes scanning the surrounding landscape, their senses alert for any sign of movement. Rifles were kept within arm's reach, loaded and ready. Even the children, subdued by the previous day's violence, had been instructed where to hide if trouble came again. Rip, taking a brief moment to wet his parched throat from the water barrel, caught sight of something that made him freeze mid-motion. His gaze fixed on the distant tree line, where a subtle shift in the shadows had disturbed the natural pattern of light and dark. It might have been nothing, a deer moving through the underbrush, a branch swaying in the faint breeze, but his instincts, honed by years of survival, urged caution. He set down the dipper without making a sound, his hand instinctively reaching for the rifle that leaned against a nearby stump. The familiar weight of the weapon provided no comfort, only a grim readiness. He scanned the trees, his eyes searching methodically from left to right, looking for any unnatural shape or movement against the backdrop of foliage and shadow. "Something's out there," he said, his voice low and steady, carrying just far enough to alert Samuel and Pappy without traveling across the open ground toward the tree line. Samuel and Pappy stopped their work, the sudden silence more noticeable than any alarm could have been. They moved with practiced caution to retrieve their own weapons, their eyes following Rip's gaze. They scanned the tree line, bodies tensed for action, their breath held in anticipation of what might emerge. "Could be anything," Pappy said, his voice raspy but calm, his rifle held at the ready. His weathered face betrayed no fear, only a wary acceptance of yet another threat in a lifetime full of them. "A deer, a coyote." "Or a Pawnee," Samuel added, his voice grim as he positioned himself behind the partial cover of the Pharaoh's reconstructed frame. His military training surfaced in his stance, in the way he held his weapon, in the calculated assessment of tactical advantage and vulnerability. Sandy quietly shepherded Martha and the children into the crude shelter they had constructed, positioning herself at its entrance with a loaded shotgun. Her hands, steady despite the danger, held the weapon with a competence born of necessity rather than training. Her eyes met Rip's across the distance, a silent communication of readiness and resolve. They waited, their senses heightened, their eyes fixed on the tree line. The silence stretched, broken only by the rhythmic chirping of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a breeze too gentle to feel against their sweat-dampened skin. The river continued its eternal journey, indifferent to the human drama unfolding upon its banks. A fish jumped, the splash unnaturally loud in the tense silence, causing a momentary jerk of attention before focus returned to the potential threat. After a long, tense moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, Rip lowered his rifle fractionally, though his vigilance did not waver. "Nothing," he said, his voice low, the word carrying no relief, only suspended certainty. "But we need to stay vigilant." His gaze swept the tree line once more, searching for any sign that his instincts had been correct, that danger had indeed lurked among the shadows. "Could have been a scout," Pappy suggested, still scanning the distant trees. "Checking our progress, our defenses." The possibility hung in the air, neither confirmed nor dismissed, another layer of tension added to their already precarious situation. "Or our imaginations getting the better of us," Samuel offered, though he made no move to lower his weapon entirely. Heat and worry playing tricks. His tone suggested he believed this no more than the others did. They returned to their work with reluctance, their movements now more cautious, their attention divided between their tasks and the surrounding landscape. Each unexpected sound, a bird taking flight, a branch breaking under its own weight, the splash of another fish in the river, caused a momentary pause, a collective holding of breath until the source was identified and dismissed as harmless. The threat of the Pawnee attack hung heavy in the air, a constant reminder of the danger that surrounded them, invisible but palpable, like the electricity before a storm. It shaped their actions, their decisions, their very way of moving through the landscape. The weight of watchfulness added another layer of exhaustion to muscles already strained by physical labor. "We should set watches tonight," Rip said, as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, painting the river in hues of gold and crimson. 3 shifts. 2 people each. He had already calculated who would be most effective, who needed rest most desperately, who could be paired together for maximum vigilance. "I'll take first watch," Sandy volunteered, surprising herself as much as the others. The Sandy who had begun this journey, the proper Boston schoolteacher with delicate sensibilities, would never have imagined herself standing guard with a loaded weapon. But that Sandy seemed increasingly distant, a memory of a different life, a different world. "I'll stand with you," Rip said after a moment's consideration, his eyes meeting hers briefly before returning to scan the darkening tree line. The simple statement carried implications neither of them was prepared to examine too closely. They worked in silence as day faded into dusk, their shared goal forging a bond of resilience in the face of adversity. The ferry, half reconstructed, stood as a tangible symbol of their refusal to surrender to fear or violence. The barricade, crude but strategically sound, represented their determination to defend what they had claimed. The river, once merely a symbol of their journey westward, had become something more complex, an obstacle, a battleground, a source of both life and danger. It flowed on, indifferent to human struggles, its surface reflecting the first stars of evening like scattered diamonds on black velvet. As darkness fell, they gathered around the small fire, its flames kept deliberately low to avoid providing a beacon for unfriendly eyes. The firelight played across faces, etched with exhaustion and determination in equal measure. Tomorrow would bring more labor, more vigilance, more uncertainty. But it would also bring them one day closer to continuing their journey westward, to the promise that had drawn them from safe harbors into this dangerous frontier. That promise of land, of opportunity, of a future shaped by their own hands, still burned bright enough to illuminate the darkness that surrounded them. Chapter 10. The distant rumble, a low, persistent thrumming, carried on the wind, a sound that stirred the dust and pricked the ears of those laboring along the Red River. It began as little more than a vibration, felt more than heard, gradually building into a recognizable rhythm that spoke of movement across the vast plains. The sound traveled across the parched landscape, disturbing the drowsy afternoon stillness that had settled over the river crossing. Pappy Doyle, his hammer poised mid-swing above a stubborn nail, tilted his head, his weathered brow furrowed in concentration. The tool hung suspended in the air, as he strained to identify the distant sound, his rheumy eyes narrowing beneath the brim of his battered hat. The sun glinted off the silver strands in his unkempt beard as he turned his head, seeking the source of the disturbance. Decades of frontier living had honed his senses to detect anomalies, to distinguish between natural sounds and those made by man or beast. "Hold up," he muttered, raising a gnarled hand to signal for quiet. Sweat trickled down his temple, carving a path through the dust that coated his leathery skin. Rip, who had been strengthening the barricade with freshly cut timber, straightened from his work, the muscles in his back protesting after hours of labor. He wiped calloused hands on his buckskin trousers, leaving smears of pitch and dirt, and turned his gaze towards the northern horizon. His dark eyes, keen as a hawk's, scanned the undulating line where earth met sky, searching for visual confirmation of what his ears had already detected. The feather in his hair fluttered in the hot breeze, the only part of him that moved as he stood motionless listening. Samuel McMasters, halfway through the task of securing a crossbeam for the reconstructed ferry landing, paused in his labor. He wiped sweat from his brow with a forearm already slick with perspiration, leaving a streak of dirt across his forehead. His shirt clung to his back, soaked through and stained with the evidence of the day's exertions. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he strained to hear, the military discipline of his past evident in his immediate alertness. "Wagons?" Pappy rasped, breaking the tense silence, his voice carrying a note of cautious anticipation. He lowered the hammer slowly, placing it deliberately on a nearby plank. "Sounds like a whole passel of 'em." His assessment carried the weight of experience. He had heard such sounds before, had seen wagon trains cross these lands when they were still Spanish territory, back when the borders were fluid, and the only law was what a man carried in his holster. Sandy emerged from the makeshift shelter where she had been tending to Martha, who still drifted in and out of a state of shock, her mind unable to fully process the violence they had endured. Sandy's hair, once neatly pinned, now escaped in tendrils from beneath a cloth tied around her head to keep the sweat from her eyes. Her hands, once soft and pale, now bore the calluses and scrapes of frontier living. She shaded her eyes, squinting toward the horizon where the other's attention was fixed. "Could it be them returning?" she asked quietly, the "them" needing no clarification. The Pawnee attack remained foremost in all their minds, a specter that haunted their waking hours and infiltrated their fitful sleep. "No," Rip replied, his voice low but certain. "Different sound. Heavier. More of them." He cocked his head slightly, listening with an intensity born of necessity. "Freight wagons. Oxen, not horses." His ability to distinguish such details from mere sound spoke of years reading the language of the plains, of survival dependent on such discernment. The rumble grew louder, more distinct, resolving itself into the unmistakable creak of wagon wheels, the sharp cracks of whips, the occasional shout of a driver, and the lowing of livestock. A cloud of dust, thick and ochre, billowed on the horizon, a swirling testament to the approaching caravan. It rose into the clear blue sky like smoke from a prairie fire, marking the slow, inexorable approach of civilization in its most rudimentary form. "Best get ready," Pappy advised, reaching for his rifle that leaned nearby, its stock worn smooth from years of handling. "Might be friendly. Might not." The philosophy of the frontier distilled into its essential caution. Samuel nodded, retrieving his own weapon with practiced ease. "Martha and the children should stay out of sight until we know who we're dealing with," he suggested, his gaze meeting Sandy's. The unspoken concern for her safety lingered in his eyes, a protective instinct that had grown during their shared ordeal. Sandy nodded, understanding the wisdom of caution. "I'll tell her," she said, turning back toward the shelter. "But I'm coming right back." The determination in her voice brooked no argument. She had endured too much to be sheltered now. The young woman who had embarked on this journey, full of Eastern refinement and naive hope, had been transformed by the crucible of the trail. In her place stood someone harder, more resolute, unwilling to be relegated to the background when danger approached. The wagon train, a serpentine line stretching across the vast plains, emerged from the shimmering heat haze that distorted the horizon. Like a mirage, gradually solidifying into reality, the caravan materialized, segment by segment. Wagons, covered in canvas bleached by the relentless sun to the color of old bone, swayed and bumped along the rough terrain, their wooden wheels finding every rut and stone in the ill-defined trail. The canvas coverings, once white, now bore the stains of travel, mud from river crossings, smoke from countless evening fires, dust ground into the fabric until it seemed part of the weave. Oxen, their massive flanks lathered with sweat that attracted swarms of biting flies, strained against their harnesses, their broad shoulders pushing forward with dogged persistence. Their hooves kicked up clouds of dust with each plodding step, adding to the haze that enveloped the train. Their breath came in great, huffing exhalations, visible even at a distance in the dry air. Some had festering sores where the yokes rubbed against their necks, testament to the unyielding demands of the trail. Men, their faces etched with the weariness that only weeks on the trail could engrave, walked alongside the wagons, their eyes fixed on the distant river. Most carried rifles or shotguns, the metal barrels glinting occasionally in the sunlight. Their clothes, once possessing individual character, had been homogenized by the journey into uniform shades of dust and sweat. They moved with the mechanical gait of those who had walked far beyond exhaustion, putting one foot before the other through sheer force of will. Women, their faces shielded by wide-brimmed bonnets from the merciless sun, held children close, their gazes filled with a mixture of hope and apprehension. Some rode in the wagons, bouncing with each jolt of the wheels, while others walked alongside, gathering children who strayed too far, their skirts practical and shortened to avoid the clingy burrs and thorns that seemed purposefully designed to impede progress. Their hands, like Sandy's, bore the marks of practical labor rather than genteel occupation. "Must be 20 wagons at least," Pappy observed, mentally counting as the train stretched out from the haze. "Headed for California, I reckon. Gold still draws 'em like flies to honey." There was no judgment in his assessment, merely the observation of one who had seen waves of migration before, had witnessed the ebb and flow of human ambition across the indifferent landscape. As the wagon train drew closer, the individual figures became clearer, details emerging from the general impression of movement and purpose. A grizzled wagon master, his face tanned and leathery from decades under the open sky, rode at the head of the column. He sat astride a sturdy mule, the animal's endurance better suited to the long journey than a more temperamental horse. A wide-brimmed hat shadowed his features, but even at a distance, the alertness in his posture was evident. His eyes scanned the landscape with the practiced vigilance of one responsible for many lives, seeking danger in every unusual feature, opportunity in each potential campsite. Behind him, a motley assortment of travelers followed in a slow, steady procession. Some bore the unmistakable look of farmers, their hands and necks darkened by years of outdoor labor, their movements economical and purposeful. Others had the softer appearance of townsfolk, merchants perhaps or craftsmen, seeking new markets or fleeing old debts. A few had the hard eyes and watchful demeanor of men acquainted with violence, possibly former soldiers or men running from the law. All were bound together by the common purpose of the journey, by shared hardships and mutual dependence that forged temporary alliances across social divides. "I recognize some of them," Samuel said suddenly, his posture stiffening as he squinted at the approaching wagons. "That's Jethro Haynes' outfit, the one I started out with before." He trailed off, the story of his departure from the previous wagon train left untold but hanging in the air between them. Among them were faces that sparked recognition in Samuel McMaster's, and it seemed, reciprocal recognition. A group of men, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, broke from the line, spurring their mounts forward ahead of the main column. Their eyes fixed on Samuel and the wreckage of the ferry with undisguised interest. They were members of the wagon train Samuel had abandoned months earlier, their memories of his argumentative nature and abrupt departure still fresh in their minds. "McMasters," one of them called out, his voice sharp as he reined in his horse at the edge of the clearing. Dust billowed around the animal's legs as it skidded to a stop. The man was tall and raw-boned, with a scraggly beard and eyes that squinted perpetually against the sun. A scar ran from his temple to his jaw, puckered and white against his tanned skin. What in tarnation happened here? The hostility in his tone was barely concealed, suggesting unresolved grievances that predated this encounter. His companions, 3 men of varying ages but similar weathered appearance, fanned out slightly behind him, their hands casually close to their weapons. Their horses, lathered from the quickened pace, tossed their heads and stamped impatiently. Samuel, his jaw tight with tension, met their gaze squarely. Old animosities flickered across his features before he mastered them, replacing them with a mask of neutral acknowledgement. "Blackwood," he said with a curt nod to the scarred man. "We had a run-in with some Pawnee," he continued, his voice curt but controlled. "They attacked the ferry crossing 2 days ago." The men exchanged glances, their expressions plainly skeptical. Blackwood spat a stream of tobacco juice onto the ground, deliberately close to Samuel's feet. "Pawnee, yea," he drawled, his eyes narrowing further. "Seems like you always find in trouble, McMasters. Or maybe trouble finds you on account of your charming personality." The sarcasm dripped from his words like venom. The tension in the air thickened, palpable as the dust that hung between the two groups. Rip shifted slightly, positioning himself where he could observe both the newcomers and Samuel, his injured arm no impediment to his readiness. Pappy, his expression neutral but his eyes alert, remained where he stood, but his fingers strayed closer to the trigger of his rifle. "It ain't just talk," Pappy interjected, his raspy voice cutting through the tension. "Look yonder." He gestured toward the partial wreckage of the ferry still visible in the river. "We lost good folk in that raid. Still workin' to put things right." Blackwood followed Pappy's gesture, his eyes taking in the evidence of violence, the splintered wood, the makeshift grave markers visible on a small rise beyond the camp, the obvious signs of hasty fortification. His expression shifted, skepticism giving way to a reluctant acknowledgement of the truth in Samuel's claim. The wagon master, observing the interaction from atop his mule, nudged the animal forward. He approached with a deliberate pace, his keen eyes assessing the situation with the experienced judgment of one who had managed conflict among his charges for years. "What's the meaning of this delay?" he demanded, his voice booming with practiced authority. He was a tall, gaunt man, with a stern expression etched into features weathered by sun and wind. A neatly trimmed gray beard framed a mouth accustomed to issuing commands and expecting obedience. "We're just trying to figure out what happened here," Blackwood replied, his gaze shifting from the wagon master to Samuel. His tone moderated slightly in the presence of authority, though the underlying hostility remained evident. "McMasters says they were attacked by Indians." The wagon master's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the scene more carefully, taking in details his initial approach had missed: the defensive barricade under construction, the armed sentries positioned at intervals, the watchful alertness that characterized the small group at the crossing. His expression grew more somber as the reality of the situation became apparent. "Indians. That's a serious matter," he declared, his voice measured but concerned. "We've been hearing reports of increased Indian activity all along the trail. Pawnee, Comanche, Kiowa, all stirred up like a nest of hornets." He stroked his beard thoughtfully, calculating the implications for his own charges. "What are their numbers? Their weaponry?" Before Samuel could answer, another figure pushed through the growing crowd of onlookers. A young man, barely out of his teens, with the bright, eager eyes of youth not yet dimmed by hardship, spoke up. "Was it a full war party, sir? Did they have rifles or just bows? Were they painted for battle?" His questions tumbled out with breathless enthusiasm, his imagination clearly fired by dime novels and lurid newspaper accounts rather than genuine understanding. "Hush, Timothy," an older woman, presumably his mother, admonished, pulling him back into the crowd. "Don't be ghoulish." But her own eyes reflected the same morbid curiosity, the same hunger for details of the violence that had occurred. The wagon train halted completely now, the creaking of wheels and the lowing of livestock filling the air as drivers called commands to their teams. The travelers, their eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, gathered around the group at the river crossing, their voices a low, continuous murmur like the sound of distant bees. Children peeked from behind their parents' legs, wide-eyed, at the novelty of the encounter. Dogs barked and circled, adding to the chaos of the moment. "They came at dawn," Rip said, breaking his silence. His quiet voice somehow carried over the ambient noise, commanding attention without apparent effort. "About 30 warriors. Arrows mainly, a few old muskets. They were testing our strength." His assessment was clinical, devoid of the emotional coloring that might have made it more palatable to Eastern sensibilities. "They'll be back. Stronger next time." A ripple of unease passed through the crowd at his words. Mothers instinctively gathered children closer. Men's hands strayed to weapons, glances were exchanged, questioning the wisdom of continuing along this route. Into this moment of collective anxiety stepped a figure who seemed almost theatrical in his contrast to the trail-worn travelers. A man of striking appearance emerged from the crowd, moving with the confidence of one accustomed to drawing all eyes. His clothes, unlike the practical, dust-coated garments of his fellow travelers, were tailored and surprisingly clean, with a hint of Eastern fashion that seemed wildly out of place in the rugged surroundings. A brocade vest in a rich burgundy shade peeked from beneath a coat of fine black wool. A gold watch chain glinted across his midsection. His boots, though trail-worn, were of fine leather clearly chosen for style as much as function. He moved with an air of effortless charm, each step purposeful yet seemingly casual. His clean-shaven face, a rarity among the bearded men of the wagon train, revealed handsome features arranged in an expression of affable interest. His eyes, a striking blue that stood out against his sun-darkened skin, sparkled with a hint of mischief or perhaps something deeper and less innocent. His hair, dark and slightly too long to be entirely respectable, curled at the nape of his neck. "Harlan Burke," he announced, his voice carrying a cultured accent that suggested education and refinement. He extended a hand to Samuel, the gesture simultaneously friendly and evaluating. "A pleasure to meet you, sir, despite these unfortunate circumstances." His voice was smooth, modulated, a stark contrast to the rough drawls and blunt speech patterns of the other travelers. Each word seemed carefully chosen, delivered with precision and subtle emphasis that lent weight to even casual remarks. He exuded an air of confidence, a subtle charm that drew the eye and commanded attention without apparent effort. Samuel, momentarily nonplussed by the incongruous appearance of this dandified figure, amid the grit and desperation of the frontier, hesitated before accepting the handshake. "Samuel McMasters," he replied, his own voice sounding particularly gruff in contrast to Burke's refined tones. Burke smiled, a flash of white teeth that transformed his face from merely handsome to genuinely charismatic. "Ah, the famous, or perhaps I should say infamous, Samuel McMasters. Your reputation precedes you, sir." The comment could have been insulting, but delivered with Burke's particular blend of charm and self-deprecation, it somehow avoided giving offense. "I've heard tales of your exploits since St. Louis." Sandy, who had returned from ensuring Martha and the children were safely out of sight, found her gaze drawn to the newcomer against her will. There was something magnetic about his presence, a polished assurance that seemed to create its own gravitational field. Yet beneath the immediate attraction of his appearance and manner, she felt a flicker of unease, an instinctive caution that she couldn't immediately identify or justify. His polished demeanor, his smooth words seemed out of place in this rugged land, like a silk handkerchief dropped in the dust, beautiful but impractical, and raising questions about how it came to be there. She watched as Burke moved among the travelers, greeting some by name, exchanging pleasantries with others, his attention seemingly everywhere at once. His eyes, despite their apparent focus on whoever he was addressing, constantly scanned the surroundings, taking in details, assessing values, calculating angles, both physical and social. His gaze eventually found Sandy, lingering on her with an appreciation that was neither crude nor entirely proper. "And this must be the lovely Miss McMasters," he said, turning to Sandy with a fluid grace that spoke of ballrooms rather than wagon trains. His eyes twinkled as he took in her appearance, Trail-worn, certainly, but with an underlying refinement that her current circumstances couldn't entirely obscure. He offered a slight bow, just formal enough to acknowledge her status as a lady without seeming mockingly elaborate. "A pleasure, indeed." "Miss Harwood," Sandy corrected, maintaining a polite but reserved demeanor. "I'm not related to Mr. McMasters." She did not offer her hand, an omission that Burke noted with a flicker of amusement rather than offense. "Ah, my mistake," he replied, recovering smoothly. "Though I find it hard to believe that a lady of your obvious quality would be traveling unaccompanied on this perilous frontier." His tone suggested both admiration for her courage and a subtle invitation to share her story. "No one travels unaccompanied on the frontier, Mr. Burke," Sandy replied, her voice cool but not unfriendly. "We depend on each other for survival." She gestured to encompass Pappy, Rip, and the others, deliberately including them in the conversation rather than allowing Burke to isolate her. Burke acknowledged the gentle rebuke with a tilt of his head, his smile never faltering. "Well said, Miss Harwood. Mutual dependence is indeed the currency of these wild lands." He turned to include the others in his attention, though his gaze returned to Sandy with a frequency that suggested particular interest. He moved with a practiced grace through the impromptu gathering, his attention shifting easily from one person to another, his conversation flowing naturally from topic to topic. Yet there was something calculated beneath the seeming spontaneity, as if each interaction were a move in a game only he fully understood. He'd noticed the wreckage of the ferry, the tension in the air, the carefully neutral way the group watched him. He'd cataloged the weapons, assessed the value of the salvage, noted the relationships within the small band at the crossing. "I understand you're reconstructing the ferry," he observed to Samuel, his tone conversational but his eyes sharp. "A vital service for those who follow. I don't suppose you've considered the commercial implications of controlling a river crossing?" The suggestion hung in the air, innocuous on the surface but hinting at opportunistic calculation beneath. Before Samuel could respond, the wagon master interrupted, his practical concerns superseding Burke's speculative propositions. "We need to cross soon," he declared, his gaze sweeping the half-reconstructed ferry with obvious doubt. "How long before that contraption is serviceable?" 3 days, maybe 4, Pappy estimated, wiping his hands on his already stained trousers. "Depends on how many hands we got helpin'." The wagon master nodded, making a quick calculation. "We'll make camp upstream. Rest the teams. Could use a few days' halt anyway." He turned to his charges, issuing orders with the practiced efficiency of long experience. "Blackwood, take some men and scout a suitable campsite. Johnson, organize a hunting party, we need fresh meat. The rest of you, prepare to circle the wagons once we find our spot." As the travelers began to disperse, following the wagon master's instructions, Burke smiled, a flash of white teeth, and the effect was immediate. His presence, his charm, somehow altered the dynamic of the encounter, transforming potential conflict into opportunity, suspicion into cautious acceptance. "Perhaps I might be of assistance with your reconstruction efforts," he offered to Samuel, his tone suggesting the proposal of a mutually beneficial arrangement rather than mere charity. "I have some experience with engineering, of a sort." The qualification was delivered with a self-deprecating smile that invited complicity rather than questioning. The wagon train brought more than just travelers. It brought news of the wider world beyond the frontier, tales of political upheaval and economic opportunity in the territories, rumors of gold strikes and Indian treaties, stories of epidemics and boom towns risen from nothing. It brought supplies that might be traded, skills that might be borrowed, labor that might be shared. And it brought a subtle shift in the balance of power along the Red River crossing, altering calculations and creating new alliances. The arrival of Harlan Burke with his polished charm and hidden intentions, added a new layer of complexity to the already precarious situation. His eyes, as they swept over the half-built ferry and the crude defenses, held a speculative gleam that spoke of plans forming, opportunities assessed, advantages calculated. He was a man who saw patterns where others saw only chaos, who recognized value where others noted only obstacles. "This could be the beginning of a most profitable association," Burke murmured, more to himself than to anyone around him, as he watched the wagon train begin to organize their temporary camp. His smile, private and knowing, suggested that he already envisioned possibilities beyond the immediate challenges of river crossing and Indian threats. The river, once a desolate frontier outpost manned by a handful of determined survivors, had become a focal point, a nexus where diverse paths converged. It was a place where destinies intersected, where decisions made in the coming days would echo far beyond the muddy banks and swirling waters. And it was here, in this seemingly insignificant bend of the Red River, that Harlan Burke had chosen to pause in his journey, his keen eyes recognizing opportunity where others saw only danger and desolation. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, casting long shadows across the river crossing, the new arrivals settled into their temporary camp. Fires were lit, tents erected, livestock secured. The evening brought a fragile peace, a momentary respite from the dangers that lurked beyond the firelight. But beneath this surface calm, currents of ambition, suspicion, and strategy flowed as surely as the river itself, and in those currents the seeds of both alliance and conflict were sown. Chapter 11. The sun, now past its zenith, cast long shadows across the bustling riverbank, painting the scene in amber hues that deepened with each passing minute. Golden light dappled through the sparse trees, creating a mosaic of light and shadow that danced across the temporary settlement. The wagon train, a sprawling encampment of canvas and wood, had settled into a temporary rhythm, the air alive with the sounds of cooking fires, the occasional laughter of children, and the murmur of voices exchanging tales of the trail. The smell of wood smoke mingled with the earthy scent of the river, and the aroma of simple meals being prepared, creating a tapestry of sensations unique to life on the frontier. Harlan Burke, his tailored coat of fine eastern wool, a stark contrast to the dusty practical attire of the other travelers, moved with an effortless grace through the crowd. His polished boots barely seemed to disturb the dust beneath them as he navigated the makeshift pathways between wagons. His clean-shaven face bore the confidence of a man accustomed to getting his way, and his eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned the scene with a practiced ease, missing nothing of importance. A gold watch chain glinted from his brocade vest pocket, catching the afternoon sun with each deliberate step. He paused beside Pappy Doyle, who sat on an upturned barrel mending a section of salvaged rope, his weathered hands moving with a practiced dexterity born of decades on the frontier. Pappy's fingers, thick and calloused from years of hard labor, worked the fibers with surprising delicacy, weaving strength back into the worn strands. His face, lined like an old map, remained impassive as Burke approached, though his eyes, still keen despite his years, flickered briefly to acknowledge the newcomer. "A fascinating operation you have here, Mr. Doyle," Burke remarked, his voice smooth and cultured, carrying hints of Eastern education and privilege. He gestured toward the river crossing with a manicured hand. "A veritable lifeline in this vast wilderness, connecting territories and facilitating the movement of civilization westward." Pappy grunted, his gaze fixed on the rope between his hands. The old man's shoulders, stooped from years of hard work, hunched slightly as if to physically ward off Burke's honeyed words. "It gets folks across," he rasped, his voice rough as riverbed gravel. "That's all that matters." He pulled the rope taut, testing its strength with gnarled fingers stained with years of river mud and honest toil. "Indeed," Burke replied, his eyes twinkling with something that might have been amusement or calculation. He brushed an invisible speck of dust from his sleeve, a gesture that seemed to emphasize the gulf between his world and Pappy's. And I imagine it's a rather lucrative endeavor, wouldn't you say? The steady stream of pioneers, each willing to pay good money for safe passage across this formidable barrier. The river flowed behind them, a constant presence, its surface catching the late afternoon light in ripples of gold and shadow. Birds wheeled overhead, their calls occasionally piercing the ambient sounds of the camp. In the distance, a horse whinnied, the sound carrying clearly across the open space. Pappy shrugged, his shoulders rising and falling beneath his faded flannel shirt. "It pays the bills," he said, his voice non-committal, revealing nothing of the fare's true profitability. His eyes, the pale blue of a winter sky, remained focused on his work, though his expression hardened almost imperceptibly. Burke's gaze shifted to the wreckage of the ferry, half submerged in the muddy water. The wooden structure, once sturdy enough to carry wagons and livestock, now listed precariously, its broken timbers jutting from the water like the bones of some massive creature. Riverside grasses waved gently around the wreckage, already beginning the slow process of reclaiming the man-made intrusion. "A regrettable incident," he observed, his tone one of practiced sympathy that never quite reached his eyes. "But I dare say, a man of your experience could have it operational again in no time. Such resourcefulness is what built this country after all." His words carried a hint of condescension beneath the veneer of respect. "We're working on it," Pappy said, his eyes narrowing as he set aside the nearly mended rope. He wiped his palms on his worn trousers and fixed Burke with a direct stare. "Why all the questions, mister? You ain't just passing the time of day, that much is clear." Burke smiled, a flash of white teeth that reminded Pappy of a predator. The businessman adjusted his stance, shifting his weight to one leg in a posture of casual confidence. The leather of his expensive boots creaked softly as he moved. "Merely curious, Mr. Doyle. I've always been fascinated by the ingenuity of the frontier. The way men like yourself carve opportunity from wilderness, creating order from chaos." He gestured expansively, taking in the ferry operation and the settlers beyond. "And I must confess," he added, his voice dropping to a confidential tone that invited complicity, "I've been considering a proposition." He paused, allowing his words to hang in the air like bait on a hook. Around them, the life of the camp continued. A woman called her children to supper. A dog barked at something unseen in the brush. Two men argued over the best route west from the crossing. All of these sounds seemed to fade as Burke leaned slightly closer to Pappy. "I'm interested in acquiring your ferry operation, Mr. Doyle. A fair price, of course." His eyes, the color of smoked glass, watched Pappy's reaction with keen interest, missing nothing of the older man's surprise. Pappy's eyes widened, the weathered skin around them crinkling like parchment. "Acquire my ferry? What in tarnation for?" His voice rose slightly, drawing glances from nearby settlers who quickly returned to their own business, recognizing the universal signs of a private conversation. "I see potential, Mr. Doyle," Burke said, his voice smooth as river-polished stone. He removed a silver case from his pocket, extracted a cigar, and went through the ritual of lighting it. The rich aroma of tobacco joined the medley of scents in the air. Potential for expansion, for modernization. With the increasing traffic along this route, a well-managed ferry could be quite profitable. He gestured towards the wagon train, where families prepared for another night on the trail. Children darted between wagons in improvised games, while women tended cookfires and men saw to livestock. The setting sun gilded the canvas tops of the wagons, transforming the mundane into something almost noble. And with the right connections, one could secure contracts with the freight companies, the stage lines. Burke blew a perfect smoke ring that dissolved in the breeze. This crossing could become a nexus of commerce, Mr. Doyle, not merely a point of passage. Pappy snorted, a sound of genuine amusement mixed with disdain. He picked up his rope again, fingers moving automatically through the familiar motions of mending. "This ain't no city, mister. This is the frontier." Folks here ain't interested in fancy contracts and stage lines. They want honest service at a fair price, and that's what we provide." "Perhaps not yet," Burke said, his eyes gleaming with something that might have been vision or avarice. He tapped ash from his cigar with a precise movement. "But times are changing, Mr. Doyle. The West is opening up, and with it, opportunities abound for men with foresight. The wilderness retreats before civilization's advance, and those who anticipate the change stand to profit handsomely." He leaned closer, close enough that Pappy could smell the expensive cologne that clung to his clothes, a foreign scent that seemed out of place on the rugged frontier. Burke's voice dropped to a whisper, meant for Pappy's ears alone. "And I understand there's a substantial amount of gold involved in this particular crossing." Pappy's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on Burke's face with new intensity. The old man's fingers stilled on the rope, and a tension crept into his posture. "What do you know about gold?" The question hung between them, heavy with implication. "Merely rumors," Burke said, his smile widening to reveal perfect teeth. "But rumors have a way of becoming reality, wouldn't you agree? Especially in these parts, where fortunes can be made overnight." His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, missed nothing of Pappy's reaction. He straightened up, adjusting his coat with a smooth motion. His gaze shifted to Sandy, who stood nearby at a water barrel, her eyes fixed on the conversation. She wore a simple calico dress, patched in places but clean, her hair tied back with a faded ribbon. Despite the simplicity of her attire, there was a natural grace to her movements, a quiet dignity that set her apart. "A charming young lady," Burke remarked, his voice smooth as honey. "A valuable asset to any enterprise. Beauty and intelligence combined, rare qualities anywhere, but especially so in this wilderness." His gaze lingered on her face, assessing her as one might evaluate a prized mare. Sandy, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of anger and embarrassment, turned away, her gaze fixed on the river. The water flowed endlessly southward, indifferent to the human dramas playing out on its banks. She clutched the water bucket tightly, her knuckles whitening, as she felt a shiver of unease crawl up her spine. There was something in Burke's manner, in the calculating way his eyes had moved over her, that suggested his interest in the ferry was more than just a business proposition. Rip, who had been observing the conversation from a distance while repairing a wagon wheel, approached the group. His tall frame cast a long shadow in the waning light, and his movements carried the easy confidence of a man comfortable in his own skin. His shirt, damp with honest sweat from the day's labor, clung to broad shoulders as he walked purposefully toward them. "What do you want, mister?" he asked, his voice low and steady as the river itself. His eyes, clear and direct, met Burke's without wavering. Burke turned to him, his smile unwavering, though something flickered briefly in his eyes, perhaps annoyance at the interruption, perhaps something deeper. "Merely discussing business, mister?" The question dangled, an invitation to introduce himself. "Rip," replied, his voice curt. He offered nothing more, no handshake, no pleasantries. "Mr. Rip," Burke said, his eyes twinkling with barely concealed amusement at the simplicity of the name. "A pleasure. As I was saying to Mr. Doyle, I'm interested in acquiring the ferry operation. A fair price, of course, for all involved." He gestured expansively, including not just Pappy but Sandy and Rip in his offer. "The ferry ain't for sale," Rip said, his voice flat as a prairie horizon. He moved slightly, positioning himself between Burke and Sandy, in a gesture that might have seemed casual to an untrained eye, but was deliberately protective. "Everything has a price, Mr. Rip," Burke said, his smile widening to show teeth too perfect for the frontier. "It's simply a matter of finding the right one. Every man has his breaking point, his moment of rationality, shall we say." The implication hung in the air, unspoken but clear, that Burke would find that price, by fair means or otherwise. He turned to Sandy, his eyes lingering on her face with an intensity that made her skin crawl. "A young woman of your beauty and intelligence deserves more than a life of hardship on the frontier. The endless work, the constant danger, the isolation from society's refinements. His voice dropped to a silken murmur. With the right connections, you could have a life of comfort and security. Fine dresses, proper society, all the amenities of civilization. Sandy, her cheeks flushed with indignation, met his gaze squarely, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and defiance. The fading sunlight caught the auburn highlights in her hair, turning them to fire. "I'm not interested in your connections, Mr. Burke," she said, her voice steady as a well-built wagon. "And I'm not for sale. Neither is this ferry. Some things are worth more than money." Burke chuckled, his eyes sparkling with something that might have been genuine amusement or thinly veiled contempt. "A spirited young woman," he observed, tipping his head slightly in acknowledgement. "Just as I suspected. Spirit is to be admired, Miss Sandy, but practicality often trumps idealism in the end." He turned to Pappy, his smile unwavering, though his eyes had hardened almost imperceptibly. "Think about my proposition, Mr. Doyle. It's a generous offer, one that could benefit everyone involved. A comfortable retirement for yourself, security for the young lady, opportunity for your associate." He nodded toward Rip, his tone suggesting he'd assigned the man a value and found it wanting. He tipped his hat and walked away, his movements fluid and graceful, leaving behind a trail of unease and suspicion like a snake's track in dust. The late afternoon light caught the fine material of his coat, setting him apart from the workday world of the ferry crossing. Rip watched him go, his eyes narrowed, his mind filled with questions that multiplied with each passing moment. The muscles in his jaw worked as he clenched his teeth, restraining words that would serve no purpose now. He knew instinctively that Burke was more than just a businessman, that his interest in the ferry was driven by something more complex than simple profit. There was a calculation in those eyes, a hunger that spoke of larger schemes. The river, once simply their livelihood, and a symbol of their daily struggle to survive, had become a pawn in a larger game, a game whose rules they did not fully understand. It flowed past them, indifferent to human concerns, its surface now darkening as the sun sank lower in the sky. Rip placed a protective hand on Sandy's shoulder, feeling her tension ease slightly at his touch. Together, they watched the river as twilight approached, both understanding that the threat represented by Burke threatened to shatter the fragile peace of their existence on the frontier. Chapter 12. The afternoon sun, a fiery orb in the vast expanse of the western sky, beat down upon the bustling encampment of the wagon train with unrelenting intensity. Golden light cascaded across the prairie, transforming the landscape into a sea of shimmering gold and amber. The air, thick with the scent of wood smoke, and the murmur of voices, carried the sounds of daily life on the frontier, the rhythmic pounding of tent stakes, the lowing of tired oxen, the laughter of children momentarily freed from the confines of wagon travel. Heat waves rippled above the distant horizon, where earth met sky in a hazy, indistinct line that seemed to promise both peril and possibility. A lone rider, his silhouette stark against the shimmering heat haze, approached the encampment with deliberate purpose. He moved with the measured cadence of a man accustomed to long journeys, his mount a sturdy, dust-caked roan, whose muscles rippled beneath a coat dulled by the trials of the trail. The horse's hooves kicked up small clouds of prairie dust with each step, marking their progress across the sun-baked earth in a rhythm as old as the frontier itself. He rode with an air of quiet authority, his gaze sweeping across the scene with the practiced ease of a predator assessing its territory. His eyes, the pale blue of winter ice, missed nothing, not the arrangement of the wagons, not the positions of the men, not the subtle shifting of attention as he approached. The weight of responsibility sat upon his shoulders like a physical burden, etched into every line of his weathered countenance. He wore a plain dark coat, its fabric worn but well maintained, bearing the subtle signs of countless miles and unforgiving elements. A wide-brimmed hat, shaped by rain and sun into a distinctly personal form, shaded his face from the harsh sunlight, casting his features into shadow. Beneath the brim, his eyes remained vigilant, assessing, measuring. A silver star, pinned to his chest just above his heart, glinted in the afternoon light with each rise and fall of his breath, a simple emblem that carried the weight of law in a lawless land, a symbol of his office and the burden he had chosen to bear. The rider halted his mount near the makeshift corral, where tired draft animals sought what little shade was available. His eyes fixed on the wagon master, a tall, gaunt man with skin like tanned leather and a stern expression carved by years of responsibility. The wagon master straightened as the rider approached, recognizing authority even before he registered the badge. "Marshal," the wagon master greeted, his voice respectful but cautious, the voice of a man who had learned to measure his words carefully on the frontier. He removed his hat in deference, revealing hair streaked with premature gray. "What brings you to our camp?" "Just passing through," the rider replied, his voice low and steady as a deep river current. It was a voice accustomed to command, to being heard and heeded. "Looking for a few men." The words were simple, but they carried unspoken meaning, as did most things on the frontier where survival often depended on what remained unsaid. He dismounted with the fluid grace of a man who had spent more of his life in the saddle than out of it, his movements efficient and purposeful. The leather of his saddle creaked as he swung down, a sound nearly as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. He tied his horse to a nearby post with practiced ease, his fingers working the reins into a quick-release knot that spoke of years on the trail. The roan blew out a breath, flanks heaving slightly, grateful for the momentary respite. The marshal removed his hat, revealing a face etched with the lines of experience, deep furrows across his brow, crow's feet at the corners of his eyes that spoke of squinting into countless sunsets, seeking danger on distant horizons. His hair, once black as a raven's wing, now bore streaks of silver at the temples, badges of survival in a land that claimed many before their time. His eyes held a quiet intensity, the look of a man who had seen both the best and worst that humanity had to offer and had made his peace with both. "Deserters," he said, his voice carrying a note of quiet determination that suggested these men had occupied his thoughts for many long days and sleepless nights. "A band of them turned outlaw. 6 men who abandoned their posts at Fort Kearny last spring." He paused, letting the information settle like dust after a rider's passing. "They've been operating in this territory for months now, raiding small settlements, robbing travelers, leaving little in their wake but grief." The wagon master's brow furrowed, deepening the lines carved there by sun and worry. "We haven't seen any such men," he said, his voice cautious, measuring each word. His eyes darted briefly to the gathering crowd of settlers, drawn by the marshal's arrival. "But we've heard tales of trouble. 3 days back, we passed a homestead. Family there spoke of riders in the night, supplies missing come morning." "They're cunning," the marshal said, his gaze sweeping across the encampment like a searchlight, taking in details that others might miss. A man who turned away too quickly, a woman who clutched her child closer. These aren't common bandits. They're trained soldiers who've turned their skills to darker purposes. They blend in, move fast, think ahead. They're likely among you, or have been, watching, assessing, planning." The wind shifted, bringing with it the scent of the river, muddy, primordial, indifferent to human concerns. A hawk circled overhead, its piercing cry carrying across the encampment, a reminder of nature's constant vigilance. The marshal's gaze followed the bird briefly, before returning to earth, to human concerns, to his duty. His gaze lingered on the group gathered near the riverbank, his attention drawn to one man in particular. Samuel McMasters stood slightly apart from the others, his posture betraying military bearing despite his civilian clothes. The marshal recognized the stance, the watchful eyes, the way he positioned himself with sightlines to all approaches. These were the habits of a man who had learned vigilance the hard way. "You look like a man who's seen his share of trouble," the marshal said, his voice addressing Samuel directly, cutting through the murmur of the crowd as cleanly as a well-honed blade. Samuel, his jaw tight with tension, met the marshal's gaze without flinching. The two men recognized something in each other, a shared understanding of duty, of violence, of the thin line between order and chaos that men like them were tasked with maintaining. "I've seen enough," Samuel replied, his voice curt, edged with memories he preferred to keep buried. "Military man, weren't you?" the marshal asked, his eyes narrowing as he read the signs written in Samuel's bearing, in the way he held himself, in the watchful assessment that never quite left his eyes. "Cavalry, I'd wager, by the way you stand." "Officer?" "Army of the Potomac," Samuel replied, his voice flat as the Kansas plains, offering information but no invitation for further inquiry. His hands, hanging loose at his sides, bore the calluses of recent labor but also the faint scars that spoke of a different life, one measured in battles and blood rather than miles traveled westward. "Then you know the signs," the marshal said, his gaze shifting momentarily to the wreckage of the ferry, half submerged in the muddy waters of the river. The broken timbers jutted from the water like the bones of some prehistoric beast, a reminder of the fragility of human endeavors against the forces of nature. "You know how to read the land, how to track a man by the signs he leaves behind, even when he tries to leave none. I could use your eyes, McMasters. Trained eyes see what others miss." Samuel hesitated, his gaze drifting towards Martha, who sat nearby on an upturned barrel, her eyes vacant as a windswept prairie, seeing something beyond the physical world around her. The sunlight caught in her hair, turning the gray strands to silver, illuminating a face once filled with laughter but now etched with sorrows too deep for tears. She wore her grief like a shawl, wrapped tight around shoulders that had once stood straight and proud. Samuel had turned his back on his former life, on the violence and the pursuit, seeking something quieter, something that might bring peace to Martha's troubled spirit. The weight of his rifle had been replaced by the weight of her despair, a burden he carried willingly, but one that grew no lighter with passing time. But the marshal's words, his quiet determination, stirred something within Samuel, a sense of duty that he had thought long buried beneath layers of loss and disillusionment, like an ember thought extinguished but needing only a breath to flare to life once more. "What do you want me to do?" Samuel asked, his voice low, pitched for the marshal's ears alone. His question carried reluctance but also resignation, the acknowledgement that some paths, once walked, could never truly be abandoned. "Keep your eyes open," the marshal replied, understanding the cost of what he asked, respecting the struggle visible in Samuel's weathered features. "Watch for anything out of the ordinary, men who ask too many questions or too few, who show too much interest in the ferry crossing or the cargo these wagons carry. These men are dangerous, desperate. They've killed before, and won't hesitate to do so again if cornered." He turned to the wagon master, who had been watching the exchange with the wary attention of a man responsible for dozens of lives. "I'll be moving on at first light. Can't afford to linger with their trail getting colder by the hour. If you see anything at all that raises the hair on the back of your neck, send word to Fort Laramie. They'll get a message to me." The gathered settlers shifted uneasily, murmuring among themselves. Fear traveled through the crowd like ripples across still water, transforming the encampment from a temporary home to a place of potential danger. A woman pulled her child closer. A man's hand drifted unconsciously toward the rifle propped against his wagon wheel. The marshal replaced his hat with deliberate movements, adjusting the brim with the unconscious precision of long habit. He remounted his horse, the leather of his saddle creaking beneath his weight. The roan shifted beneath him, sensing its rider's readiness to move on, to continue the endless pursuit that defined both their existences. He turned the roan towards the river, his gaze lingering on the wreckage of the ferry, assessing, calculating. The water flowed past, indifferent to human concerns, its surface dappled with the gold of late afternoon light, concealing depths that remained unknowable. "One more thing," he said, his voice carrying a note of quiet warning that silenced the murmurs of the crowd. "Keep an eye on that gambler, Burke. Fine clothes, smooth manner, eyes that miss nothing. He's been seen in the company of men who fit the description of these deserters." Could be coincidence. His expression suggested he placed little faith in coincidence. Could be something else. The silence that followed his words was profound, broken only by the distant cry of the hawk and the constant murmur of the river. The implications hung in the air like gunsmoke after a shot, invisible but undeniably present, changing everything. He spurred his horse with a gentle pressure of heels, and the roan moved off, its hooves kicking up clouds of dust that caught the slanting rays of the afternoon sun, transformed to brief halos of golden light. The marshal rode with an air of quiet purpose, a man who had made peace with solitude, with the endless pursuit of those who broke the fragile covenant of civilization. His silhouette diminished gradually, fading into the shimmering heat haze, until it seemed he might have been a mirage, a phantom conjured by the frontier's endless sky. The wagon master turned to Samuel, his expression grave, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. The welfare of every soul in the wagon train rested with him. Men, women, children, all looking to him for guidance, for protection on this perilous journey westward. A marshal, eh? And he suspects Burke. The question carried layers of meaning, of concern. Samuel nodded, his gaze fixed on the receding figure, until it disappeared completely into the heat-shimmered distance. He's right to be cautious. Burke's a smooth talker with manners too fine for the frontier, but there's something about him. He left the thought unfinished, giving voice to the unease that had troubled him since the gambler's arrival. "Something that don't sit right," the wagon master finished, his voice grim as a winter sky. "Like a stone in your boot you can't quite reach. I've seen his kind before, McMasters. Men with plans behind their smiles, with secrets dark as a prairie night." The arrival of the marshal cast a long shadow over the encampment, a sense of unease that permeated the air like the scent before a storm. The travelers, their eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, whispered among themselves, their voices hushed as if speaking too loudly might conjure the very danger they feared. The threat of outlaws, of deserters turned killers, hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the dangers that lurked on the frontier, dangers not written on any map but present nonetheless, as real as the ground beneath their feet. Sandy, her gaze fixed on the receding figure of the marshal until he disappeared completely, felt a shiver of unease despite the warmth of the afternoon. The sun's rays caught in her hair, illuminating strands of gold among the brown, but brought no warmth to her troubled spirit. She had sensed the tension between Samuel and the marshal, the unspoken connection between two men who had seen the darker side of life, who understood violence and its consequences in ways she could only imagine. She watched as Samuel turned to Martha, his expression a complex mixture of concern and determination, of a man torn between conflicting duties. Martha seemed unaware of the drama unfolding around her, lost in her private world of grief, her hands moving restlessly in her lap, as if searching for something forever beyond her reach. Sandy knew, with a certainty that settled in her heart like a stone, that the marshal's visit had stirred something within Samuel, a sense of duty, of purpose, that threatened to draw him back into the world he had tried to leave behind. She saw it in the straightening of his shoulders, in the renewed alertness of his gaze, in the way his hand unconsciously drifted to where a holstered weapon might once have rested. The river flowed past, constant, eternal, indifferent to human concerns. Its surface caught the light in ever-changing patterns, concealing depths that could claim a life in moments. Once a symbol of their journey westward, of the promise of new beginnings beyond its far bank, it had become a focal point for a different kind of journey, a pursuit of justice or perhaps vengeance that threatened to shatter the fragile peace of their newfound existence. Sandy wrapped her shawl tighter around her shoulders despite the heat, feeling suddenly vulnerable beneath the vast prairie sky. The encampment, once a place of community and shared purpose, now felt exposed, its people like pieces on a game board whose rules they did not fully understand. She looked toward the distant horizon where the marshal had disappeared, then back to the ruined ferry, and finally to Burke's tent where the gambler sat in the shade, seemingly untroubled by the day's events. The sun continued its arc across the western sky, indifferent to human concerns, casting long shadows that stretched across the land like reaching fingers. In a few hours, it would sink below the horizon, bringing the brief grace of coolness and the velvet darkness of the prairie night. But for now, it illuminated the scene with unforgiving clarity. The wagon train, the river, the people caught between dangers seen and unseen, all moving toward a future as uncertain as the shifting waters of the river itself. Chapter 13. The moon, a sliver of silver in the inky sky, cast long, distorted shadows across the riverbank, transforming the familiar landscape into something alien and foreboding. Its pale light touched the surface of the water, creating a ribbon of ghostly luminescence that snaked through the darkness. The wagon train, a sprawling collection of canvas and wood, lay silent as a graveyard, the inhabitants wrapped in the deep embrace of exhausted sleep. Only the occasional crackling of the dying campfire's embers and the soft, eternal murmur of the river broke the preternatural stillness of the night. The vast prairie stretched outward into darkness, its daytime vastness now compressed into a close, intimate blackness that seemed to press against the boundaries of the camp. The night wind whispered through the tall grass, creating undulating waves that resembled the movement of spectral creatures in the dim moonlight. Stars punctured the velvet canopy overhead, cold and distant witnesses to the human drama unfolding below. Rip, his senses honed by years of living on the unforgiving frontier, moved with a quiet precision along the perimeter of the encampment. Each step was deliberate, testing the ground before committing his weight, avoiding twigs and loose stones that might betray his presence. His lean form blended with the shadows, becoming one with the night. His eyes, accustomed to the darkness like those of a wolf, scanned the surrounding landscape with practiced vigilance, searching for any sign of movement that did not belong to the night. He carried his rifle with the easy familiarity of a man who considered the weapon an extension of himself. Its cold steel, gleaming faintly in the moonlight, provided a comfort in the stillness of the night that no words of reassurance could match. The wooden stock, worn smooth by years of handling, fit against his shoulder like it had been crafted specifically for him. His finger rested lightly beside the trigger, ready but disciplined. The air, cool and damp with the approach of dawn still hours away, carried the scent of wet earth and river silt, the distinctive aroma of wild sage, and the lingering smoke from the day's fires. Rip breathed deeply, reading the night air as clearly as others might read a printed page. A subtle shift in the wind, almost imperceptible to one less attuned to nature's language, brought a new scent, human, foreign, carrying the faint trace of bear grease and paint. A faint rustling of leaves in the nearby trees, too deliberate to be the wind, too rhythmic to be an animal, caught his attention. He paused mid-stride, becoming as still as the ancient cottonwoods that lined the riverbank. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, fixed on the dense thicket that bordered the riverbank where the shadows seemed deeper, more purposeful somehow. The sudden silence of the night creatures, the abrupt cessation of cricket song, the absence of the bullfrog's rhythmic croaking, confirmed his suspicions. Nature recognized danger before man, and now the night had fallen into an unnatural quietude that made the hair on the back of Rip's neck rise in primitive warning. Cody, his face transformed by streaks of red and black war paint that emphasized the sharp angles of his features and masked his humanity, moved with a silent grace through the shadows. The moonlight caught the planes of his face in stark relief, revealing eyes cold with purpose. No longer the amiable scout, he had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming something primal and dangerous, a predator stalking his prey. He led a small band of Pawnee warriors, their bodies similarly painted in patterns of spiritual significance, adorned with feathers and talismans that spoke of power and protection. Their eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, reflecting the minimal light with an almost animal luminescence. They moved with a stealth born of generations hunting across these plains, their moccasined feet pressing so lightly upon the earth that they seemed to float above it rather than touch it. Each warrior carried weapons, bows of seasoned ash, quivers filled with arrows fletched with eagle feathers, war clubs studded with metal and stone, knives of traded steel, tools of a deadly trade they had mastered through bitter necessity. They approached the encampment with practiced ease, their movements as fluid and coordinated as wolves circling a wounded buffalo. These were not novices, but skilled warriors, masters of the night hunt, their senses sharpened by years of survival in a harsh and unforgiving land. They communicated with subtle hand gestures, facial expressions, and occasional sounds so soft they might have been mistaken for the night breeze stirring dried leaves. The moon slipped behind a bank of clouds, plunging the landscape into deeper darkness. In that moment of increased concealment, the warriors advanced closer, using every shadow, every fold of land to mask their approach. Their breathing was measured, controlled, their heartbeats steady despite the imminence of combat. A lone owl hooted in the distance, its call too perfectly timed, too deliberately placed to be coincidence. It was a signal, a prelude to the violence that was about to erupt, a final communication before the stillness of the night would be shattered forever. Cody raised his hand, his fingers forming a silent command that needed no interpretation. The Pawnee warriors responded immediately, fanning out with practiced precision, their bows drawn back with sinews that creaked softly, their arrows poised to deliver swift death. For a heartbeat, time seemed suspended. The night held its breath, the universe paused on the cusp of chaos. Then the first arrow, a silent messenger of death crafted with deadly purpose, arced through the darkness. It flew with unerring accuracy, striking the canvas of a nearby wagon with a sound like the sharp rip of fabric. That simple sound, so incongruous in the night's stillness, was the harbinger of the storm about to break. The encampment erupted into chaos, as sudden and violent as a summer thunderstorm. Men, roused from their sleep by that first alarming sound, grabbed their rifles with hands still clumsy with interrupted dreams. Their voices rose in a discordant chorus of fear and confusion, shouting questions that went unanswered, warnings that came too late. Women, maternal instinct overriding fear, clutched their children to their breasts, huddling in the meager shelter of wagons and makeshift tents, their eyes wide with terror that transcended language. The night filled with the whir of arrows, the sharp reports of hastily fired rifles, the thud of projectiles finding targets both living and inanimate. Shadows moved against shadows, the attackers and defenders becoming indistinguishable in the chaos of night combat. Samuel McMasters, his military instincts kicking in with the efficiency of a well-maintained clockwork, moved with swift precision through the confusion. The soldier in him, never truly dormant despite years of civilian life, emerged fully formed in the crucible of danger. He grabbed his rifle, checking the load with hands that performed the task from muscle memory, requiring no conscious thought. His movements were precise and deliberate, wasting no energy, focused entirely on the business of survival. "Form a line," he barked, his voice cutting through the confusion with the authority of a battlefield commander. "Get the women and children to the center. Riley Thomas, take the left flank." His orders, clear and specific, provided anchor points in the chaos, giving direction to the panicked travelers who recognized the voice of experience and responded instinctively to its command. Pappy Doyle, his old bones creaking in protest at the sudden demand for action, nevertheless moved with a surprising agility born of adrenaline and fierce determination. The years fell away from him in that moment of crisis, revealing the tough, resilient fighter that had always existed beneath the facade of age. He grabbed his rifle, checking the load with hands gnarled but steady, his eyes gleaming with the light of battle, a light that age might dim but never extinguish. "Been in tighter spots than this," he muttered to himself as he took position behind a wagon wheel, using it for cover. His voice, though meant for his ears alone, carried a confidence that steadied a young man crouching nearby, pale with fear. "Steady, boy," Pappy added, nodding to the youth. "Aim low in this light. And breathe." The Pawnee warriors, committed now to their attack, rained arrows down upon the encampment with deadly efficiency. The air filled with the sharp twang of bowstrings releasing, and the solid thud of arrows striking wood, canvas, and occasionally, horrifyingly, flesh. Their war cries, primal and blood-chilling, added to the confusion, designed to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. The night became a tapestry of sound and shadow, of muzzle flashes briefly illuminating terrified or determined faces, of cries of pain and shouts of defiance. The smell of gunpowder joined the night's aromatic palate, acrid and sharp, a scent of civilization's violence added to nature's gentler offerings. Rip, positioned on the camp's edge when the attack began, found himself separated from the main group. Rather than retreat, he used his isolation to advantage, becoming a lone hunter in the darkness. His rifle raised, its familiar weight an extension of his will, he moved along the perimeter with the stealth of a mountain lion. His eyes, adapted to darkness, searched for targets with predatory intensity. He spotted movement, too coordinated, too purposeful to be a panicked settler. He aimed with the calm precision of a man for whom time had slowed, for whom the chaos of battle had distilled into this single moment, this single action. He squeezed the trigger, the rifle bucking against his shoulder, the report momentarily deafening him to all other sounds. A Pawnee warrior cried out, the sound startlingly human despite the paint that transformed his features, his body slumping to the ground with the terrible finality of death. Rip felt no triumph, no satisfaction, only the grim acknowledgement that it had been the warrior or the sleeping child in the wagon behind him. He moved on immediately, working the lever action to chamber another round, finding his next position, becoming again the hunter in the night. The attack swept across the camp like a prairie fire, consuming everything in its path with the same implacable hunger. The Pawnee warriors, their faces rendered inhuman by the paint that adorned them, their eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity born of generations of conflict, moved with a relentless ferocity. They were not mindless attackers, but skilled combatants executing a carefully planned assault, using the darkness and surprise to maximum advantage. Samuel, his voice growing hoarse from shouting commands, directed the defense with the authority of a man who had faced death before and found it could be held at bay through discipline and courage. He moved among the travelers, his rifle firing with measured precision, each shot deliberate and purposeful. His presence was a beacon in the chaos, his calm competence offering hope where despair might otherwise have taken root. "Hold the line," he shouted, his voice carrying above the din of battle. "They're trying to break through on the right." He fired again, the muzzle flash momentarily illuminating his face, set, determined, alive with the terrible clarity that comes only in moments of extreme danger. "Jenkins, shore up that gap." Pappy, defying the limitations of age with sheer willpower, moved with surprising speed from position to position. He fired his rifle with a deadly accuracy born of a lifetime on the frontier, where a missed shot might once have meant starvation or death. His aim remained steady, his shots finding their mark with unerring precision. Between firing, he moved among the terrified travelers, his weathered face and calm demeanor a reassurance more powerful than words. "Steady now," he told a young man fumbling to reload his rifle with shaking hands. "Just like shooting game. Take your time, make it count." His voice, rough but kind, steadied the young man's nerves, allowing him to complete the reload and rejoin the defense. Rip, still separated from the main group, had become a ghost in the darkness, a deadly phantom moving along the perimeter. His rifle spoke intermittently, each shot carefully chosen, each target deliberately selected. He moved constantly, never firing twice from the same position, using every scrap of cover the landscape offered. His isolation was both vulnerability and strength. He had no support if cornered, but his independent movement confused and disrupted the attackers' plans. The Pawnee warriors, initially expecting an easy victory over sleeping travelers, found instead an organized resistance. Yet they pressed their advantage with the determination of men committed to their course. They moved with coordinated precision, their attacks probing for weaknesses in the hastily established defenses, their arrows finding gaps in the protective circle the travelers had formed. The battle raged on, a chaotic dance of death and survival playing out beneath the indifferent stars. Time lost meaning, compressed into a series of desperate moments, each potentially the last for someone in that beleaguered circle. The air grew thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, the metallic tang of blood, and the primal smell of fear. The sharp twang of bowstrings and the deeper report of rifles created a discordant symphony of violence that echoed across the river valley. Women loaded rifles for their men, children carried water to parched defenders, the elderly offered what support they could, passing ammunition, binding wounds, or simply providing the encouragement of their indomitable spirit. The wagon train had become a fortress, its people unified by the stark reality of survival. The river flowed past, dark and implacable, indifferent to the human struggle playing out along its banks. Its soft murmur continued beneath the sounds of battle, a reminder of nature's constancy in the face of man's transient conflicts. The water reflected occasional muzzle flashes, brief, bright stars that appeared and vanished in its obsidian surface. What had once been a symbol of peace and promise, the river that would lead them to new lands, new beginnings, had become a battleground, its banks soaked with blood both red and white. The night, traditionally a time of rest and recovery from the day's journey, had transformed into a time of terror when the darkness held danger more immediate than any nightmare. And still the battle raged on, neither side willing to concede, both fighting with the desperate knowledge that defeat meant annihilation. The moon continued its arc across the sky, impassive witness to the age-old story playing out beneath its silver light, the story of territory and survival, of conflict and courage, of the unending struggle that defined life on the frontier. Chapter 14. The first streaks of dawn, pale and hesitant, pierced the smoke-filled air, revealing the grim aftermath of the night's raid. Fingers of amber and rose light crept across the eastern horizon, illuminating the devastation in stark relief against the retreating shadows. The wagon train, once a bustling encampment filled with the sounds of laughter, conversation, and the mundane rhythms of frontier life, lay in disarray, its canvas covers torn and flapping like wounded birds in the morning breeze, its wagons scarred by arrows and bullet holes. Splintered wood, scattered belongings, and the occasional dark stain of blood marked the violence that had swept through during the night hours. The air, thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the lingering smoke of dying campfires, carried the mournful cries of the wounded. These sounds, half human, half animal in their rawness, punctuated the eerie quiet that had settled over the camp, a stark contrast to the chaotic cacophony of the previous night's attack. Somewhere in the distance, a horse whinnied nervously, the sound echoing across the trampled grass. Samuel McMasters, his face grim and weathered like the surrounding landscape, surveyed the scene through bloodshot eyes that had witnessed too much death over his lifetime. Deep creases framed his mouth, and etched lines across his forehead as he methodically scanned the faces of the survivors, mentally counting those present and noting those missing. His shoulders, usually squared with confidence, sagged slightly beneath the weight of responsibility, though he maintained the rigid posture of a man accustomed to hardship. The pistol at his hip, worn smooth from years of handling, remained within easy reach, his fingertips occasionally brushing its grip in unconscious vigilance. Pappy Doyle, his old bones aching with every movement, limped among the wounded, his joints protesting after a night spent in frantic motion. His gnarled hands, steady despite their arthritis, moved with practiced efficiency as he offered words of comfort and tended to injuries. The years had bent his spine, but not his spirit, and beneath his silver-streaked beard, his face remained animated with compassion as he whispered encouragement to a young boy whose arm had been grazed by a stray bullet. From his battered medical bag, he extracted bandages and homemade tinctures, the familiar scent of witch hazel and alcohol mixing with the more ominous smells of the morning. Sandy, her face pale but resolute beneath a loose strand of honey-brown hair that had escaped her normally tidy bun, moved among the travelers with quiet purpose. Her skirts, once a cheerful blue, were now stained with dust and blood, testament to the night's work. Yet she carried herself with unwavering dignity, offering water from a dented tin cup and fresh bandages from her rapidly diminishing supply. Her slender fingers worked quickly, efficiently, betraying none of the exhaustion that shadowed her eyes filled with a quiet determination that seemed at odds with her youth. Each person she attended received not only physical care, but a moment of human connection, a gentle touch or word that carried meaning beyond medicine. Rip, his face streaked with dirt and grime like war paint across his angular features, emerged from the shadows at the perimeter of the camp. His buckskin jacket, worn to a buttery softness over years of use, bore fresh tears from the night's encounter, and a thin line of dried blood traced the path of a near miss across his left cheekbone. With the fluid grace of a mountain lion, he moved through the camp, his rifle slung across his back, its stock polished smooth from years of handling. Through the long hours of darkness, he had been a phantom among the trees and rocks surrounding the camp, his movements silent and deadly, his marksmanship unerring. More than one Pawnee warrior had fallen to his careful aim, their war cries silenced mid-utterance. His presence had been a bulwark against the onslaught, a human shield that had likely saved dozens of lives. As the light grew stronger, painting the landscape in hues of gold and casting long shadows across the trampled grass, a chilling realization settled over the survivors like morning frost. Harlan Burke, with his booming laugh and easy promises, was gone. His wagon, his team of matched bay horses, his belongings, his very presence had vanished from the circle, leaving behind only an empty space and a lingering sense of betrayal that seemed to poison the very air they breathed. The spot where his wagon had stood the night before remained marked only by the impression of wheels in the soft earth and the cold ashes of his campfire. Samuel, his jaw tight enough to crack walnuts, surveyed the empty space where Burke's wagon had stood with the careful scrutiny of a man who had learned to read the land like others read books. "He's gone," he declared, his voice hard as flint striking steel, the words dropping into the morning air like stones into still water. "He took advantage of the chaos." The final word was spat rather than spoken, carrying with it all the contempt a man like Samuel McMasters could muster, which was considerable. Martha, Samuel's wife of 20 years, sat on a nearby crate, her normally animated face blank and unresponsive. The night's violence had reopened old wounds in her spirit, summoning ghosts from another raid years earlier when she had lost her first husband and infant son to a similar attack. Her eyes, usually bright with intelligence and humor, stared vacantly at some middle distance, seeing not the camp around her, but horrors from long ago. Occasionally, her lips moved in silent conversation with memories only she could access. Samuel's gaze drifted to her repeatedly, each glance carrying the weight of worry and a husband's helpless concern. A thorough search of the surrounding area, conducted by Rip and two younger men, whose enthusiasm partially compensated for their inexperience, revealed the bitter truth. Burke had not only fled during the height of the attack when all attention was focused on survival, but he had also taken Samuel's hidden cache of gold, $20,000 in double eagles and assay bars, the reason for their separation from the main wagon train weeks earlier. The tracks, clear and distinct in the soft earth dampened by evening dew, led away from the encampment, heading north towards the rugged terrain that bordered the Platte River. The hoofprints of Burke's team showed they had been pushed hard, the depth and spacing indicating a reckless pace through the darkness. "He planned this," Pappy rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering across stone as he joined Samuel by the empty space. He leaned heavily on his walking stick, a piece of hickory he had carried since before the Mexican War. His eyes, still sharp beneath bushy white brows, narrowed as he studied the ground. He used the Pawnee attack as cover, a distraction while he made his escape. The old man spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust, narrowly missing his own boot. Never did trust a man who smiles that much. A sense of betrayal settled over the group, a bitter taste more pungent than Pappy's coffee that had sustained them through the night. It mingled with the lingering fear of the raid, creating a potent brew of anger and disillusionment. Burke's smooth words, his charming demeanor and ready laughter, had masked a dark intent, a ruthless pursuit of wealth that had led him to betray those who had trusted him with their lives and livelihoods. Even Sandy, who generally saw the best in everyone, had her mouth set in a hard line as she wrung out a blood-stained cloth into a bucket of pink-tinged water. The marshal, Jeremiah Blackwood, alerted to the situation by a breathless young boy sent from the camp at first light, arrived at the encampment as the sun cleared the eastern hills. His face, tanned and lined from years under western skies, was set in grim determination as he dismounted from his rangy sorrel gelding. Tall and spare as a rail fence, with shoulders broad enough to suggest uncommon strength despite his 50-odd years, Blackwood commanded respect without demanding it. He surveyed the scene with the methodical eye of a man who had investigated dozens of similar situations, his gaze missing nothing as he scanned the tracks, the empty space, the exhausted survivors. "He's joined up with those deserters," he declared after examining the trail signs, his voice hard-edged as a new-honed knife. The deserters, a band of former Union soldiers who had abandoned their posts and turned to banditry, had been plaguing the territory for months, striking isolated homesteads and smaller wagon trains before disappearing into the labyrinthine canyons that riddled the region. The tracks lead straight to their hideout in the mountains. He pulled thoughtfully at his salt and pepper mustache, calculating distances and times with the precision of a mathematics professor. He turned to Samuel, his eyes, the pale blue of winter ice, filled with a quiet intensity that spoke of a personal stake in the matter. "I'm forming a posse," he said, the words simple but weighted with implication. "We're going after him." Left unspoken was their shared knowledge that Burke would not be taken alive if he had indeed joined forces with the deserters, men with nothing to lose and gallows awaiting them should they be captured. Samuel hesitated, torn between conflicting responsibilities. His gaze shifted to Martha, who sat nearby, oblivious to the conversation, her mind still lost in the tangled thickets of trauma. Since leaving Missouri, he had turned his back on his former life as a lawman, on the pursuit of justice that had once defined him, focusing instead on building a new existence for himself and Martha in the Oregon Territory. But the marshal's words, his quiet determination, stirred something within Samuel, a sense of duty that lay dormant but not dead, a calling that he could not ignore despite his best intentions. "I'll go," he said finally, his voice low and rough with resignation. "I know the terrain better than most. I can help track him through those canyons." He had hunted in that area the previous autumn, learning its secrets as only a man with his background could. Rip stepped forward from where he had been listening silently, his tall frame casting a long shadow in the strengthening sunlight. His eyes, dark and unreadable as obsidian, fixed on the marshal with an intensity that few men could meet without flinching. "I'll go too," he said, his voice steady and calm, belying the dangerous skill set he possessed. "I know the trails the Pawnee used through those mountains, places no white man has mapped." His heritage, half Cherokee, half Irish, had given him access to knowledge that would prove invaluable in the coming pursuit. The marshal nodded, accepting both offers with a quick, efficient dip of his chin. His gaze shifted to Sandy, who stood nearby, having paused in her ministrations to listen. "It's a dangerous pursuit," he warned, his tone softening slightly in acknowledgement of her concern. "Are you sure you want to leave her here?" The question was directed at Samuel, but acknowledged Sandy's status as part of Samuel's makeshift family. "She'll be safe with Pappy," Samuel replied, his confidence in the old man's abilities absolute despite his advanced years. His gaze lingered on Sandy, taking in her exhausted but resolute posture. And she's made of strong stuff, tougher than rawhide in January. The pride in his voice was unmistakable, father-like, despite their lack of blood connection. Sandy, her eyes filled with a complex mixture of fear, pride, and determination, met her adopted father's gaze unflinchingly. Her hands, raw from hours of washing wounds, twisted in her apron, but her voice remained steady. "Be careful, Papa," she said, the familial term slipping out naturally despite their relatively recent association. A slight tremor in her voice betrayed her concern. "And bring back that gold. We'll need it to rebuild." Practical even in emotional moments, she added, "I'll look after Martha while you're gone." The promise carried weight, an assurance that Samuel could focus on the task ahead without divided attention. The posse, eventually numbering 7 determined men, drawn from the wagon train and nearby homesteads, gathered their horses at the eastern edge of the camp. Their faces were grim, their eyes fixed on the trail that led into the rugged terrain with a single-minded focus that spoke volumes about the frontier code of justice. They were a motley crew: a former lawman, a half-Cherokee scout, a grizzled trapper with a pronounced limp, twin brothers who farmed near the trading post, a former cavalry sergeant with a spectacular mustache, and the marshal himself, united by a common purpose and a shared desire to bring a traitor to justice. Each man checked his weapons and supplies with meticulous care, knowing that oversight could mean death in the unforgiving landscape they were about to enter. Rip, his movements fluid and efficient as flowing water, checked his Sharps rifle with practiced hands, his long fingers moving over the weapon with lover-like familiarity. As he worked, his eyes continuously scanned the surrounding landscape, missing nothing, not the hawk circling high overhead, nor the subtle movement of a jackrabbit in the distant brush. The habit, ingrained through years of survival in hostile territory, was as natural to him as breathing. He knew, perhaps better than anyone in the group, that the pursuit would be fraught with danger, that Burke and his band of deserters would not surrender easily, that blood would likely be spilled before justice was served. The marshal, his face etched with determination as if carved from seasoned hickory, swung into the saddle of his sorrel with the ease of a man half his age. The leather creaked beneath his weight as he settled, adjusting his hat to shade his eyes from the strengthening sun. His gaze fixed on the trail ahead, a ribbon of disturbed earth leading towards the distant mountains that shimmered in the morning heat. "Let's ride," he declared, his voice hard with purpose and promise. With a gentle pressure of his knees, he urged his mount forward, assuming his natural position at the head of the group. The posse moved out in single file, their horses kicking up clouds of dust that hung in the still morning air like ghostly reminders of their passing. Their figures gradually diminished in size, becoming small dark shapes against the vast landscape, before finally fading into the shimmering heat haze that distorted the boundary between earth and sky. Sandy watched them go from the edge of the camp, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear for their safety and hope for their success. Beside her, Pappy stood in silent solidarity, his gnarled hand resting lightly on her shoulder in wordless comfort. The river, visible as a silver ribbon in the middle distance, had once been merely a landmark on their journey westward, a natural feature to be crossed and left behind. Now it had become a dividing line, a boundary between safety and danger, between the familiar world of the wagon train and the unknown wilderness that had swallowed Burke and now called to those who pursued him. The pursuit of Burke and the stolen gold had taken them into uncharted territory, a place where the lines between justice and vengeance blurred like watercolors on wet paper, and where the shadows held danger and death in equal measure. As Sandy turned back to the wounded waiting for her care, she carried with her the image of Samuel and Rip disappearing into that uncertain distance, and offered a silent prayer to whatever powers might listen for their safe return. Chapter 15. The sun beat down mercilessly from a sky bleached to a pale, relentless blue, baking the rugged terrain as the posse followed the winding trail north. No cloud offered respite from the punishing heat, that seemed to press down upon man and beast alike with physical weight. The air, thick with the scent of sagebrush, juniper, and dry earth, shimmered in waves that rose from the sun-scorched ground, distorting the distant landscape into wavering mirages that teased with false promises of water and shade. Dust devils spiraled upward in the distance, dancing briefly across the barren plains before dissipating into nothingness. The horses, their flanks lathered with sweat that traced foamy patterns down their heaving sides, strained against the steep inclines that rose before them like nature's fortifications. Their nostrils flared wide, drinking in the parched air as they labored forward, hooves kicking up clouds of fine alkaline dust that clung to men's clothing and infiltrated every crease of skin. The animals' eyes rolled with effort and discomfort, yet they pushed onward, sensing perhaps the urgency that drove their riders. The marshal, Jeremiah Blackwood, his weathered face grim beneath the brim of his dust-covered hat, led the way with the unerring instinct of a man who had spent decades reading the subtle language of the wilderness. His eyes, narrowed against both sun and concentration, remained fixed on the tracks that snaked through the rocky terrain, here a displaced stone, there a broken twig, each sign speaking volumes to his experienced gaze. His buckskin vest had darkened with sweat across his broad shoulders, and his right hand never strayed far from the well-worn grip of his Colt. Samuel McMasters, riding tall and straight despite the grueling conditions, maintained position beside the marshal. His military training was evident in his ramrod posture and the methodical way his gaze swept the landscape in continuing arcs, alert for any sign of ambush from the high ridgelines that crowned the horizon. Years of cavalry service had ingrained in him a perpetual vigilance that no amount of civilian life could erase. The muscles in his jaw worked silently beneath his 3-day stubble as his mind calculated distances, potential cover positions, and tactical advantages with the precision of a seasoned campaigner. "Burke knows this country," Samuel remarked quietly, his voice rough from dust and thirst. "He's been planning this for months, I'd wager. All those questions about the territory, the maps he was always studying, he wasn't just making conversation." The marshal nodded grimly. "A careful man, you're Mr. Burke. Too careful for his own good. Men that calculating always leave something out of their equations, usually the human element." Rip, his buckskin-clad form seeming almost an extension of the wilderness itself, followed close behind them. His dark eyes, overshadowed by the wide brim of his battered hat, remained fixed on the subtle signs that marked the trail with an intensity that missed nothing. Where the marshal saw clear tracks, Rip read an entire narrative. The hesitation at a fork in the trail, the increased pace after crossing a ridge, the brief stop where Burke had dismounted, perhaps to consult a map or relieve himself. Years of living between two worlds, the white man's settlements and the vast wilderness that had been his mother's people's domain, had honed his tracking skills to an almost supernatural level of perception. The twin brothers, Elias and Ezra Thornton, rode side by side, their matching red beards and sturdy frames making them appear as mirror images despite Elias's missing ear, lost to a Comanche arrow years before. They spoke little, communicating with the abbreviated gestures and knowing glances of men who had shared a womb and every subsequent day of their 40-odd years. Their weathered faces bore identical expressions of grim determination beneath the wide brims of their battered hats. Behind them rode Silas Morgan, the former cavalry sergeant whose magnificent mustache curved downward at the ends like a disapproving punctuation mark. His military bearing rivaled Samuel's, though his shoulders now carried the subtle stoop of a man who had spent the last 5 years bent over a plow rather than a saddle. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, constantly scanned the horizon with the instinctive wariness of a man who had survived 3 major battles and countless skirmishes. Bringing up the rear was Tobias Fletcher, the grizzled trapper whose pronounced limp did nothing to diminish his endurance. His face, a topographical map of wrinkles and scars beneath a wild tangle of gray-streaked hair, remained impassive despite the punishing heat. Years of solitary existence in the mountains had taught him to endure discomfort without complaint. The ancient Hawken rifle resting across his saddle had harvested more game, and defended against more threats than most men encountered in a lifetime. The tracks, clear and distinct in the powdery soil, led them through a maze of canyons and rocky outcrops, twisting and turning like the path of a wounded serpent. Each hoofprint, each displaced stone, each broken branch stood as a testament to Burke's hurried escape, a man running not just from justice but toward a new identity purchased with stolen gold. The posse moved with a steady, relentless pace, their determination fueled by a shared sense of purpose that transcended personal comfort or safety. "He's pushing hard," the marshal observed, as they paused briefly to rest the horses in a narrow strip of shade cast by a towering rock formation. He removed his hat, revealing a band of pale skin against his sun-darkened forehead, and wiped away the sweat with a faded bandana. "Trying to put as much distance between us and him as possible." He studied the tracks with narrowed eyes, noting the deeper impression of hooves that spoke of increased speed. "He's riding that bay mare into the ground," Rip observed quietly, crouching to examine a hoofprint more closely. His fingertips brushed the edge of the impression, feeling the crumbling edge. "She's favoring her right foreleg now. He'll have to change mounts soon, or she'll founder." "He knows we're coming," Samuel replied, his voice hard as the surrounding stone as he scanned the ridgeline above them. The muscles in his forearm tensed involuntarily, sensing the vulnerability of their position. "He won't make it easy. Burke's the type who'd rather see us dead than face what he's done." Samuel's thoughts drifted briefly to Martha's vacant eyes and the wounded travelers left behind at the camp, and his resolve hardened further. A man like that, who'd use an Indian attack as cover for theft, he's capable of anything. Rip, his eyes still fixed on the ground, straightened suddenly and moved with fluid grace to a nearby rock outcropping. He crouched, his fingertips tracing a faint mark on the sun-warmed stone, a scrape of metal on rock, barely visible to most eyes but as clear as a shout to his trained gaze. "He's joined up with others," he said, his voice quiet but carrying clearly in the still air. "More horses, more men. At least 6, maybe more." His hand indicated subtle variations in the tracks, different patterns, different weights, different ways of sitting a horse. The marshal nodded, his gaze narrowing as he studied the convergence of trails. His thumb absently stroked the worn grip of his revolver, a habitual gesture that spoke of years spent enforcing the law in a land where justice often came from the barrel of a gun. "The deserters," he declared, confirmation rather than speculation. "They've joined forces just as we suspected." A muscle twitched in his leathery cheek. "Makes sense. Burke needs protection, and they need the gold he's carrying to finance their escape to Mexico." "Desperate men," Tobias Fletcher observed from where he sat attending to his horse's fetlock, his voice gravelly from years of tobacco and solitude. "Nothing more dangerous than a cornered rat with a gun." The old trapper spat a stream of amber tobacco juice that landed with precise accuracy on a nearby scorpion, drowning the creature in its toxicity. "Especially when they's already wanted for killin'." Silas Morgan nodded grimly, his cavalryman's eyes assessing the tactical implications. "If they've holed up in the old mining camp in Cedar Canyon like Marshall says, they've got high ground, cover, and likely a water source." He twisted his impressive mustache thoughtfully. "Not a position I'd choose to assault with 7 men. 8 men took Donner's Ridge from 30 Confederates in '63, Samuel replied, the memory of that bloody day evident in his eyes. "It's not the numbers, it's the men." His gaze met the former sergeant's, a silent acknowledgement passing between veterans who had seen how quickly the odds could shift in the chaos of battle. The trail led them onward, descending into a narrow canyon that seemed to have been cleaved from the living rock by some ancient, unimaginable force. The walls rose steeply on either side, striated with bands of red ochre and pale cream that told the geological story of millions of years compressed into visible layers. The towering ramparts cast long shadows that stretched across the rocky floor, offering momentary relief from the sun's assault. The air grew noticeably cooler in this stone corridor, heavy with the scent of dampness that spoke of hidden springs somewhere in the depths of the rock. The silence of the place was profound, broken only by the rhythmic clatter of the horses' hooves, the occasional jingle of tack, and the soft creak of saddle leather. Elias Thornton shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting from one high wall to another. "Perfect spot for an ambush," he muttered to his twin, who nodded in silent agreement. The brothers unconsciously moved their horses closer together, a defensive formation developed through years of frontier life. Their hands drifted toward their rifles, ready to defend against threats that might materialize from the numerous crevices and ledges that pockmarked the canyon walls. "They've passed through here," Rip observed, his keen eyes noting subtle signs invisible to the others. "But they didn't stop. They know this place too well to linger." There was something in his tone, a subtle tension, a wariness that went beyond the obvious dangers of their situation. His connection to the land ran deep, informed by both his Cherokee heritage and years of wandering these territories. Some places held memories, spirits, energies that did not welcome human intrusion, and this canyon carried the weight of ancient events that resonated in his bones. As they rounded a final bend, the canyon suddenly opened into a wider valley, sheltered on three sides by towering cliffs that rose like cathedral spires against the azure sky. The transition from confinement to relative openness was startling, momentarily disorienting after the close quarters of the canyon. The valley floor, relatively flat compared to the surrounding terrain, was dotted with sage, scrub oak, and the occasional juniper twisted into fantastic shapes by centuries of wind and weather. What sent a collective chill through the posse, however, was the cluster of crude shacks nestled against the base of the towering cliff at the valley's northern end. The structures, built from a haphazard collection of weathered boards, adobe bricks, and native stone, stood as a testament to human determination in this inhospitable landscape. A small corral, adjacent to the largest building, contained several horses, confirming Rip's assessment of their numbers. Thin wisps of smoke rose from a stone chimney, curling lazily in the still air, confirmation that their quarry awaited them. "There it is," the marshal declared, his voice hard with the certainty of a man who had found precisely what he expected. "The old Silver Creek mining camp. Abandoned after the vein played out in '58. Perfect hideout for men who don't want to be found." His eyes narrowed as he assessed the tactical situation, noting potential firing positions, cover, and the general layout of the camp. "And they're waiting for us." The posse halted at the marshal's signal, drawing their horses into a rough semicircle behind the cover of a large boulder that had at some point in the distant past broken free from the canyon wall and rolled to its current position. The animals shifted nervously, sensing the tension in their riders, their ears flicking back and forth as if searching for danger on the hot, still air. A bead of sweat traced a path down Samuel's temple, carrying a streak of dust with it before disappearing into his collar. The deserters, a motley crew of hardened men whose faces bore the unmistakable stamp of violence and desperation, emerged from the shacks at the sound of approaching hooves. Their movements carried the fluid efficiency of men accustomed to combat, each taking up a position that offered both cover and a clear field of fire. Their rifles, a mix of military-issue Springfield carbines and civilian long guns, were raised and ready, their faces set in expressions ranging from grim determination to almost eager anticipation. These were men who had already crossed the threshold between law and lawlessness, between civilization and savagery, and had little left to lose. A tense silence settled over the valley, broken only by the soft whinny of a nervous horse and the rustle of wind through the sagebrush. The air itself seemed to grow heavier, charged with the potential for violence that hung between the two groups like an invisible cloud. Time stretched, each second extending into what felt like minutes as neither side moved to break the standoff. A red-tailed hawk circled high overhead, its piercing cry a mournful commentary on the human drama unfolding below. "Burke," the marshal called out, his voice powerful and commanding, echoing through the canyon with the authority of the law he represented. "Come out with your hands up. This doesn't have to end badly." For a moment nothing changed. The tableau remained frozen in the merciless sunlight, a painting rendered in shades of dust, stone, and human determination. Then, with deliberate slowness, a figure emerged from the largest shack, stepping into the light with the calculated confidence of a man accustomed to commanding attention. Harlan Burke cut a striking figure against the rough backdrop of the mining camp. His tailored coat, though now dusty and wrinkled from hard riding, remained a stark contrast to the rough attire of the deserters who surrounded him. His carefully trimmed beard and mustache, usually immaculate, showed signs of hasty maintenance, but his bearing retained the urbane poise that had charmed so many at the wagon train. Only his eyes betrayed him. Once warm and engaging, they now held the hard, calculating gleam of a predator cornered but still dangerous. "Marshal," he said, his voice smooth as aged whiskey but edged with a hint of desperation that betrayed the strain beneath his composed exterior. "What a pleasant surprise." His hand rested casually on the grip of an expensive Eastern-made revolver at his hip, the silver chasing catching the sunlight. "I didn't expect to receive visitors so soon after my departure." "You're under arrest," the marshal declared, his voice carrying the weight of decades of law enforcement on the frontier, a tone that brooked no argument and promised consequences. "For theft, for conspiracy, for murder." Each charge fell like a hammer blow, echoing briefly against the canyon walls before dissipating into the vast silence of the wilderness. "Murder," Burke scoffed, his composure momentarily fracturing to reveal genuine surprise before the mask of confident disdain slipped back into place. "I've done nothing of the sort." A baseless accusation from desperate men. His gaze drifted to Samuel, a flicker of something, perhaps fear, perhaps hatred, crossing his features before disappearing behind the carefully maintained facade. "You led the Pawnee to the camp," Samuel said, his voice hard as flint striking steel, each word precisely chosen and delivered. His hand rested on his holstered Colt, seemingly relaxed but ready to draw with the speed that had once made him feared throughout the Kansas territories. "You used them as a distraction while you stole my gold." The personal betrayal hung in the air between them, a violation of the frontier code that valued loyalty above all else. Burke's eyes narrowed, his lips thinning to a bloodless line beneath his mustache. "I merely took what was rightfully mine," he replied, his voice dropping several degrees in temperature. "A fair payment for services rendered." His right hand twitched slightly, betraying the tension that his words attempted to disguise. "You would have done the same, McMasters, if our positions were reversed." "It was stolen," Rip interjected, his voice steady as a mountain stream, his dark eyes fixed on Burke with the intensity of a predator studying prey. "And you'll pay for it." There was something in his tone, a quiet certainty, a promise rather than a threat, that caused one of the deserters to shift nervously, recognizing perhaps the voice of a man who would not be deterred by conventional obstacles. The tension in the valley grew palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. The air seemed to vibrate with anticipation, with the collective held breath of men on the cusp of violence. The deserters, their rifles raised and ready, waited for Burke's command with the coiled tension of hunting dogs straining at the leash. "You're outnumbered," Burke observed after a moment, his eyes scanning the posse with the calculating assessment of a gambler weighing odds. 7 against 12. "Not favorable mathematics, Marshal." A thin smile that held no warmth curved his lips. "You can't win this hand." "We don't have to win," the marshal replied, his voice level, his weathered face impassive beneath the shadow of his hat brim. Decades of enforcing the law in a lawless land had taught him patience and strategy. "We just have to bring you in. Dead or alive, Burke. Makes no difference to the law." "Then you'll die trying," Burke declared, his voice dropping to a cold, flat tone that revealed the true nature beneath the polished exterior, the ruthless opportunist who valued his own survival above all else, who would sacrifice anyone and anything to preserve his freedom and his ill-gotten gains. A heartbeat of perfect stillness descended, that eerie calm that precedes the storm. The world seemed to hold its breath. No wind stirred the sage, no bird called, no insect hummed in the punishing heat. It was as if nature itself paused to witness what would unfold. Burke raised his hand, a deliberate, almost theatrical gesture that served as a signal to the men who had thrown in their lot with him. The silence shattered, replaced by the sharp, staccato crack of gunfire that echoed and re-echoed against the canyon walls, multiplying into a cacophony of sound that assaulted the ears. The air filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, thick enough to taste, and the distinctive metallic twang of rifle shots. Samuel, his military instincts kicking in with the automatic response of a seasoned veteran, moved with a swift, economical efficiency born of countless skirmishes. He threw himself from his horse in a controlled dismount, taking cover behind a rocky outcrop that offered protection from the initial volley. His rifle came up, steady and sure, in hands that had performed this action countless times, his eyes searching for targets through the swirling dust. "Silas." "Left flank," he called out, his voice cutting through the chaos with the clarity of command. The former cavalry sergeant responded instantly, moving to establish a crossfire that would force the deserters to divide their attention. Rip, his movements fluid and efficient as flowing water, seemed to become one with the landscape, finding paths through the rocky terrain that remained invisible to other eyes. He moved among the boulders and scrub oak with the silent grace of a hunting cougar, his rifle speaking only when necessary, each shot finding its mark with deadly precision. His strategy was not one of sustained fire, but of strategic elimination, a shot, a movement, appearing and disappearing like a ghost among the rocks, an elusive target that claimed a steady toll. The battle raged, a chaotic dance of death and survival played out under the merciless sun. The deserters, hardened by years of fighting both in uniform and as outlaws, fought with a desperate ferocity born of the knowledge that capture meant the gallows. They used the buildings and surrounding terrain for cover, their fire disciplined and effective despite their renegade status. The posse, determined to bring Burke to justice and recover the stolen gold, fought with a quiet resolve that matched and often exceeded the deserters' desperation. These were men who had weathered the Civil War, Indian attacks, and the harsh realities of frontier life, men who understood that surrender was not an option, that retreat meant only delaying the inevitable confrontation. The Thornton twins worked in perfect tandem, covering each other's movements with an instinctive coordination that required no verbal communication. Tobias Fletcher, despite his years and his limp, proved himself deadly accurate with his ancient Hawken, its distinctive boom punctuating the sharper reports of the more modern weapons. The marshal moved with the calculated precision of a man who had been in more gunfights than he could count, each shot deliberate and aimed with care. As the battle raged, lead singing through the air and wood splintering under impact, a subtle tension simmered between Samuel and Rip. Their eyes met briefly across the chaotic battlefield, a silent acknowledgment of the shared danger, and a deeper, unspoken conflict that lay beneath the surface of their alliance. The shared affection for Sandy, evident in the protective glances both had cast her way at the camp, and the very different paths they had taken in life, lay between them like an invisible barrier in the midst of the chaos. Samuel, the former lawman turned settler, fought with the disciplined precision of a man who had chosen to rejoin society after years of wandering. Rip, the half-Cherokee scout who moved between worlds without fully belonging to either, fought with the fluid adaptability of a man who had embraced the wilderness as his true home. Their strategies, their movements, their very approach to the battle reflected these fundamental differences, Samuel directing and coordinating, Rip acting independently but effectively. The pursuit of Burke had become more than just a quest for justice. It had become a test of their own resolve, a measure of their own worth in the harsh crucible of frontier morality. Each man, in his own way, fought not just against Burke and his band of deserters, but against his own personal demons, the shadows of the past that drove him forward into an uncertain future. A bullet whined past Samuel's ear, close enough that he felt the disturbed air against his skin. He ducked instinctively, returning fire with a triple-tap rhythm that forced his opponent to scramble for better cover. As he reloaded, his thoughts flashed briefly to Sandy, her face pale but determined as she tended the wounded, her quiet strength a beacon in the chaos that had engulfed their lives. The image hardened his resolve, lending additional purpose to each carefully aimed shot. Across the battlefield, Rip paused in the shadow of a boulder, his keen ears catching the subtle shift in the pattern of gunfire that suggested the deserters were attempting to maneuver into a more advantageous position. His dark eyes narrowed as he spotted a flash of movement along the ridgeline, a deserter attempting to gain the high ground for a better field of fire. With fluid grace, he raised his rifle, led the moving target by a precise distance, and squeezed the trigger. The sharp report echoed against the canyon walls, and the would-be sniper tumbled from his perch like a broken marionette. As the man fell, Rip's thoughts also turned to Sandy, to her gentle hands tending his wounds after a skirmish months earlier, to the quiet intelligence in her eyes when they discussed the native plants she was learning to use for medicine. The memory steeled his determination, reminding him of what waited beyond this blood-soaked valley, a future that, while uncertain, held possibilities he had long thought beyond his reach. The battle continued, each moment stretching into what felt like hours, each exchange of gunfire a potential turning point in the deadly equation that would determine who walked away from this remote valley, and who remained as food for the scavengers that circled patiently overhead, waiting for the violence of man to run its course. Chapter 16. The air crackled with the sharp reports of rifle fire, the echoes bouncing off the sheer cliff walls of the mountain hideout like vengeful spirits unable to find rest. The valley floor, once a tranquil expanse of sagebrush and rock where only the whisper of wind disturbed the silence, was now a chaotic battleground scarred by bullets and blood. Dust clouds rose in violent puffs where shots struck the parched earth, creating a hazy veil that danced in the harsh sunlight. The posse, taking cover behind weathered rocky outcrops and brittle scrub brush that offered meager protection, exchanged fire with the deserters, who had fortified their positions within the crude, weather-beaten shacks and behind makeshift barricades constructed from broken wagon wheels, splintered furniture, and anything else that might stop a bullet. Samuel McMasters, his movements precise and efficient as a well-oiled machine, sighted down the barrel of his Winchester rifle, his eyes narrowed to slate-gray slits, his focus unwavering as a mountain lion stalking prey. Sweat trickled down his sun-leathered face, leaving pale tracks through the dust that clung to his skin. He had slipped back into the rhythm of combat with disturbing ease, the familiar adrenaline surge sharpening his senses until every sound, every movement registered with crystal clarity. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled his nostrils, a scent that took him back to battlefields he'd hoped to forget. He moved with a practiced ease born of brutal experience, his military training a stark contrast to the rough-and-tumble tactics of the deserters who fought with desperate ferocity rather than disciplined strategy. Rip, his lean, whipcord frame moving with a fluid grace that belied his years, shifted his position among the rocks with the natural stealth of a mountain predator. His weathered face, etched with lines that told stories of hardship and survival in this unforgiving land, remained impassive despite the chaos erupting around him. He had a keen sense of the land, a natural understanding of the rhythms of the mountains that came from seasons spent tracking game through these same canyons. The rough terrain spoke to him in a language few others comprehended, revealing pathways and opportunities invisible to untrained eyes. He moved like a shadow, his buckskin jacket blending with the tawny rocks, his rifle a natural extension of his arm, his shots finding their mark with a deadly accuracy that came from decades of relying on his marksmanship for survival. The marshal, his face grim beneath the brim of his dust-covered hat, coordinated the posse's attack from behind a large boulder, his voice cutting through the din of gunfire like a knife. Deep lines of concentration furrowed his brow as he assessed the unfolding battle with the calculating eye of a chess master. He barked orders, his voice hoarse from the dust and smoke, directing the men to flank the deserters' positions, to exploit any weakness in their hastily constructed defenses. His tin star caught occasional flashes of sunlight as he moved, a symbol of law and order that seemed almost absurdly out of place in this lawless confrontation. Harlan Burke, his face pale as parchment, but his eyes hard as flint, directed the deserters' defense from the relative safety of the largest shack, a ramshackle structure that leaned precariously to one side as if tired of standing. Splinters flew from the weathered boards as bullets struck, and dust rained down from the sagging roof beams with each impact. He moved with a nervous energy like a caged coyote, his gaze darting between the battle and the entrance to the shack, where the stolen gold was hidden beneath loose floorboards. The weight of his decisions pressed down on him like an invisible burden, each order potentially his last as leader of this doomed band of outlaws. The battle raged with increasing fury, a chaotic dance of lead and desperation across the sun-baked valley. The deserters, hardened by years of lawless living on society's fringes, fought with a fierce determination born of knowing that surrender meant the noose. Their faces were masks of grim resolve, mixed with the wild-eyed fear of cornered animals. The posse, fueled by a sense of justice and a desire to recover the stolen gold that represented months of honest labor, pressed their attack with a relentless intensity. Their determination was evident in their tight expressions and the methodical way they reloaded their weapons, conserving ammunition with practiced efficiency. Rip, observing the layout of the hideout through eyes accustomed to reading landscapes for tactical advantage, noticed a narrow path winding up the cliff face like a dusty brown ribbon, a potential route to flank the deserters' main position. Sunlight glinted off scattered pieces of mica in the rocky trail, marking its course up the steep incline. He signaled to the marshal and Samuel with a subtle gesture born of years working alongside men, where words were luxuries and silence meant survival, his eyes conveying his plan with the clarity of spoken words. "We can't take them head-on," he said, his voice low and gravelly as dry creek stones, his eyes fixed on the path with the intensity of a hawk spotting movement below. "We need to get above them. That trail leads to a perfect firing position." The marshal nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval beneath the shadow of his hat brim. "Good thinking, Rip. Samuel, you go with him. I'll keep them pinned down from here." He patted the pouch of ammunition at his belt, a silent promise of sustained covering fire. Samuel hesitated, his gaze shifting to Rip, a flicker of unspoken tension passing between them like summer lightning. Old rivalries and unresolved conflicts hung in the air, momentarily overshadowing the immediate danger. He nodded, his jaw tight enough to crack walnuts, and followed Rip towards the narrow path, their mutual distrust temporarily set aside in service of survival. The climb was treacherous, the path winding and steep, the rocks loose and unstable beneath their boots, threatening to give way with each careful step. Occasional small avalanches of pebbles cascaded down behind them, forcing them to freeze in place until the sound dissipated. Rip moved with a sure-footed grace born of years navigating such terrain, his movements deliberate as a ritual dance, his eyes fixed on the path ahead, alert for rattlesnakes or loose stones that might betray their position. Samuel followed close behind, his military training serving him well on the ascent, but his movements were more deliberate, more calculated, and less fluid than his companion's natural ease with the mountain. As they reached the top of the cliff, the wind stronger here and carrying the metallic scent of coming rain from distant clouds, they found themselves overlooking the deserters' main position. They had a clear view of the shacks, the barricades, and the men themselves, now reduced to scurrying figures below, unaware of the new threat developing above them. Rip pointed to a crude water tower, its wooden structure riddled with bullet holes and bleached silver gray by countless seasons of sun and wind. "Pappy would have a field day up there," he said, a faint smile playing on his lips at the thought of their absent sharpshooter friend. Perfect vantage point. Clear line of sight to every corner of the camp. Samuel, his eyes narrowed against the harsh glare of the afternoon sun, nodded in agreement. "We can pick them off one by one. Force them to surrender or die." His voice carried the cold efficiency of a man who had said similar words on other battlefields, in other conflicts that had shaped him into the hardened fighter he now was. They moved with a silent stealth that would have impressed even the most vigilant mountain lion, their movements coordinated by necessity rather than camaraderie, their rifles raised and ready. They positioned themselves behind a rocky outcropping, its surface warm from the day's heat, their eyes fixed on the deserters below who continued to exchange fire with the posse, oblivious to the new threat above. Meanwhile, Samuel, ever the tactician but burdened with a soldier's impatience for action, felt a surge of urgency coursing through his veins like liquid fire. He saw an opportunity, a chance to end the fight quickly before more blood stained the valley floor. The strategist in him calculated angles and probabilities in an instant, and he decided to act on his own, disregarding Rip's more cautious plan for a coordinated attack. He began to fire, his shots ringing out in rapid succession, disrupting the carefully laid plan with the impulsiveness that had both distinguished and damned him throughout his military career. The deserters, caught off guard by the sudden barrage of fire from above, scattered like quail before a hawk, their positions exposed as they searched frantically for new cover. The battle intensified, the air filled with the sharp crack of rifle fire and the cries of the wounded, punctuated by curses and shouts of confusion. Dust and splinters flew as bullets found their marks in wood and earth, creating a chaotic dance of destruction across the hideout. Rip, his face grim as winter stone, watched as Samuel's reckless actions jeopardized their carefully planned assault. His eyes, cold with anger, flicked momentarily to his companion before returning to the chaos below. He knew that Samuel's impatience could cost them dearly, perhaps in blood, perhaps in gold, perhaps in both. The price of impulsiveness in this unforgiving land was often measured in lives. The standoff had turned into a desperate firefight, the air thick with tension and the acrid smell of gunpowder that clung to clothing and skin like an invisible shroud. The fate of the gold, gleaming silently in its hiding place, and the lives of those involved, hung in the balance like a coin tossed in the air, yet to reveal which side would face the sun when it finally came to rest. Chapter 17. While the echoes of gunfire reverberated through the mountain hideout like distant thunder, a different kind of battle unfolded along the muddy banks of the Red River. The ferry landing, once a scene of peaceful commerce where traders and travelers exchanged goods and stories, now stood as a makeshift fortress, its hastily constructed defenses manned by Sandy McMasters and Pappy Doyle. Weathered planks had been repositioned to form crude barricades, and overturned wagons created protective barriers against the expected assault. The air, thick with the scent of river silt and the lingering smoke of past campfires, carried a tension that hung heavy as a wool blanket in summer, a silent anticipation of the storm to come. Water lapped gently against the shore, its peaceful rhythm a cruel mockery of the violence that approached. Sandy, her face pale as moonlight, but her eyes resolute as polished stone, moved with a quiet determination along the barricades, her skirts gathered up and tied to allow easier movement. Her hair, once meticulously pinned, now fell in loose strands around her face, testament to the urgency of their preparations. Her gaze scanned the river and the surrounding thickets with newfound vigilance, searching for any movement, any sign of the approaching threat. She clutched a rifle, its wood smooth against her calloused palms, its weight a comfort in the face of the unknown. The cold metal of the barrel reflected the dying sunlight as she adjusted her grip. She had learned much since the initial attack, her senses sharpened by the constant threat of danger, her movements more deliberate, more certain than they had been just days before. Pappy Doyle, his old bones aching with each movement but his spirit unbowed as a mountain pine, manned a makeshift watchtower constructed from salvaged planks that groaned under his weight. His weathered hands, spotted with age and scarred from decades of frontier life, gripped the rough wood of the railing. His eyes, set deep in a face mapped with wrinkles like dry creek beds, scanned the river with the practiced gaze of a man who had spent a lifetime reading landscapes for danger. His rifle rested across his knees, within easy reach, the metal warm from being held so long. The old scout had seen his share of battles across territories both charted and wild, and he was not about to yield this ground without a fight that would be remembered in story and song. The oppressive silence was broken by the soft crunch of footsteps on the gravelly shore, a sound almost lost beneath the gentle murmur of the flowing river. Cody, his bronze face painted with bold streaks of crimson and black war paint that accentuated his sharp cheekbones and intense eyes, emerged from the shadows of the riverbank willows like an apparition. His movements were silent and fluid as the river itself, leaving barely a trace of his passage. He approached the barricades with palms facing outward, his hands held out in the universal gesture of peace, though the knife at his belt and the tension in his shoulders spoke of readiness for conflict. "They are coming," he said, his voice low and steady as the river's current, each word measured and deliberate. "The Pawnee. They are many, and they are angry. Their hearts burn with the fire of betrayal." Sandy, her rifle raised instinctively to her shoulder, eyed him with the suspicion of someone who had learned the hard cost of trust. The weapon's barrel gleamed dully in the fading light, pointed unwavering at Cody's chest. "Why should we believe you?" she asked, her voice sharp as flint striking steel. "Your words have led us astray before." "Because I know them," Cody replied without flinching, his dark eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of complicated truths. The war paint on his face made his expression difficult to read, a mask of purpose rather than deception. "And because I know Burke. He has betrayed them, just as he betrayed you. We are bound by common enemies now, not by choice but by circumstance." "Betrayed them how?" Pappy called down from the watchtower, his voice raspy as sun-dried leather, echoing slightly across the water. He shifted his weight, causing the tower to creak ominously, his weathered face peering down with equal parts suspicion and curiosity. "He promised them weapons, supplies," Cody said, his gaze shifting upward to Pappy, squinting against the dying sunlight that silhouetted the old scout. "Rifles that would make them stronger than rival tribes, powder that would secure their hunting grounds. He used them to attack you, to create chaos while he sought the gold, then he fled into the mountains, leaving them empty-handed. They found only broken promises where treasure was supposed to be." "So now they're looking for revenge," Pappy rasped, stroking his gray-streaked beard thoughtfully. "And they're coming here, to the last place they saw him." He spat over the side of the tower, a gesture of contempt for Burke's duplicity. Cody nodded, the feather tied in his hair bobbing with the movement. "They believe you are allied with Burke. They have seen white men stand together against them too many times to believe otherwise. They believe you have hidden the gold, that you guard it for your own tribe." Sandy's eyes widened, the color draining further from her already pale face. "But we don't," she exclaimed, lowering her rifle slightly as the reality of their situation dawned on her like a cold sunrise. "The gold is gone, taken by Burke and his men. We have nothing they want." "They will not believe that," Cody said, his voice flat as a prairie horizon. "Words are wind to them now. They have heard too many lies from men with pale skin. They will come before the next dawn breaks, and they will take what they believe is theirs. Blood will be their payment if gold cannot be found." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the hastily constructed defenses like a general assessing a doomed battlefield. The barricades, built with determination rather than skill, would offer little protection against determined warriors who knew the land intimately. "You are few, and they are many. Your bullets are limited, their arrows plentiful. You cannot hold them here on land where they move like shadows." "Then what do you suggest?" Sandy asked, her voice laced with desperation but undercut with a steely determination that refused to surrender to fear. Her knuckles whitened around the rifle as she awaited his answer. "Use the ferry," Cody said, his eyes fixed on the half-repaired floating platform that bobbed gently at its moorings. The vessel, though damaged in the previous attack, remained largely intact, its sturdy construction a testament to frontier craftsmanship. "Take it out into the river. The Pawnee respect the water spirits, many fear deep water. Use the ferry as a floating fortress. Water will protect your back while you face them from the front." Pappy, his eyes gleaming with a spark of cunning that belied his years, nodded in agreement, the movement causing another protest of wood from the watchtower. "He's right, girl. That old fare has seen worse than a few arrows in its day. The planking's thick as a man's arm in places. We can make it float proper and fight from there. They can't surround us on the water." A slow smile spread across his weathered face. Might just work indeed. They worked with a frantic energy, their movements coordinated by necessity and shared purpose, their determination fueled by a shared sense of survival that transcended their differences. Muscles strained and sweat flowed freely as they hauled salvaged planks from abandoned structures along the riverbank, reinforced the railings with strips of metal torn from wagon frames, and prepared the ferry for its new role as a floating stronghold. Every creak of wood, every splash of water, every hammer blow seemed magnified in the tense atmosphere of impending conflict. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long fingers of shadow across the river like reaching hands, the first signs of the Pawnee attack appeared in the gathering dusk. Figures, dark and menacing as storm clouds, emerged from the thickets along the riverbank, their bows drawn, their eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity that reflected the dying sunlight. Their movements were deliberate, unhurried, conveying a confidence that sent a chill through those watching from the ferry. The Pawnee warriors, their faces painted with intricate patterns of war paint that transformed human features into spiritual masks, their bodies adorned with feathers and bones that whispered with each movement, advanced with a silent grace along the riverbank. They were skilled warriors, masters of the bow and the spear, their movements fluid and coordinated as wolves on a hunt. Each step was placed with purpose, each position calculated for maximum advantage. Sandy, her rifle raised to her shoulder once more, watched them approach through the sights, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. The metal of the gun barrel was cold against her cheek, a stark contrast to the heat of fear that flushed her skin. She had never faced such a threat, such a relentless force of nature embodied in human form. Her finger trembled slightly against the trigger as she counted their numbers and found her courage wanting. Pappy, his rifle resting on the railing of the ferry that now floated several yards from shore, tethered by a single rope ready to be cut, watched the advancing warriors with a grim determination born of a lifetime on the frontier. His breath came in measured intervals, his hands steady despite his years. He had faced many battles in his time, from the war between the states to countless skirmishes across territories, both claimed and contested, and he was not about to yield to fear now, not when so much depended on his steady aim. Cody, his eyes fixed on the approaching warriors, whose language and customs he understood better than those beside whom he now stood, moved with a quiet efficiency, helping to load the last of the supplies and ammunition onto the ferry. Boxes of cartridges and barrels of water, sacks of flour and strips of dried meat, the necessities of a siege that might last hours or days. He had made his choice, his loyalty now aligned with those who faced a common enemy, a decision that would forever mark him as different as between worlds rather than of one. The first arrows, their points tipped with gleaming obsidian that caught the last light of day, arced through the air with a deadly whisper, striking the riverbank with a sharp thud where moments before Sandy had stood. The sound was like a signal, breaking the tension and initiating the violence that had simmered beneath the surface of anticipation. The battle had begun, a desperate struggle for survival against overwhelming odds that would test every fiber of courage and resourcefulness they possessed. The ferry, once a symbol of peaceful crossing between shores both literal and figurative, had become a bastion of defense, a floating fortress against the tide of war that now swept toward them with inexorable force. The river, once a tranquil passage for commerce and connection, had become a battleground, a place where courage and cunning would determine the fate of those who stood their ground upon its shifting surface, caught between the depths below and the danger that approached from the shore. Chapter 18. The Red River, reflecting the crimson hues of the setting sun like a great mirror of polished copper, became a stage for a desperate confrontation that would test the mettle of all involved. The ferry, now a floating bulwark rather than a simple conveyance, drifted midstream with purposeful intent, its weathered planks serving as meager shelter against the relentless barrage of arrows that arced through the air like deadly birds, and the occasional rifle shot from the pursuing outlaws that cracked across the water with deadly intent. The wooden vessel, never designed for combat, creaked and moaned under the weight of its defenders, as if protesting its new purpose in a language of strained timbers and rusty nails. The posse, their faces etched with exhaustion and grim satisfaction, having successfully routed the deserters from their mountain hideout after a fierce exchange of gunfire, returned with the recovered gold secured in saddlebags that clinked with each movement, only to find themselves caught in the crossfire of a battle they hadn't anticipated. The precious metal, weighing heavily in their possession, had become both prize and burden, marking them as targets for desperate men. The outlaws, a desperate and dwindling band, whose numbers had been thinned by justice and bullets alike, had pursued them with single-minded determination, hoping to reclaim their stolen loot and escape the marshal's grasp before the noose of the law tightened around their collective necks. Samuel McMasters, his face grim as carved granite and streaked with gunpowder residue that matched the gray at his temples, his movements precise as a clockwork mechanism, fired his rifle with practiced efficiency, his shots finding their mark among the outlaws who had taken cover along the riverbank behind gnarled cottonwoods and wind-carved boulders. The sharp report of his rifle punctuated the chaotic symphony of battle with methodical precision. He had proven his worth beyond question during these past days of conflict, his military training and frontier experience combining to make him a formidable force that even the most hardened criminals had learned to fear. Each shot he took was calculated, each movement economical, wasting neither bullet nor energy in the desperate struggle. Pappy Doyle, his leathery face alight with battle fervor, and his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination that belied his advanced years, manned the ferry's makeshift railing that had been reinforced with salvaged lumber and strips of metal, his rifle booming like distant thunder, his shots ringing out with surprising accuracy that earned grudging respect from men half his age. Spent cartridges fell at his feet, forming a small brass constellation on the deck, as he worked the lever action with hands that showed no sign of age's tremor. He had found a renewed vigor in the face of danger, his old bones moving with a surprising agility, as if the decades had fallen away in the heat of battle, revealing the formidable fighter he had once been in younger days. Sandy, her once immaculate face now streaked with dirt and grime like war paint, her hair bound hastily back with a leather thong, moved among the defenders with resolute purpose, reloading rifles with swift practiced motions, distributing ammunition from a heavy leather pouch slung across her body, her movements swift and efficient as she ducked between barrels and crates that served as improvised barricades. The delicate china doll of the settlement had been transformed by necessity and hardship. She had shed the innocence of youth like a discarded garment, replaced by a steely resolve that hardened her features and straightened her spine, a determination to protect those she cared for burning in her eyes more fiercely than any fear. The weight of the cartridges in her hands was nothing compared to the weight of responsibility she now carried on her slender shoulders. Rip, his buckskin jacket darkened with sweat and river spray, his movements fluid and efficient as a hunting mountain lion, moved along the ferry's deck with the balance of a man accustomed to unstable footing, his rifle firing with deliberate precision, the stock smooth against his shoulder from years of use. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's and shaded beneath the brim of his weathered hat, constantly scanned the riverbank and the outlaws who pursued them, missing no movement, no flash of metal or cloth that might signal danger. The water beneath them reflected his determined face when he paused to reload, showing a man transformed by purpose. He had become a force of nature, his actions guided by a quiet intensity, a fierce determination to protect Sandy and the others that transcended his usual laconic demeanor. His presence alone seemed to bolster the courage of those around him, a silent promise that while he drew breath, hope remained. The outlaws, their faces contorted with the desperation of men who saw their futures narrowing to the width of a hangman's rope, their movements fueled by the prospect of capture and the tantalizing lure of the stolen gold that represented their only chance at freedom, pressed their attack with a relentless ferocity born of desperation. They fired from behind trees and rocks, seeking whatever cover the riverbank offered, their shots whizzing past the ferry with the angry buzz of disturbed hornets, their aim growing more accurate as the light faded and shadows lengthened across the water like reaching fingers. Each man fought not only for the gold, but for his very life, knowing capture meant the gallows or a lifetime in territorial prison where few survived their sentences. Cody, his war paint now smeared by sweat and exertion but still marking him as a man between worlds, moving with a silent grace that spoke of lifetime in wild places, used his bow and arrow with deadly precision that commanded respect even from those who had initially distrusted him. His shots, guided by keen eyes and steady hands, were aimed to disrupt the outlaws' aim and provide cover for those on the ferry who had become, against all expectations, his allies in this desperate hour. The sinew of his bowstring hummed with each release, a sound almost lost amid the louder reports of rifles. He moved like a phantom along the edges of the ferry, appearing where needed most, his presence a constant threat to the attackers who found themselves facing an enemy skilled in ways they did not understand. Samuel, his tactical mind constantly assessing the shifting battlefield with the practiced eye of a career soldier, observing the outlaws' movements with clinical detachment, noticed a group attempting to flank the ferry, moving along a narrow path partially concealed by river willows that led to a shallow crossing where the water barely reached a man's knees. His eyes narrowed as he recognized the danger. If successful, the flanking maneuver would catch them in a deadly crossfire from which the ferry offered no protection. He signaled to the marshal with a sharp gesture born of battlefield communication, his eyes conveying his plan with the clarity that transcended words. "They're trying to cross downriver," he shouted, his voice cutting through the din of gunfire like a knife through cloth. "We need to cut them off before they establish position." The urgency in his tone conveyed the gravity of the threat better than any elaborate explanation. The marshal, his badge catching the last light of day in a brief golden flash, nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval for Samuel's quick assessment. The creases around his eyes deepened as he squinted toward the indicated position, confirming Samuel's observation with a practiced eye. He directed a group of posse members with sharp gestures and terse commands to move along the riverbank, their rifles raised, their eyes fixed on the approaching outlaws, who had not yet realized their maneuver had been detected. The lawmen moved with grim determination, their faces set with the resolve of men who had seen too much violence but remained unwavering in their commitment to justice. The battle intensified as shadows lengthened, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder that caught in the throat, and the sharp twang of rifle shots that echoed off the water's surface. The river, once a symbol of peaceful passage and commerce, had become a battleground where the currents of human conflict ran as deep and dangerous as the water itself, a place where destinies clashed and lives hung in the balance with each passing moment. The gentle lapping of water against the ferry's hull provided a rhythmic counterpoint to the chaos of combat, a reminder of nature's indifference to human struggles. Rip, his concentration absolute, and his every sense heightened by danger, his eyes fixed on the outlaws who continued to fire from the riverbank, noticed a figure moving stealthily along the shoreline, partially concealed by the gathering dusk and the shadow of a massive cottonwood tree. The man moved with the deliberate care of a predator, his rifle raised, his aim fixed with unmistakable intent on Sandy as she knelt to help a wounded posse member. Cold dread gripped Rip's heart as he recognized the imminent danger. He reacted instantly with the speed born of survival instinct rather than conscious thought, his rifle snapping to his shoulder in one fluid motion, his shot ringing out across the water with decisive finality. The figure cried out, a sound of surprise as much as pain, his rifle falling from his grasp as he clutched at his chest where crimson bloomed against his shirt like a deadly flower. But at the same moment, as if fate had orchestrated a cruel exchange, a shot rang out from the opposite direction, from a position none had noticed in the chaos. Rip staggered backward, as if struck by an invisible hand, a searing pain ripping through his side with the intensity of a branding iron. His face registered shock rather than pain in that first moment as he crumpled to the deck in a heap of buckskin and blood, his rifle falling from suddenly nerveless fingers with a clatter that seemed unnaturally loud amid the cacophony of battle. Sandy, her eyes wide with terror as she witnessed his fall, abandoned her task without hesitation and rushed to his side, her voice a cry of anguish that rose above the sounds of conflict. "Rip!" she screamed, the single syllable containing volumes of emotion that had remained unspoken between them. She fell to her knees beside him, heedless of the danger, her hands instinctively pressing against the wound as crimson seeped between her fingers, stark against her pale skin. Her face, framed by loose strands of hair that had escaped their binding, reflected fear and determination in equal measure. Samuel, witnessing the scene unfold with the clarity that sometimes comes in moments of extreme danger, felt a surge of adrenaline course through his veins like liquid fire, his military instincts kicking in with practiced efficiency. His assessment was immediate, and his response decisive, as he identified the hidden shooter who had struck Rip down. He moved with a swift efficiency that belied his bulk, his rifle raised to his shoulder, his eyes fixed with unwavering focus on the outlaw who had fired the shot and was now attempting to reload. Time seemed to slow as he squeezed the trigger with deliberate pressure, exhaling as he had been taught long ago. He fired, the recoil barely registering against his shoulder, his shot finding its mark with unerring accuracy, the outlaw falling to the ground in a crumpled heap, his half-loaded rifle tumbling from lifeless hands. The outlaws, their attack faltering as their numbers dwindled and their courage waned in the face of determined resistance, began to retreat from positions that had seemed advantageous mere moments before. Their desperation turned to fear as they realized the tide had turned against them irrevocably. They scattered like dry leaves before a wind, disappearing into the deepening shadows of the riverbank, their hopes of reclaiming the gold dashed against the rocks of reality. A few continued to fire as they retreated, but their shots were wild, aimed more to cover their withdrawal than with any real hope of striking their enemies. The marshal, his face grim beneath the shadow of his hat brim, directed the posse to pursue the retreating outlaws with hand signals and short, sharp commands. His men moved with purpose, their rifles raised, their eyes fixed on the shadows that swallowed their quarry. The pursuit would continue, but for now, the immediate danger had passed, leaving in its wake the consequences that always followed violence. Pappy, his face lined with concern that aged him beyond his years, moved to Rip's side with a haste that belied his age, kneeling on creaking joints, his weathered hands gently but efficiently examining the wound that continued to seep blood onto the Pharaoh's weathered planks. "He's lost a lot of blood," he rasped, his voice filled with worry that he made no attempt to conceal, his experienced eyes taking in the pallor of the wounded man's face. "We need to get him to shore, to somewhere we can tend him proper. This ain't the kind of hurt that heals itself." Sandy, her eyes filled with tears that carved clean trails through the grime on her cheeks, cradled Rip's head in her lap with tender care, her voice a whisper of comfort meant for his ears alone. Her fingers stroked his forehead with gentle movements, brushing back strands of hair matted with sweat. The river, once perceived as a symbol of danger and separation, had become a scene of sacrifice and revelation, a place where courage and love had been tested in the fires of battle and emerged transformed but unbroken. The reckoning had come, as it always must, swift and merciless, and the price had been paid in blood and pain, the currency of frontier justice. But in that moment of darkness, as the ferry drifted toward shore guided by hands steady despite the recent violence, there existed also the first fragile promise of resolution, of wounds that might heal with time and care, and of bonds forged in adversity that would not easily be broken. Chapter 19. The dawn, a pale wash of light against the bruised canvas of the night sky, crept across the Red River, revealing the stark tableau of the previous night's conflict. Tendrils of mist hovered over the water's surface, dancing and dissipating in the gentle morning breeze. The rich scent of damp earth mingled with the metallic tang of blood that still stained the ground in darkened patches. The ferry, its planks scarred and splintered, lay moored to the muddy bank, creaking softly as small waves lapped against its weathered hull. Bullet holes pockmarked its wooden sides, silent testimony to the violence that had erupted in the darkness. Rip, his face pale and drawn, lay beneath a makeshift awning fashioned from a tattered canvas tarp stretched between four hastily driven stakes. His breathing shallow and labored, each inhalation seemed a battle hard won, each exhalation a surrender to pain. The bandages wrapped around his torso bore crimson blooms where blood had seeped through during the night. His normally vibrant eyes were closed, lashes dark against cheekbones that seemed more prominent now in his weakened state. A sheen of perspiration covered his brow despite the morning chill, and occasionally a tremor would pass through his frame, causing Sandy to tighten her grip on his hand. Sandy, her eyes red and swollen from hours of silent weeping, sat beside him on an upturned crate, her posture betraying both exhaustion and vigilance. Her dress, once a cheerful calico print, was now stained with dirt and blood, some her own from minor scrapes but mostly rips. Her chestnut hair hung loose about her shoulders, tangled and unkempt, with strands clinging to her tear-streaked face. She sat beside him, her hand resting gently on his brow, feeling each flutter of fever that passed through him. Her fingertips traced small, unconscious circles against his temple, as though the gentle motion might somehow tether his spirit to this world. The gold locket at her throat, a gift from her mother, caught occasional glints of the strengthening sunlight. The silence was broken only by the soft murmur of the river and the occasional rustle of leaves in the nearby cottonwood trees, their branches swaying in the light breeze. A lone mockingbird called from somewhere upstream, its melody incongruously bright against the somber mood that hung over the small encampment. The remainder of their party had withdrawn to give them privacy, setting up a small fire some distance away where coffee brewed in a dented pot, its rich aroma carried on the morning air. Samuel McMasters, his face etched with worry and the fatigue of a sleepless night, paced restlessly along the riverbank, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon where the sun was beginning its ascent. His boots left deep impressions in the soft mud as he walked, shoulders hunched beneath his travel-worn coat. The leather was cracked and faded by years of sun and rain, much like the man himself, weathered but resilient. His silver-streaked hair caught the light as he moved, and his hand occasionally strayed to the revolver at his hip, a habit born of decades spent in territories where danger lurked around every bend. The events of the previous night played in endless loops through his mind, the ambush, the desperate firefight, the moment when Rip had thrown himself into the path of a bullet meant for Sandy. Samuel's weathered face, lined with years of hard living and harder choices, betrayed the internal conflict that raged within him. His eyes, the same shade of hazel as Sandy's, darted occasionally to where his daughter sat in her lonely vigil, her devotion to the wounded man as clear as the rising day. Pappy Doyle, his weathered hands busy with bandages and salves pulled from a worn leather medical kit, tended to Rip's wounds with the practiced efficiency of a man who had seen more than his share of battlefield injuries. His wizened face, cross-hatched with deep lines and adorned with a salt and pepper beard that had not seen scissors in months, was furrowed with concentration. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he worked, occasionally wiping it away with a forearm already stained with medicines and blood. His spectacles, perched precariously on the bridge of his nose, magnified his intense blue eyes as they assessed each injury with clinical precision. "He's weak," Pappy rasped, his voice low and gravelly from years of strong tobacco and stronger whiskey. "Lost a lot of blood. That wound in his side went deep. Nicked something inside, I reckon. But he's strong, got a fighter's constitution. He'll pull through." Though his words carried confidence, the slight tremor in his hands as he adjusted the bandages spoke of uncertainty he wouldn't voice aloud. Sandy nodded, her eyes filled with a desperate hope that clung to Pappy's words like a lifeline thrown to a drowning soul. "He has to," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion that threatened to overflow the fragile dam of her composure. "He just has to." Her fingers intertwined with Rip's unresponsive ones, squeezing gently, as though she could transfer her own vitality into his weakened frame. The morning light strengthened, casting long shadows across the encampment and illuminating the scattered remnants of the previous night's confrontation. Spent cartridge casings glinting in the mud, torn pieces of clothing used as hasty bandages, the dark stains on the ferry deck that no amount of scrubbing would fully remove. A pair of river ravens circled overhead, their harsh calls echoing across the water as they surveyed the scene with obsidian eyes. Samuel stopped his pacing, his gaze shifting to Sandy. The morning light revealed details that the night had hidden. The dark circles beneath her eyes, the determination set in the line of her jaw, the way she positioned herself between Rip and the rest of the world, as though her slight frame could shield him from further harm. He had seen the depth of her affection for Rip grow over their perilous journey, watched the unwavering devotion that had blossomed amidst the chaos and danger of their flight across the territory. He knew that the choice she faced would be a difficult one, a crossroads that would define her future and perhaps break the bond between father and daughter that had sustained them both through years of wandering. "Sandy," he said, his voice gentle yet carrying the weight of unspoken farewells. "We need to talk." She turned to him, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination, shoulders straightening as though preparing for one more battle after a night of too many. "About what, Papa?" Her voice carried a wariness that hadn't been there before their journey began, a hardness forged through experience that both pained and impressed him. "About our future," he said, his gaze shifting to the river where sunlight danced across the rippling surface, creating patterns of gold and shadow that seemed to mirror his own tumultuous thoughts. "About what we're going to do when this is all over." His hand gestured vaguely, encompassing Rip's condition, their precarious position, and the uncertain days that lay ahead. "I'm staying here," she said, her voice firm and resolute, a woman's decision rather than a girl's plea. "With Rip." Her hand tightened around the wounded man's, her thumb tracing the calluses on his palm, testament to the life he had lived before their paths crossed. Samuel nodded, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding that accepted her choice even as it pierced his heart. "I know you are," he said, the words carrying a resignation that spoke of bridges already crossed and decisions already made in the silent hours of the night. "But I can't stay here, Sandy. I need to move on." "Move on?" she asked, her voice incredulous, rising slightly before she glanced down at Rip and modulated her tone. "After everything that's happened? After all we've been through together?" Her free hand gestured toward Rip's prone form, toward the ferry, toward the distant horizon from which they had fled. "We've finally found somewhere we could be safe, Papa." "I can't stay in one place, Sandy," he said, his voice laced with a quiet regret that spoke of a lifetime of partings. "It's not in my nature. Never has been, not since your mother died." He removed his battered hat, turning it absently in his hands as he spoke. "I need to keep moving, to keep searching. There's a restlessness in me that won't quiet, a horizon that keeps calling no matter how far I travel." "Searching for what, Papa?" she asked, her voice filled with a quiet desperation born of countless departures, countless new beginnings that all ended the same way. with packed saddlebags and the sound of hoofbeats fading into distance. For a place to call home. For a life that's not filled with danger and loss. Or are you just running from memories that follow you no matter how many miles you put behind you? The question hung between them, sharp-edged and unavoidable, cutting through the pretenses they had maintained through years of drifting from town to town. He hesitated, his gaze drifting towards the river, watching as a piece of driftwood was caught in the current and swept downstream, its journey beyond his sight but continuing nonetheless. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice low, vulnerably honest in a way he rarely allowed himself to be. "But I have to keep looking. That's the only way I know how to live." He paused, his gaze shifting back to Sandy, taking in the woman she had become, strong, determined, capable of a love he had denied himself since laying his wife in the ground nearly 20 years ago. "I want you to come with me, Sandy," he said, his voice filled with a quiet pleading that belied his usual stoicism. "We can start over, find a new life, a new beginning. There's talk of good land opening up in the Northern Territories, places where a man can build something lasting." Sandy's eyes filled with tears that traced silvery paths down cheeks already dried by others. She loved her father, had followed him across half the continent, emulated his strength and his determination, but she could not follow him on his endless quest. Her heart belonged here, on the banks of the Red River, with the man who had risked his life to protect her, who had shown her a different kind of strength, the courage to stand and fight for what mattered rather than always moving on. "I can't, Papa," she said, her voice trembling with the weight of her decision. "I can't leave Rip. Not now. Not ever." She straightened her shoulders, meeting his gaze directly. "I love him. He's offered me something I've never had before, a chance to put down roots, to build something that lasts. We've talked about a little place not far from here, where the hunting's good and the soil's rich enough for crops." Samuel nodded, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding that accepted her choice even as it wounded him. "I know you do," he said, the simple acknowledgement carrying the weight of his blessing. "And I won't ask you to choose between him and me. That wouldn't be fair, not after all you've already sacrificed following your old father's restless feet." He paused, his gaze shifting to Rip, his face softened with a quiet respect for the man who had proven his worth through actions rather than words. "He's a good man, Sandy," he said, the admission clearly difficult but sincere. "He'll take care of you. And if he doesn't," a brief flash of the protective father surfaced, "well, I'll never be too far that I can't come back if you need me." He turned to Pappy, his eyes filled with a quiet gratitude for the old medic who had saved more than one life during their journey. "Thank you, Pappy," he said, extending his hand. "For everything. For Rip's life. For your counsel. For standing with us when you could have walked away." Pappy clasped Samuel's hand firmly, his calloused palm pressing against Samuel's with equal strength, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding born of similar journeys. "You're always welcome here, Samuel," he rasped, nodding toward a small cabin barely visible through the trees upriver. "This river's seen a lot of comings and goings over the years I've been here. It'll see more. Nature of things. But there's always a place at my fire when you pass this way again." Samuel turned back to Sandy, kneeling beside her, his eyes filled with a quiet sadness tempered by pride in the woman she had become. "I'll miss you, Sandy," he said, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture from her childhood that brought fresh tears to her eyes. "But I'll always be proud of you. Your mother would be too." He embraced her, his arms holding her close, his touch a silent blessing and farewell combined. The scent of him, leather and gunpowder, and the faint trace of pipe tobacco enveloped her, a sensory memory she would carry with her long after he had gone. He then rose and retrieved his saddle, and what few belongings he had left from their long journey, carefully packing them on his dun gelding. He checked the cinch, adjusted his rifle in its scabbard, and mounted with the fluid grace of a man who had spent more of his life in the saddle than out of it. He looked back at Sandy one last time, a flicker of sadness in his eyes mingling with acceptance and a father's eternal love, and then turned his horse towards the west, where the morning sun cast his elongated shadow before him on the trail. The horse's hooves made soft thuds against the damp earth as they moved away, the rhythm steady and inevitable as the passage of time itself. Sandy watched him go, her eyes filled with tears that blurred his retreating figure, her heart aching with a bittersweet mixture of love and loss. The river, once a symbol of their journey westward, had become a symbol of their separation, a boundary between their past and their future, flowing ever onward regardless of human joys and sorrows. The choices they had made, the paths they had chosen, the consequences they had faced, had shaped their destinies in ways neither could have foreseen when they first set out together, leaving them forever changed by the trials they had endured. As Samuel's figure diminished in the distance, Sandy felt Rip's fingers tighten slightly around hers. She looked down to find his eyes open, clouded with pain but aware, watching her face with concern. "He's gone?" Rip asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sandy nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. "I'm sorry," Rip said, squeezing her hand weakly. "I never wanted to come between you." "You didn't," she said, finding her voice at last. "He understands. This is my choice." She leaned down to press a gentle kiss to his forehead. "Rest now. We have a future to build when you're stronger." As the sun climbed higher, casting its golden light across the river and the small group that remained on its banks, Sandy sensed that they stood at the threshold of a new chapter. The river continued its eternal journey to the sea, and life, with all its partings and beginnings, flowed onward with the same inescapable power. Chapter 20. The sun, a golden orb in the clear morning sky, bathed the Red River in a warm, gentle light that transformed its flowing waters into a ribbon of liquid amber. Rays of light pierced through the scattered cottonwood trees along the bank, casting dappled patterns that danced upon the ground with each breath of wind. The air, crisp and clean in the early hours, carried the scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers, purple verbena, golden primrose, and the delicate white stars of wild jasmine that clung to the riverbanks in defiant clusters. The river, its muddy waters now reflecting the serene beauty of the dawn, flowed with a quiet tranquility, a stark contrast to the chaos and bloodshed of the previous days. Small eddies formed around half-submerged logs and stones, creating miniature whirlpools that glinted in the sunlight like spinning coins. Sandy McMasters, her face radiant with a quiet joy that had replaced the anxiety and fear of recent days, sat beside Rip on a rough-hewn bench that Pappy had fashioned from salvaged timber. The wood, still raw and unfinished, bore testament to the hurried reconstruction efforts, yet provided a place of rest and contemplation. Her dress, though still marked with the trials of their journey, had been washed as best she could manage, and her hair was neatly braided, falling in a chestnut rope across one shoulder. Her hand rested lightly on Rip's arm, the touch both protective and tender, a silent affirmation of her choice and her future. Rip had regained consciousness during the night, his fever finally breaking as darkness yielded to the first hints of dawn. His eyes, once clouded with pain and delirium, were now clear and bright, reflecting the azure expanse of the Texas sky above. The pallor that had marked his features had given way to a healthier complexion, and though weakness still lingered in his frame, his strength was slowly returning with each passing hour. The bandages across his torso, changed by Pappy's careful hands at first light, showed no fresh blooms of crimson, a hopeful sign that healing had truly begun. They sat in comfortable silence, their gazes fixed on the river that had been both adversary and ally during their tumultuous journey. The steady flow of water, ancient and unchanging in its path to the distant sea, seemed to whisper of continuity and permanence, qualities that had long eluded them both, but now seemed within reach. Their hearts were filled with a shared sense of peace that transcended the need for words, a mutual understanding born of shared peril and mutual sacrifice. Pappy Doyle, his weathered face softened with a rare smile that transformed his usual stern countenance, worked diligently on the ferry platform. His gnarled hands, marked with the scars of a lifetime on the frontier, moved with surprising dexterity as he drove nails into freshly cut planks. Sweat beaded on his brow despite the morning coolness, testament to his unceasing efforts since dawn. He had salvaged what he could from the wreckage left by the firefight: planks that could be reused, ropes that remained unfrayed, metal fixtures that had survived the onslaught of bullets. His ingenuity and determination, honed through decades of frontier hardship, were gradually transforming the battered platform into a functional crossing once more. "She'll hold now," he muttered to himself, stepping back to assess his handiwork with a critical eye. "Ain't pretty, but she'll get folks across safe enough." His voice, though meant for his ears alone, carried across the stillness of the morning, causing Sandy to smile at the familiar gruffness that masked a deep-seated pride. The silence of the morning was broken by the distant rumble of wagon wheels, a sound that stirred the dust into dancing motes and pricked the ears of those gathered on the riverbank. The noise grew steadily louder, transforming from a vague rumble to the distinct creaking of wooden axles and the rhythmic clop of hooves against the hard-packed earth of the trail. A wagon train, its canvas-covered wagons stretching like a serpentine line across the plains, approached the crossing. The white canvas tops, bleached almost silver by sun and rain, billowed gently in the morning breeze, appearing from a distance like a fleet of clouds drifting across the vast expanse of the prairie. The lead wagons came into clear view, revealing teams of oxen, their massive shoulders straining against wooden yokes as they pulled their heavy burdens toward the river crossing. Behind the lead wagons came others, some pulled by mules whose long ears flicked at flies, others by horses whose coats gleamed with sweat despite the early hour. Between and behind the wagons walked families, men with rifles cradled in the crooks of their arms, women herding children whose eyes widened at the sight of the river, and elderly patriarchs whose weathered faces betrayed both the weariness of the journey and the hope that drove them onward. The inhabitants of the wagon train, their faces etched with the unique mix of determination and fatigue that marked all who undertook the journey westward, were clearly eager to continue their odyssey. Their clothing, practical and worn, spoke of weeks or even months on the trail: faded calico dresses, patched trousers, boots scuffed by countless miles of walking. Yet in their eyes burned the same flame that had driven generations before them: the promise of land, of opportunity, of a fresh beginning in territories yet unsettled. The wagons rolled to a halt in a cloud of dust that hung suspended in the still morning air, the creaking of wheels and the lowing of livestock filling the atmosphere with a symphony of frontier travel. Teams of oxen, their massive flanks heaving from exertion, stomped restlessly, creating small plumes of dust with each movement of their hooves. Children, momentarily freed from the confines of the wagons, darted between the vehicles, their high-pitched laughter a counterpoint to the deeper voices of the adults. The travelers, their gazes fixed on the river before them, and the ferry that represented their passage to the next leg of their journey, gathered along the riverbank. "Looks like we've got customers," Pappy rasped, straightening his bent back and wiping calloused hands on the already stained fabric of his trousers. His voice carried a note of quiet satisfaction that reached beyond the mundane reality of potential income to the deeper pleasure of purpose fulfilled. The ferry, his lifework, would continue to serve those in need of crossing. Sandy smiled, her eyes sparkling with a newfound confidence that had replaced the uncertainty of recent days. The morning light caught the golden flecks in her hazel eyes, illuminating the quiet strength that had always been present but was now tempered and refined by the crucible of recent events. "We're ready for them," she said, her voice steady and sure, no longer the tentative tone of a girl, but the resolved declaration of a woman who had found her place. Rip, his gaze fixed on the approaching wagons with a professional assessment, nodded in agreement. Though still recovering, his posture had straightened, shoulders squared despite the lingering pain that such movement surely caused. "We'll get them across," he said, his voice strong and clear, carrying the quiet authority that had drawn Sandy to him from the beginning. "Every last one of them, safe and sound." The wagon master, a grizzled man whose beard seemed more salt than pepper, and whose face bore the leathery texture of one who had spent decades under the open sky, approached the ferry. His gait was marked by the slight bow-leggedness common to men who spent more time in the saddle than on foot, and his eyes, sharp and assessing, scanned the platform and its occupants with the practiced gaze of one accustomed to evaluating both danger and opportunity. A well-worn rifle rested in the crook of his arm, not brandished but present, the universal language of frontier caution. "You run in a ferry here?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind, the question more formality than genuine inquiry as the evidence lay before them. "We are," Pappy replied, straightening to his full height despite the protests of his aging spine. His eyes twinkled with a mixture of pride and quiet determination as he added, "Pappy Doyle at your service. And these here are my partners, Rip and Sandy." The word partners was spoken with a deliberate emphasis, a public declaration of their new arrangement that brought a flush of pleasure to Sandy's cheeks. The wagon master nodded, his gaze shifting to Rip and Sandy. His eyes, narrowed against the strengthening sunlight, noted the bandages visible beneath Rip's shirt, the healing cut on Sandy's cheek, and the scars that marked the ferry's timbers like records of a violent history. "Looks like you've had some trouble," he observed, his tone neutral but his posture subtly more alert, as though preparing for potential danger. "We had a run-in with some outlaws," Sandy said, her voice steady, neither minimizing nor dramatizing the conflict that had nearly cost them everything. Her hand, resting on the bench beside her, bore the faint traces of gunpowder that even repeated scrubbing had failed to remove entirely. "But we're back in business now." The simple statement carried undertones of resilience that did not go unnoticed by the weathered frontiersmen before her. The wagon master nodded, his eyes filled with a quiet respect born of recognition. Here were kindred spirits who understood the harsh realities of territorial living. "Good to hear," he said, removing his hat briefly to wipe his brow with a bandana already darkened with trail dust. "We're eager to cross. Been on the trail nigh on 3 months from Tennessee. We've been hearing tales of Indian trouble further west, and we're anxious to get to safer ground before the Comanches start their fall raids." "You'll be safe here," Rip said, his voice carrying the quiet authority of one who had faced danger and survived to tell the tale. He stood slowly, masking the effort such movement required, and extended his hand to the wagon master. "We'll get you across without any trouble. The local tribes and I have an understanding." The statement, simple yet profound, spoke of histories and relationships formed over years of frontier living, complex negotiations, and earned respect that had created a pocket of relative safety in dangerous territory. The wagon master's eyebrows rose slightly at this information, but he took Rip's offered hand without hesitation, the handshake firm and brief, a contract sealed between men whose word was their bond. "That's welcome news," he said, turning to signal to the waiting travelers. "We'll get the first wagons ready." The crossing began with the methodical precision of a well-rehearsed ritual. The rhythm of the ferry's movements became a familiar cadence against the backdrop of the river's constant flow, the creaking of the platform as wagons rolled aboard, the splash of the water against the reinforced sides, the strain and release of ropes as the craft was guided across the expanse of muddy water. Pappy, his movements slow but sure, guided the ferry with expertise born of countless crossings, his eyes constantly scanning the river for hidden sandbars or floating debris that might impede their passage. Rip, though clearly still recovering from his wounds, assisted with the ropes and the loading of the wagons. His movements, while lacking their usual fluid strength, were efficient and purposeful. When necessary, he directed the placement of vehicles to ensure the ferry remained balanced, his quiet commands spoken with an authority that invited no argument but carried no arrogance. Occasionally, his hand would stray to his side where bandages concealed healing wounds, but no complaint passed his lips. Only a tightening of the skin around his eyes betrayed the pain that such exertion surely cost him. Sandy, her face animated with a quiet joy that transformed her features, moved among the travelers with a natural grace. She offered tin cups of cool water drawn from the well Pappy had dug years ago near the ferry landing, the precious liquid a welcome relief for parched throats. Her words of encouragement, spoken with genuine warmth, eased the anxiety of crossing that always accompanied such endeavors. Children, initially shy, soon gathered around her, attracted by her gentle manner and ready smile. She answered their countless questions about river life with patience, recognizing in their curiosity the same wonder that had once filled her own heart when faced with new horizons. As she worked, Sandy caught glimpses of her own reflection in the river's surface, a woman transformed by circumstance and choice, no longer the uncertain girl who had arrived at the crossing weeks earlier. She had found her place, her purpose, her home. The river, once a symbol of danger and loss in her mind, had become a symbol of her resilience, her strength, her newfound sense of belonging. The current, that had once seemed a barrier, now represented continuity and life's endless forward movement. As the day progressed, and the sun climbed higher in the cloudless Texas sky, wagon after wagon made the crossing. Families with all their worldly possessions, livestock that balked at the unfamiliar movement of the ferry, traders with goods bound for distant markets, all passed safely from one bank to the other under the watchful eyes of the ferry's operators. The scene was a tableau of frontier determination, of human perseverance against the obstacles of nature and distance. As the last wagon rolled onto the ferry for its final crossing, a sense of quiet satisfaction settled over Pappy, Rip, and Sandy. They exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding. They had faced adversity together, they had endured hardship that would have broken lesser spirits, and they had emerged stronger, more determined than ever to forge a life on the banks of the river that had tested them so severely. The sun now stood at its zenith, casting a golden glow over the river and the surrounding landscape. The air was filled with the sounds of the crossing, the creaking of the ferry's timbers, the lowing of livestock awaiting their turn, the murmur of voices discussing the trail ahead, the laughter of children playing at the water's edge under watchful parental eyes. It was a symphony of life, a testament to the enduring spirit of the frontier that refused to be daunted by danger or difficulty. Rip and Sandy stood at the edge of the ferry as it made its final approach to the far bank, their shoulders touching in a subtle but deliberate contact that required no words. They exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes filled with a shared understanding that transcended the need for spoken declarations. The bond between them, forged in trial and sealed by choice, had the quiet strength of true partnership. They had found their place, their future, their love in this unlikely setting where two states met at a muddy dividing line. The river, once a symbol of separation in Sandy's mind, the line between safety and danger, between the known and the unknown, had become a unifying force. It now represented connection rather than division, bringing together not only the two banks, but the people who sought to cross from one to the other. It had become a symbol of their shared journey, their shared destiny, their commitment to creating something lasting in a land where permanence was rare and hard won. As the last wagon rolled off the ferry onto solid ground, the wagon master approached once more. He extended payment, which Pappy accepted with a nod of thanks, the coins disappearing into a leather pouch at his belt. But more meaningful than the transaction was the respect evident in the wagon master's parting words. "You've got a good operation here," he said, his eyes taking in the ferry, the small cabin on the bank, and the three people who had made safe passage possible. "Word will spread. There's more trains coming behind us, most bound for the new settlements along the Brazos. They'll be grateful for a crossing they can trust." With that, he rejoined his company, and the wagon train resumed its westward journey. The procession of vehicles, animals, and people gradually diminished in size as it moved away from the river, eventually disappearing into the shimmering heat haze that rose from the sun-baked prairie. The dust raised by their passage hung in the air momentarily before settling back to earth, the only immediate evidence of their presence. Left behind was a sense of quiet satisfaction, that settled over the riverbank like an invisible blessing. The Red River crossing, once merely a desolate point on the frontier where Samuel McMasters had brought his daughter in yet another restless migration, had been transformed. Under the stewardship of Pappy, Rip, and now Sandy, it had become a thriving crossing, a sanctuary of sorts in the wilderness, a testament to the resilience of those who dared to call this challenging frontier home. As evening approached, casting long shadows across the water and bathing the landscape in a warm amber light, the three gathered on the porch of Pappy's small cabin. Enjoying the cool breeze that rose from the river, they shared a simple meal and watched as the first stars appeared in the darkening sky. No grand declarations were made, no elaborate plans discussed, just the comfortable silence of people who had found their place in the world and each other. The new chapter of the crossing had begun, representing a symbol of hope and connection in the vast expanse of the American West. The river flowed on as it had for countless centuries, indifferent to human struggles, yet somehow bearing witness to this small victory of determination over adversity, of love over loss, of roots finally taking hold in shifting sand.